one piece of software or one piece of advice you would give a person or a small business owner how they can use AI and how to apply AI to their life and the business? Kristen?
I think the biggest thing is just getting familiar, like exposing yourself to his first steps. So first steps is to get ChatGPT, get their free accounts, I think now for the Plus, right? So you just get an account, start interacting with it. Someone mentioned earlier, and I think it might have even been a comment, is a mirror. AI, I love to ask, I love to say it's a perfect mirror, right? It's going to reflect back to you just about exactly what you put in with some additional context, additional insight, and going to work with you to develop these things. So just by starting that conversation with it, it'll guide you through a process of, it's designed to assist you. So it's going to look for areas it can push you farther. It's going to look for areas it can help you and support you. And all you have to do to start is just begin talking to it. They make it super easy now. Now you can talk to it and it'll talk back and forth to you, it's super, super cool. And just by starting, you'll be able to get yourself more familiar and your mind will just start to light up with the possibilities. So just begin. Go get that ChatGPT account. Go to chatgpt.com or chat.openai.com. Get that account and just get started. That would be the first thing I'd say.
Awesome. Thank you. Tobias?
So in lieu of the comment earlier about will AI help us get more time and change the 9 to 5, one of the coolest things that I think, if I'm a parent, I have 3 small children, all 6 and below, and I have really loved doing something with ChatGPT where I go and build bedtime stories for my kids centered on them and their characters. And I ask them to tell me what kind of story that they want. And I get GPT to prompt me through the process of building a story just for each one of my kids. And that has given me some really special time. And I would say if you have kids, especially at that stage where they'll still listen to you talk and tell them stories, it's a really awesome way to use that technology to engage with people better.
I love it. That's incredible.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal that. I'll try that.
Me too.
The kids are still up today. I'm gonna try that tonight with my 2 boys. Thank you for that nugget. That's awesome.
Well, whenever I have grandkids, maybe for my stepdaughters, my son, I'm like, you got to wait at least 10 years. You just graduated college. I will remember that, and it'll be great. It'll be so much better by then, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh, pictures too, by the way. You can ask it for the pictures for the stories now too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, dude. Illustrations. Oh,
yeah. It's
incredible.
So cool, guys. They get blown away.
So real quick, Brandon, I want to go to you for the last comment, but this is a tie-in from your comment earlier. At least it understands kids.
kids. Yeah.
Touche, Sarah. Touche.
Not a chance.
Brandon, why don't you last word you got?
I'm going to do a shameless plug here. I wrote a book called Using AI Like a Pro. You can find it usingailikeapro.com. It literally takes you step by step how to go from beginner / non-user of AI and into using it like a pro. It teaches you the basics and the advanced techniques of prompt engineering and how to think and how to approach tasks when it comes to building a prompt. It doesn't just give you a prompt. It teaches you this is how you should build your prompt. And this is how you should think when you're building your prompts. So I think that's probably if I was a non-user of AI and I wanted to learn how to use AI, shameless plug, that would be the book that I would read when learning.
What is it called again?
Using AI Like a Pro.
And where do they get it?
Yep.
Using AI Like a Pro.com is the place to get it. It's an ebook. So as soon as you purchase, you have it in your inbox and you're ready to go.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
I have to say, to this panel, we start off with Skynet and Terminator and talking about the future of AI to using AI to develop kid stories, and we come full circle. I absolutely, this panel, you guys were absolutely phenomenal, knocked out of the park, home runs all the way around. There were so many nuggets. This is probably one of the panels I'm going to go back and re-listen to a few times because there were so many different things that were discussed. And just to recap, Brandon, going back to how you used it for anger management and therapy, to Tobias, to your infinite struggle, how to understand women, and to kid stories, to, I mean, Kristen, everything that you brought up as well. It's just, there's so many different points that we've hit on in this one panel. It has been absolutely incredible. So thank you. And we'll look forward to have you guys out for the next event in a few months. But don't forget, register, text the AI bot that Kristen and Tobias teamed up with and put together. And Tobias and your team, Michael, they've been behind scenes training the bot. It's 512-865-4065. That is how we will push out information for the mastermind, the AI mastermind, doing that, I believe, next Thursday or next Friday. We'll get the audience and all the speakers, the details on that. That's going to be really, really exciting. It's a great way to network, great way to connect with humans and talk about AI. So I want to bring Nick on panel. Thank you, guys. We're going to
Thank you, guys.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Really appreciate that. Next up, want to welcome Nick Newhouse. Nick, welcome.
Hey, Tom. Yeah, thanks.
It has been a minute. Well, great to have you. Would like to, I don't know if you watched part of that panel that we just had. It was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that was great stuff. I caught about half of it. I was in and out getting prepared here.
Yes, that's understandable. And you have a lot to share. These next 38 minutes are probably going to fly by. But we had you on the first AI Symposium event back in March. Welcome back. But for all those new attendees and new audience members, why don't you introduce yourself, what you do, and how you use AI?
Yeah, absolutely. So, my background mostly is in the video space. So my full-time job at this point is still running business video school, where we teach small business owners how to communicate through video, use it to grow their business, improve customer service, kind of the whole 9 yards. Turns out there's a lot of overlap, I think, between the power of video and the potential power of AI. So I'll obviously talk more about that today. But I've been using AI, really only about 1.5 years now. I was, one of those early adopters for ChatGPT, although obviously there's lots of folks that were using it well before that. And just to be clear, like, I'm not a technical person. I have a degree in entrepreneurship, which means you have a general business degree. I don't know how to code. I don't know how to build my own apps or anything like that. But I am very much entrepreneurial and interested in coming up with ideas and trying things. And so, yeah, that's really where my kind of background in AI comes from, is, being an early adopter of using it to write code and then subsequently build my own AI tools somewhat from scratch. They're utilizing existing AI. In this case, we're using OpenAI's system, so that's pretty common. But you can build these tools so that there's a platform, a framework. I'll show an example. It's probably easier to see it. But that are very specific use cases, right? So kind of like an AI tool that really only does one thing, but therefore does that thing really well. And we've had a lot of success with that. I've offered some of these tools to our students. I use them to generate leads, generated hundreds and hundreds of leads so far with just one AI tool, which again, I can share that later. So yeah, so it's really, I think, kind of a new way to do marketing. There's so many different places to use it, but that's where I get excited, because my background is very much in the marketing space.
Yeah, a novice user for 1.5 years. You have, I would say, not novice. Started 1.5 years ago. I've been using it for about 1.5 years, and I'm like a little league, and you're pro. You're the elite. I'd like to, I guess, would you want to start off and show us how you use AI to code?
Yeah, well, let me, if you don't mind, let me show an example of what we're talking about first, because I always find that like it's really cool when you see the code, but it's helpful to know kind of what it is that the code's
Okay.
creating, because a lot of you are probably like me. I can't really read the code. Like I kind of get what it says because I've been doing this enough now, but I want you to see what the output looks like first, if that's all right. So let me go ahead and just pull up. I'm gonna do just a couple screen shares, which I know can get a little bit messy here.
Yeah, I had trouble with that earlier, but I think I have that figured out. So we'll roll with it, and hopefully technology.
Well, you tell me if are you seeing my page here now?
Yes.
I am. Yes.
All right, perfect. Okay. So let me start out here. Actually, let me switch. I think I have two versions of this pulled up. I should have closed the one first. Let me switch that one more time, because I want to give you an example of this that also has a video incorporated. So where did I put this here? There it is. Okay. So this is the one I want to show you. So this is the core idea, all right? The core idea here is that we can now build, and when I say we, I mean anybody, right? Because again, I think you can do what I did, and I'll show you how to do it. But we can build very specific AI tools, right? So this particular one, let me scroll down and just show it really quickly here. I work with a lot of real estate agents. Probably 90% of our students in our school are in the real estate space. And they're always looking for ways, especially right now, because there's a sort of drop off in total transactions in that industry at the moment. They're looking for creative ways to get in front of people, right? It's just basic marketing stuff. How do I offer something to my audience that is unique enough, that stands out enough, that's enough of a differentiator that they're going to take action? And for real estate agents, this is really hard because there's a lot of them. The marketplace does tend to see them all as pretty much the same, which is not fair, but that is kind of how they think of them. And so there's sort of a constant sort of desperate effort to find things to differentiate yourself. And so this is my take on AI. I'll kind of incorporate some of my philosophy here as I'm chatting about this. I think where AI is really useful as of right now is in giving people a more customized experience, right? And I think that's already kind of come up as a theme a bunch of times today. But the idea here is I want to be able to put something on my website, provide something in my marketing. You can think of this as a lead magnet, but I want to give them something that allows me to then give every single prospect a unique result, right? Now, that's obviously what AI does, right? So this is basically, think of it this way. If in the past, if I was a real estate agent and I said, okay, I want to help you find your ideal neighborhood, there's a couple ways for me to do that. One is I can get on a phone call with each of you, ask you a series of questions, and then I can give you my personal recommendations. That's very time consuming, but that would obviously work. And that would give everybody a completely custom idea, right? On the other end of the spectrum, I can just give them a guide, something they can download, a couple pages long with some instructions and some ways to think about it, and then maybe a list of all the neighborhoods, and maybe I have a little quiz or something they can take, right? But those are kind of the two extremes. And I think what AI allows us to do now is just combine those two experiences, right? So I can give them something that I don't have to provide one-on-one that still gives them the kind of response they would get from talking to me one-on-one, right? And I think that's where there's a huge opportunity, right? So this is the example. This is a neighborhood matchmaker. I'll just use it really quickly here so you can see what it does. But I type in the general area where I'm thinking about moving. Let's just throw in a price point here. Let's do 350K. There are houses available for that price in this area, by the way. I don't know where you're tuning in from, but I know some areas that's probably pretty cheap. And then I can select, what's cool here is I can sort of select different things that are important to me, right? So that's what matters. I'm getting a completely customized response. I can choose how far I'm willing to live from those different amenities. And then the coolest part of this, and this is not a lot of people won't use this box, right? But then we can also include anything. And so before I hit the find the neighborhood button, what I want to point out, because a lot of people will be like, well, I can do this with ChatGPT. I just go in and say, hey, help me find an ideal neighborhood. It'll talk to me and I'll get a response, right? But this part of it, the form, the structure that we're providing to the user, that is what saves them effort. That's what saves them time. Like they don't have to think about what kinds of things to put into the AI. They don't even necessarily have to fill this open-ended box in at the bottom. They check a couple boxes, they put a general area in, and they click find neighborhood, right? So once they do that, we're going to see up here, it just has this little icon that says it's running for a few seconds. Usually takes about 30 seconds or so. And what they're going to get over here on the right-hand side is a completely custom answer to this question, right? So here we go. We got a couple responses. In this case, it recommends the Hillcrest subdivision. So I actually designed this tool so it tries to get all the way down to that level, right? Like specific subdivisions that they should go look at, because that makes it very easy for them to go look for houses in that area and then hire that real estate agent to help them. And then down here, it gives them more general areas as well. So like Central West End or the Tower Grove South, those might also be a good fit for you. And that's it, right? So this tool is really simple. It's going to give them these answers. They can say whatever they want. They can reuse it multiple times. But the idea here is that what they're now doing is, number one, they're spending a lot of time on my website, right? That's a great signal to Google. It's good for the user. They're spending time with me. I'm also giving them insight. I'm giving them clarity. I'm helping them through the process in a way that up until about a year or two ago, I would have had to do one-on-one, right? And so that's the tool, right? So I don't want to, I'm going to kind of stop and see if there's any questions as I go here, but these are the kinds of things that you can build. One last part I'll just show on this page while we're here is I also recommend always having a form at the bottom of the page and a video at the top. And so what this does, to kind of give you the full picture, if you want to kind of follow this process yourself, is the video is me explaining the tool, how to use it. That's part number one. And part number two is that I then say, okay, once you get those neighborhoods, the places you want to go look into more deeply, you're going to scroll down to the bottom of the page here. You're going to fill this form in, and then I'll get in touch with you so we can go look at some houses for sale in those neighborhoods, right? And the last part of this, I just want to mention, the reason we really encourage you to think about incorporating video here is that it changes the experience from I'm on some random agent's website using an AI system that sort of is replacing that person, which is not what we want users to think. And instead, once I have a video, now they're seeing me. We're turning that part of their brain on that recognizes human faces, right? So they feel like they're having this conversation with me, and they're attributing the benefit they're getting then to me, right? So now I'm the person who's providing this tool to you, not here's a tool that could replace me, right? So we're sort of interjecting ourselves into that experience. Yeah. So go ahead.
To that video. So tomorrow we're going to have on Hector Gomez that has he did his own like 2-minute intro video that allows him to essentially speak in any language. So I think it'd be a really cool idea to have a digital twin of yourself and being able to select and use and speak and translate into any language that they want to be communicated in.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's, again, that's another example, right, of using AI to provide a more customized experience to the end user, right? I mean, most of our customers speak English, right? But we do have a lot of Spanish speaking customers. So yeah, I mean, I think that's a perfect example of, how you can continue to incorporate these things together. And I think, it cannot be overstated, especially if you're in a business where you're doing the sales, you're the face of the business in some way. They need to see your face, right? I mean, that's what video has sort of made possible for us. And that is a big difference. If we've seen someone, if we've kind of have that feeling like we've had that conversation face to face with them, we trust them a lot more automatically, right? In fact, it's recognition of our face that builds trust faster than anything else. So I love that. I think it's a great idea.
So go ahead. It's interesting.
Yeah, no, cool.
I also wanted to interject that. And
I think, well, right. That would be a perfect example of something you can put here. So I think but that kind of summarizes this page. I think and it's really simple, right? I mean, this is not, you could make this page much more elaborate. You could add a bunch of your testimonials and all that kind of stuff like you might on a normal landing page. But all I'm trying to do here is I'm just trying to get people to use the tool, get some kind of benefit, and then fill out the form at the bottom, right? As long as they come down and fill that out. Now I've got the lead. Now, another way to use this is you can make them opt in first. That's kind of what I typically do. So I'll run an ad that says, hey, I got this tool. If you want this tool, you just have to fill out this form and I'll give you access to it, right? They fill out the form, and then I send them to this page. Now I already have their contact information. The difference in that case is the people that fill out the form at the bottom of the page, those are the hot leads, right? Now, those are the people, it's like, I got to call that person in the next 10 minutes.
You're creating the funnel. Or you have AI call them or have AI text.
Well, right.
them.
Yeah. I mean, you can have your systems kind of follow up automatically, right? You can have an automated video that goes out to them. And there's so much of this that can be automated at this point. So, all right. Well, that's example number one, right? So that's kind of where I just wanted to make sure everybody had a picture in their mind of what they're looking at. So now what I can do for you is let me switch my share a couple times more, because I can show you how to build these yourself. And just to be clear, I'm doing a quick overview here today, and I appreciate you guys let me share a couple slides because I know that's a little tricky. This won't be a comprehensive training, right? Because obviously in 30 minutes, we're not going to teach you to do something like this from scratch. But what I do want you to see is really how simple this is. And with just a little bit of experimentation, I think anybody can ultimately do this. So the first thing I'm going to share is a platform. So if you want to start taking some notes here, this is a platform called Hugging Face, which is a weird name, but that's what it is, called huggingface.co.
Okay.
And let me pull it up and show you the first step here. Oh yeah, this is the one I want. Okay. All right, so this is huggingface.co. You can see it up here in the top if you can see that closely. These are, so in terms of like websites you can visit on the internet, this is one of the more techie kind of nerdy places on the internet, right? So Hugging Face, it's a platform for hosting essentially experimental AI tools. So like Meta, when they made some different AI tools that, for instance, generate music from scratch, things like that. This is the first place they typically ever hosted them. And then if they go well and they get good feedback on them, maybe they'll integrate them into their products and stuff like that, right? So if you're not a techie person, be a little careful because it's not designed for average users, right? It's going to kind of looks kind of overwhelming in a lot of ways. So the main thing though you want to do is you can just come directly to my spaces if you'd like. In fact, if you want at the end here, I'll give you my number. You can text me and I'll just send you links to the stuff so you don't have to worry about it in the meantime. But what's really cool about Hugging Face here is that you can use it for free. You can host your own tools and you can even copy existing tools if those people have set them up to let you copy them, right? And so that's what I'm going to show you. So I'm going to basically show you how to go in, take one of my existing tools, take the code out of it, and then make your own version, basically using my existing tool as a framework. So I'll hopefully save you a couple steps there. All right, so here we are. This is what's called a space on Hugging Face, which is one of the tools. This particular tool is one that I'm kind of in beta on at the moment, but it's actually an email subject line and pre-header generator, right? So this is the kind of thing I do marketing. I work with people in the marketing space. Email open rates are one of the trickier parts of the marketing world. How do I get people to open my emails, click on the links, all that kind of stuff? This tool is meant to help people that might be struggling with that, right? So this is the kind of thing I'm going to put on my site. I'm going to run some ads, say, hey, are you trying to do a better job with your email writing? What that does is it tells me I'm building a list of people who are interested in improving their marketing efforts, right? So that's kind of where this tool came from.
Quick question on that. Is this pulling from ChatGPT? Is this the same thing as if you're going to ChatGPT, but it creates a form behind it, I guess, in front of it?
Yeah. So what you're doing with these tools is you're basically you're sort of combining your own prompt, right? So I know we've been talking about prompt writing today. So you're going to have a prompt in here, and I'll show that to you in a second. You're also going to have the input from the user. And so what you're doing is as long as if you can write a good prompt for ChatGPT, that's all you have to be able to do. That's really kind of the skill set that you need to do what I'll show you here. The rest of it is ChatGPT is taking care of it, right? And again, it's OpenAI. It's not directly ChatGPT, but it's the same technology. You can use GPT-4o and all the other sort of stuff they have there. And so what it does in this case, right? So for instance, I describe my audience. I might say like real estate agents who are worried they aren't using enough video. And then what's the main message or offer of the email? An invite to my training about 4 strategies they should try. Right, something like that, right? I also included here an optional drop-down menu, so they can say, like, I want these to come across as curious, and then they click the button. And this is, you're probably seeing like, okay, this looks and feels a lot like that other tool I just showed you, right? Because that's the whole point.
Right. Yeah.
So there you go. You get a bunch of responses, and these are both the subject and the pre-header, right? So by the way, if you want an act just to try this tool, because I think it might be kind of helpful to people, when I give you that phone number later, just text me about it. I'll send a link to you to try it out. So I'm just using this as a basic starting point here. But let's say you have this in front of you, but you want to make something else. You're like, okay, this is neat, but I have, and in fact, I don't know if somebody in the audience wants to propose a business type to us. You can if you'd like to, but that might be kind of fun. But I want to make something new, right? I want something that's going to go on my website. And actually, let me just think of one I've done before, which was we worked with a jeweler a while back, and they wanted to make a tool that would help fiance choose the right kind of ring for their fiance, right? So they're like, okay, I want to, have it ask a couple questions. Some guy's getting married, he doesn't know what kind of ring he's going to get for his girlfriend. Let's help him decide on the kind of cut of the ring that would be a good fit. And obviously, hey, you're the company that just helped this guy figure out what kind of ring he should get. Where do you think he's going to look first? Well, if you got a bunch of links right there at the bottom of the page to those kinds of rings, good chance he's going to click them, right? So that's a pretty good fit. So here's all we got to do that, right? I'm gonna literally show you this process here in the next few minutes. So when you're on Hugging Face, and again, this is any of these spaces you find that are available to use. You can do it with any of them. You're just going to come over to the files. And this file right here, this app.py, this is pretty much it. This is the whole tool. So this is what's kind of eye-opening is this is what's cool about AI is that AI eliminates the need for a lot of the code in the first place, because all I'm really doing is I'm creating a form that the people are filling in. That's the structure, right? That's kind of the I'm eliminating them having to think of what to tell the AI. I'm just asking them questions, right? So that's there. We have the form. And then the other part of it is the prompt. And so I mentioned that the prompt is really important. Well, here it is, right? The prompt is actually part of the tool itself. And so what's happening on the back end, once you have this code up and running, is it's taking what the user is inputting, which you're telling them what to input. So that makes that easier for them. It's combining it with the prompt that you wrote. So this is where you get to incorporate, your level of expertise, the kinds of things maybe you would ask a client to think about when you were sitting down one-on-one with them. It's giving that to the AI, and then it's responding based on that information, right? And that's it. That's all we're doing. So ultimately, it's pretty simple. So all we're going to do right now, and for those of you that are kind of triggered at the moment because you're seeing some code on your screen, I apologize. I know that can be a little overwhelming. You don't have to know what any of that means, right? So I don't know if either you can read any of this, if it means anything to you, but it doesn't much to me, I'll be honest.
That makes
So,
me
all
feel
right. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I mean, I think a lot of folks I talked to, it was a little surreal. I went in and presented to an AP level computer science class at a high school about a month ago. And I was like, I asked the group right off the bat, I was like, what coding language do you think I know how to write in? And they're guessing, and JavaScript and Python, all this kind of stuff. I'm like, trick's on you. I don't know any of them, And so I think immediately they're like, why are you here then? But then I showed them this and it made sense. But yeah, that's what's cool is that I obviously have a little bit of tech background. I like this stuff. It's not completely new to me, but I only have to be able to copy and paste at this point. So let's just be clear there. So I'm going to do that right now. So you go ahead and highlight that and copy it. And then we're going to switch our view one more time because we're going to go over to ChatGPT. So this is the part where you can absolutely follow along yourself if you'd like. So let me pull that up next. And I'm going to tell you exactly what to, in fact, I have a chat here that I've used before. You can see it's quite a long conversation I've had going on, and I've named it my Python coder. I'm just going to make a new one, right? I'm going to show you how to do this if you wanted to kind of start from scratch. So I start a new chat. We want to make sure we're using the newest version of ChatGPT whenever possible. So we'll switch over to that. And this is a paid ChatGPT account. I do think you can do a lot of this with the free account, but in case there's any bells and whistles you're seeing that you don't recognize, it is a paid account. And the first thing I got to do is I have to give it a prompt, which is going to prepare it to work correctly, right? So I'm going to show you, this is a little bit of what I learned. It's not all that complicated, but here's what we're going to do. So I want you, and you can leave your typos. I'll try not to. So I want you to act as a Python coding expert. I will give you, let's see, example code for a AI tool that I built, and I want you to write the code for new tools based on this example. I will describe the new tool, and you will output the full code. When using this code as example, only change the parts that are necessary for the new tool to work correctly. Leave the other code alone. All right. And then we say, here is the example code. Okay.
So I just want to know, I want to ask the audience, how many of you, when you're asking ChatGPT to do something, do you say please?
I do. I do.
I finally stopped saying please because I'm like, it doesn't really care if I'm saying please. But that's how I grew up. When you're asking somebody, it's please, right? But I just thought, I'm just curious if anybody wants, yeah.
I struggle with that. I'm like, I'll go back and I'll backspace, please, because I'm like, no, it's just a computer program, but I still type it.
Right. I know.
I'll be honest. I don't think it's a bad thing to be polite to the AIs at this point. You know, I mean, they're gonna remember who was nice and who wasn't someday when they're
You
smarter than
know,
all of us, right?
it could be Santa Claus for all we know, right? Like,
Right. So, and you know, and it's interesting, right? I mean, ChatGPT, it does also kind of talk that way. It says please, and you know, it tends to be kind of respectful and all that. And I think, you know, look, I mean, we're not building real relationships with these things. I don't think they can think the way that we do at this point. But I do think, you know, they are responding to the language you use, you know, and they're going to use patterns based on the language you use. And if the stuff that the AI was trained on tends to be more helpful and more respectful and more useful when you're respectful to it, maybe it's worth continuing to do those things, you know? So I like to think of ChatGPT just as my employee, you know? I mean, I'm going to be nice and friendly and respectful to them, you know? So might as well be to the ChatGPT as well. I don't think I said please, but I do try to be not rude at least, right?
That's right.
Okay, so let's go ahead and tell it now, right? So now it says, okay, I got your example code. I have an idea what you want me to do. So let's say, let's make a tool that would help I'm just going to say boyfriend for now. And I know it wouldn't have to be just a boyfriend, but you know, just for simplicity. So help a boyfriend choose the right ring for their fiance. Okay. So now that's not much input. Okay. I want to be clear about that. What I just said was like one or two sentences, you know, literally just one sentence in this case. And what is going to happen here is it's going to give it a wing, right? It's going to say, okay, cool, here we go. And that's it. Now this could be it, right? I mean, I'm going to see what it creates and we'll see if we need to make any adjustments or anything like that. But there you go, right? I mean, so you saw that happen. And this latest iteration of ChatGPT is really fast. That was what, 15 seconds? And assuming it did it correctly, you know, theoretically, this right here should be our new tool, right? So all you got to do from here is you copy this. You're going to create a duplication of the initial page. And so I know I'm not showing this right now. Well, let me do that. I'm going to go ahead and switch one last time. I think this is my last screen switch. I apologize for all these, but hopefully it's helpful to be able to see this stuff as we're sort of talking about it here.
Really, really good for the audience. I know this is something I plan on doing, is going back, slowing things down, and trying it and watching it, going back and forth. And these are things that I quite frankly, I don't understand. I'm not techie. I know enough to be dangerous, but that's really about it. So, so you go back, open up a new screen at huggingface.co.
So this is, so this is a new one. This is, I'm just going to kind of replace what I have here because I don't need it anymore. But for those of you that want to follow this process, what you would do is just click on these three dots here, and you're going to duplicate the space, which is this button at the bottom. Give it a new name for your new tool, right? So in this case, we'd say like, you know, Ring Finder or something like that. We'll just call it for now. And then this is the part I'm not going to show you because I've made the mistake in the past when I've done these live demos of showing my API key on the screen, and somebody stole it. So that was fun. I was spending some money in my account that I was not aware of. So I'm not going to show that part, but this is easy to do. You're just going to go register for an OpenAI API account, create a new key, and copy it in. And the key, it's literally just a piece of code that's going to allow you to access your account in their company, right? So basically that's just the part that brings the two things together and tells it, okay, once you have the input from the user, where am I sending it to and where am I going to get a response from? That key goes in here, and then you click on duplicate space, right? So it's going to create a new space here. It will be a copy of the existing one. And so then to create your new tool, what we do is we just go to Files, app.py again. We're going to edit it this time. And since we copied what it gave us, we're just going to highlight all this, delete it, paste the new stuff in. And before I move on, I want to show this to you, right? Here's the thing. Now, this is what ChatGPT wrote, right? So it came in here and it said, okay, you are a world-class jewelry expert specializing in engagement rings. Based on the following information, provide 10 unique engagement ring suggestions that would perfectly suit the described fiance and their relationship. Consider the style preferences, personality, and budget while making your suggestions. Includes details about the ring's design, gemstone, metal, and any special features. I didn't write any of that, right? I mean, that's what ChatGPT just wrote from scratch based on the one sentence description that I gave it. Now, part of why I want to point that out is that sometimes it does a really good job and sometimes it doesn't. That part, this initial prompt in here, is really the only part you're ever going to edit manually. If you want to make changes to any of the other parts of the tool, like you don't like the inputs it's asking for, things like that, you're just going to go back to ChatGPT and ask it to rewrite the code, right? Just explain what you want it to do differently. It'll rewrite it and it'll give you the new code. But when it comes to the output that you get, if you don't like the kinds of things it's giving you as a response, and actually most of the work is in testing the tool, not making it in the first place. That's kind of true of any coding, right? But as I'm testing it, if the responses I'm getting are a little bit funky, that's where I come in. And this is where the prompt engineering skill is important, is knowing what to say in the prompt to get a better response, right? And that's we're seeing people kind of differentiating themselves now in that particular area, right? If I can write a good prompt, that's going to allow me to get better responses, right? So that's the part. If you go, man, I like this tool, but it's just giving me weird answers. Look at your prompt, change a sentence or two, restart it, see if you get better responses, right? Don't like them, same thing, go back and forth. And eventually what you'll find is you're going to learn certain ways to edit that prompt that are going to give you the answer you want. So once we're done with that, right, we went ahead and put the tool in here, come down and click on save at the bottom. And that's it. So we're going to see what this does, right? I mean, this is always the risk of doing live demos, is that this absolutely may not work, but we will find out in just a second. But there you go, right? I mean, this is, I think the main thing I would want you to take away from this demo is to just understand that, like, I didn't write any code, right? I mean, I literally have only written a few sentences in English in this entire process. And this is the kind of stuff that these tools are already capable of doing, right? I mean, so right now it's building it. It's going to take usually 1 to 2 minutes. And then we'll sort of find out here in just a second if it actually worked or not. But that's it, right? I mean, and the point is, if anybody can do this sort of stuff now, it's just a matter of how quickly you're going to take action, right? How quickly do you want to learn to do this stuff? Oh, it actually looks like my key in here is what's misplaced. So I might tell you what, I'm going to stop the screen share because I want to have a chance to answer any questions that came through, and I'll replace that key behind the scenes while I'm doing that, and we'll see if we can get it working here in another second or two.
So where do you go to have an open API key created?
Yeah, I can. So literally just Google OpenAI API, right?
Okay.
Like not to oversimplify, but that really is all you got to do, right? So OpenAI API. That's going to take you over to their website where you can register an account. Now, really, it is pretty much that simple. You're going to register the account. Once you log in, if you go to your dashboard, you're going to see on the left-hand side, I could show you this if you want, but you don't really have to see it. It's just your login on the left-hand side. It says API keys. You click on that. You click the button that says create a new secret key, and that's it. So, I mean, it's really that simple, right? So you create the key, you copy the code, which again is just a long string of characters, and then that's what you put into that box I showed you earlier,
So
right?
while
So
you're
in your-
fixing this behind scenes, for everyone
Uh-huh.
who doesn't know what an API key is, it is a unique identifier. It's just like it sounds. It's a key. So not everyone has a key to your house. This, by generating a key, it secures your code. That's all it is. You're just rekeying your lock like you would a house. It's unique to you, and that's all you're doing. It's really simple to do. But just for folks who may not understand what API or what an API key is or why it's needed, hope that provides some understanding. If you're not sure, I would say go to Claude or
Go to
Midjourney
ChatGPT and ask it to explain it to you.
yeah. What is the purpose of an open AI API key? And it'll spit out all the information about that. There's a whole bunch of, it'll probably write a book for you.
Like really, generally
Right.
speaking, anytime you're integrating any kind of apps and you're integrating, like for me, I'm a podcaster. So when I integrate different things on Podpage so that, integrate my calendar, email subscription, all of that stuff, most of those other services need that key. So it's kind of a standard thing. But if you haven't come across it, then you wouldn't understand that. Yeah.
All
yeah,
right.
and I think it's worth sort of pointing out there, and I kind of hinted at that earlier. It is really important to keep those keys secure, because if someone else can copy it, they can use your OpenAI account without you really knowing about it until
Well,
you
it's a
just
password, essentially.
Yeah.
Like you don't want anybody knowing your password to your bank account, right? Because then you're really screwed.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right?
All right, so I'm getting this updated. It's still restarting right now, but we'll see if we get a working product before we're almost out of time. I know, but
We
But
have
yeah,
some
so that's-
transition period built in, so you're good.
okay, cool. So we're still just waiting on it for the restart to kick through
So
here.
while,
but
while
it is
you're waiting on
restarting now.
that, we might run over by a little bit. I want to take 2 minutes while you're waiting on that.
Yeah.
And let everyone know that next week we are holding an AI mastermind in conjunction with the LA Tribune and LA Tribune Podcast Network and LA Tribune Women's Journal. And to register for that, we will push information out. Take out your phone, text AI to, you see it on the bottom of your screen,
Let me remember.
512-865-4065. So AI 512-865-4065. That is a chat bot that will allow us to push information to you for next week's mastermind. And then also for 30 days, it will every day send you an AI tip or a trick or feed you information about AI and how it can be used. So that's something that is we're rolling out. Oh, if you want to test out a voice bot, once you opt into the AI in this number, ask it to call you. Say you want to test out the voice bot. This is new technology that was really developed and perfected and trained in the past 2 and 3 weeks. So we have a chance to roll it out here, and with the assistance of Tobias Patch, Teched Out Pros, and Kristen Moore. So I want to say thank you to both of those individuals behind the scenes doing what they do. So Nick, are you ready?
Yeah, so this one's still restarting. Again, errors of doing live demo. So I tried to make another duplication of it real quick. We'll see if this one activates before we have to wrap up here. But yeah, I think just to kind of give you some follow-ups on this. If okay, this one's working. Okay, there it is. So let me show it to you. That's good. It's always embarrassing when the tech won't come through for you before you have to get off of these things.
So while you're doing that,
yeah.
Jackie, I'm not sure if it will work with UK phone numbers. You can certainly try. Just make sure you put the country code of 1 before, and we'll see what happens.
I would imagine, Tom, that there would be some sort of, unless you have a text, you have
yeah,
your phone is capable. It's just like if we go overseas, like you have to get a certain chip or something.
I would say, Jack, if you want to try it, if it works, let us know. I'd be curious on that.
Yeah.
Whoops. I'm going to take that off the screen here.
Sorry, we're doing this at the same time, Tom.
I'll let
We're
you do it. Okay.
All right, so we can see this now. Good. Okay, so I'm filling in some details. So the three inputs, and again, I didn't select any of these. This is all ChatGPT came up with it. It says describe your fiance, details about your relationship. I'm gonna say 3 years, met on Match.com. Obviously these kinds of tools, they always work better with the more, well, there's a limit. Obviously, you can only give it so much information that it can even take, but usually the more you put in, the better response you're going to get, right? The last thing then it has, and I could put a more detailed description. We're going to move on quickly though, is select your budget range. We'll just do $1,000 to $3,000. And then we're going to click on generate ring suggestions. So you can see over here, it's running. That's always a good sign. That doesn't mean that it's not going to still break. So if you get to this point, you're like, all right, cool, my tool's working. It says running, great. And then it doesn't give you the right kind of output, that's possible, right? But here we go. So we got suggested engagement rings, vintage floral halo ring, a rose gold morganite ring, a sunflower diamond ring. I don't know what any of these are, right? I mean, this is completely foreign to me. Yeah. But there you go, right? So we got our 6 different ring recommendations. That took us a few minutes to go from a completely different tool that wrote email subject lines to a completely new AI tool that comes up with ideas for engagement rings. And so what you then do from here is you test the heck out of it, right? So I think that this is the part that it's frustrating. It does take some time, but you want to make sure you put lots of different iterations, lots of different inputs into it and see what kind of responses you get, right? Now, you can then go back to ChatGPT and describe what you wanted to change. So I could go back to that same chat I already had going and say, all right, I don't want it to ask me to describe my relationship. I want it to all be about the fiance and things about her and just have like a series of questions about this person, and it'll make those changes, right? You want it to have certain inputs, tell it, it will change the code to have those inputs, and you just do the same process again. You copy the new code and you replace it over here on Hugging Face, right? So that's it, right? So what I encourage you to think about here, and this is really what I'm helping people in this new business that I'm starting to do, is you have to think about, what is your unique angle, right? What are the things that separate you from your competitors? What are the branding details that you like to emphasize? And can you create a tool that you could then put on your website that's going to emphasize those same things, right? Help your prospective clients with the same kinds of problems that you normally help them in real life, right? And so we're not trying to eliminate that conversation. We're still going to probably have those conversations. We're still going to go through our sales process, but this is the kind of thing that's going to get you in front of that person before they're ready to have the conversation, right? So somebody that would use a tool like this, go to a website, fill out some form and get a bunch of custom responses for themselves, they might not be ready to go into a jeweler and start looking at rings, right? They're sort of at an earlier step in the process. And that's exactly what we want, right? So everybody's gonna be different. Every business is different. Even 2 people in the same industry might have totally different ideas, but that's what you want to ask yourself, right? Is put that marketing hat on and say to yourself, look, if I can help someone a little bit before they would pick up the phone or go to my website and contact me, that's where you want this tool to come into play, right? And then you just put it out wherever you can. I think that the last thing to mention here is what to do with this stuff. Well, run ads on it. One of the things I've seen a ton, I'm not kidding, I've gotten over 50 leads on a single comment on a Facebook post, not a Facebook post itself, but somebody asked a question in a big group on Facebook. And I came in and said, hey, I made an AI tool that kind of helps with this. In fact, it'll give you a customized answer just for your business. And, 50 other people came along and said, oh, that sounds cool. Can I have a copy of it too? Which is mind blowing. I've never done anything that's sort of that viral in that sense. And so that's what you do, right? You make your tool and then you just go out and you look for conversations, you look for spaces where it would help people, and you just offer it to them, right? And depending on how you have it set up, if they have to opt in for it first, or if they can use it and then they opt in later, doesn't matter. Those are both fair game. But they're going to be so appreciative, right? Because you're helping them with something, you're making it easy. You're eliminating the need to have that conversation first. They can just use the tool and get the response, and then they can take the next step when they're ready. But they're going to think of you because you've already helped them along the journey. So hopefully that makes sense.
I've been sitting here because I'm like that type of person where, you tell me about a business idea, my mind just starts going. Like
Right.
it's like I have a computer that's going, "Brrr," and I've been sitting here taking notes and I'm coming up with and then I'm like, okay, like I really have time to add one more project to my life.
Right.
But I love this. And thank you so much for going through that demonstration.
Mhm.
I mean, that was really incredible. That was really, really
Good.
incredible.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I know it's a lot and it's quick, right? This is obviously a fast kind of overview of it, but I think the main thing is it doesn't take long to learn how to do these things. And as more people do, they're going to start to do them, right? They're going to start to have this kind of stuff out there. And to be first is a big deal in this space, right? To be the first, say, I've got a custom AI tool on my website you can use. That's a big differentiator, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Incredible.
Cool.
Love it.
Awesome.
Love it.
You've given us a lot of thought, I know this is one of those panels that extremely helpful if you apply it. I do know that I have a lot of different ideas that I'm going to be going back. I might even give you a call in case someone
Sure.
does have a question. Would you be able to give us your information?
Yeah, so let me do this real quick. I was actually gonna throw my let me put a phone number here. I'm just gonna change my headline for a second, so that should be under my name now. I'm gonna put the names on the screen, but the phone number is 314. So you just want to write this down real quick. 314-756-9959. So 314-756-9959. If you want to send like that's a sort of a general text line for my other business. If you want to text me there, you can say whatever you want, right? But if you just want to basically reach out and say what is you want, because I know we went over a lot today. So if you want to link to the Hugging Face example, just say Hugging Face or just explain what you're looking for. But just point is just text me at that number and I'll get you whatever you need. So thanks,
Awesome.
thanks for
Good deal. Well, I certainly appreciate your time, your generosity with your time and your knowledge and your skill set. Really appreciate it. Nick, thank you so much. We are getting ready to bring up our next panel. That is the Chat GPT Midjourney, all things large language models, the generative language models. So as we are going to bring them up, all right, we have Miss Karen Fox. Hello. Good to see you again. Ava, hello. Deanna. Hey, Miss Stephanie. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing good. And we have another person here. Looks like they are driving. I'm not sure. Okay.
Actually, I think that might be my co-moderator. She texted me and said that the plane was a bumpy ride and she would be there as soon as she could, but we got
Okay.
this.
We will, Karen, do you want us to add you to the stage? Is that a no? Just text me. I'll be on my phone here. Well, we are excited to get this going, and I will fill in until she gets where she's going, or until she's able to come on. And she's in a good space. She has been doing a lot of events from LA to all over the place. I'm not sure where she's at right now. So before we get going, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
Well, I'm happy to kick it off. Karen and I worked together on the questions, so if you want me to kick it off, Tom, I'd be happy to.
That'd be awesome. That'd be great.
Awesome. So I just want to remind all the panelists that we're trying to keep the answers to 30 seconds. And we're going to have a little fun with this panel because this is a creative panel. You can tell already by the way everyone showed up. So we're going to start with introductions, who you guys are, a little bit about what you do, again, 30 seconds. And we're going to make this a little fun. We want a little known fact about you. What do you want the audience to know before we dive into Midjourney and ChatGPT? So why don't we start with Ava?
Oh, you muted. Oh,
There.
you go.
Yay.
Yeah.
it's better late than ever, right? Well, there's no pressure, but thank you very much. My name is Ava Tech, and I was born and raised in Vietnam, and I work with both enterprises and startups in product in Silicon Valley. I help different organizations size. Like now, I'm focusing more on the mid-size companies to help them improve processes, working directly with leaders and executives to really help them to think about a creative way to improve operations, processes to increase profits, but while making their employees happy. So,
Love it.
fun fact. I mean, how many would you like? I'm just kidding.
Just one.
Just one. Well, recently I just released my book, Decisive Leadership, and I would love to send the link to everyone who wanted to check it out. I still keep the launch price, and let me see if I can just turn on my okay, I don't know how to turn on the virtual background. So let's see if this virtual background is going to work. So
There you go. You got it.
yeah, and it hits the international bestseller. So I'd love if you check it out and let me know how what you think about it, and I'll send the link on the chat or something. Thank you.
And
Great.
something she didn't mention, I'll mention for her. She just delivered a TEDx talk as well. So, all right, Deanna, back to you.
Thank you so much. That's a
Thank you.
great thing to know. We will definitely check it out. Thank you for sharing. And Stephanie, we haven't met you yet. What would you like to share?
You muted.
Oh, you're muted, Stephanie.
You're muted. Hey, Stephanie, you're muted.
She's working on it. There she goes.
Hi.
Hi.
There you go.
It's okay. It has been an insane day. I've been going since 5:30 a.m. this morning, and it has just been a day. Tom can attest to that. He knows exactly what I'm dealing with. So my name is Stephanie. I'm in Texas. I own a boutique GC firm. We specialize in fire and water restoration, damage, rebuild process. We handle everything from start to finish. I just started a second company called BAS Innovations, where we are focusing on homeowners and the maintenance processes, preventative maintenance basically for their houses. So we can be more preventative instead of reactionary. And so that is something we are launching right now. A little fun fact about me that not very many people know. In my spare time, I'm a seamstress as well. And I work with an organization here in Texas where we take donated wedding gowns and we actually turn them into burial gowns for babies that are born sleeping.
That's amazing. Oh, we're going to want the name of that nonprofit as well. You may want some.
Angel Gowns of Texas is who I sew for. So I
What
do
is it
enjoy
one
it.
more time?
Angel Gowns of Texas.
Angel Gowns of Texas.
Lovely. Thank you for sharing that. And Karen, we saw you a little earlier. You did a great job. Thank you so much for all the great information. But for those that just joined, why don't you introduce yourself and share a little known fact?
I'm Karen Fox. I'm a speaker, coach, and a total AI geek.
Me
I
too.
work with organizations that want to develop top-notch communication skills needed to drive team performance and profits. My specialty there is I was recognized last year as one of the top 100 St. Louisans to know in business.
I love it. I love it so much. Tom, do you want to share a little known fact?
Oh gosh. Well, I'm a business enthusiast. I own a couple different companies. I love business. I'm hosting and putting on this event, the AI Symposium, as my way to educate the global population, give back to people, create the community. And it's for a selfish reason. It's for so I can be connected with all the speakers and all the masterminds behind all the AI tech, so I can learn and become better. So
Awesome. Well, I'm going to dive right in if everybody is ready. I've got about 5 different buckets of questions, and we thought we'd focus on the positive today on this panel and focus on the fun. So I'm going to start with Stephanie and ask you, what is your favorite? Is it Midjourney or is it ChatGPT, and why?
oh, you muted maybe. Yeah.
I'll
I would
give
just
them
keep
this
going
eventually.
through me talking a lot.
Okay.
I've got kids in the background and dogs, so I am trying to,
It's all good. It's all good.
I use a version of ChatGPT. It's called Chat on AI. It's a smart app for the iPhone. I believe Android's got it as well. I use this app on a daily basis. I use it from anywhere from writing emails to writing social media blog posts. It gives me ideas if I'm stuck in something. So I love that. Chat on AI, so ChatGPT, yes.
Awesome. Thank you. How about you, Karen? Do you have a favorite? And why?
ChatGPT. However, I love Perplexity because I get Claude and Chat. So
Yeah, I've heard some good things about Claude today. Several people. In fact, I have some friends that call Claude their boyfriend, which is kind of funny. So, is it Ava or Ava? I want to pronounce it correctly.
Yes, Ava.
Ava. Do you have a favorite, Midjourney or ChatGPT?
I love ChatGPT, and here's why. The reason is because with ChatGPT, there's you can do DALL-E, and you can really use images, and ChatGPT really help you to shape the words to make sure, like, even if you don't have a perfect prompt, you're going to be okay. With Midjourney, the images are fantastic. I love it, but it just stand on its own, and you have to turn on different kind of applications to get to the right image, and you have to like merge them. With ChatGPT, like, you can refine them easier. So I'll stop there and then continue later. But yeah, to your point for Claude, he's French, by the way, so it makes sense.
Just so you guys all know, and ChatGPT right behind it. And I believe you're right. I do believe combining them is a great way to go. But let's talk about industries. So for ChatGPT and for Midjourney, what are the best industry uses of this? You guys are all in different industries. Do you find that they're beneficial to your industry, and why? Let's start with Stephanie.
Oh, absolutely. ChatGPT, I use it on a daily basis. I use it, so I have to write a lot of emails that are very professional, and I need something. I'm an emotional person, and so when I have to write a very an email that maybe I'm not so comfortable writing, but I need to get a message across, I love, like I said, Chat on AI is in change the way I communicate for sure. It definitely gives me that professional presence when maybe I'm, and emotionally and not the right mindset to completely write those. And so I really enjoy that as a feature as well. So that's changing for me.
It's kind of having a split personality there whenever you need to tap into
Sure.
it, right? So
Absolutely.
Karen, what about you? Can you give me one case example where you've used, I know you're a ChatGPT lover because we talked earlier about that. Can you give me one great example of where it really made a difference for you in your business?
well, considering I do so much on speaking, I use it to make an outline, and that is probably the easiest thing for me. And I mentioned it earlier, but I use it to pull out scripts and research and little video clips and quotes and things like that that really make my life a whole lot easier.
Very nice. How about you, Ava?
For me, I use it for, I'm in product, and I use that with teams to go from helping with creating personas, just the initial phase, right? And then, of course, we use emails and such, but I'm starting to use a lot of that for plugins as well. And the plugin that's really helpful. In the early days, a lot of time when you start trying them, they didn't work. And I thought like, wow, my skill set is not up to par, and I'm still learning, to tell the truth. But now with plugins, like, I can see organizations going to go way, way ahead, because each organization really focus on the AI educations, help people to learn AI, and having an AI coach or a business coach coming in who understand end to end, it's going to help tremendously. You can really combine all sort of different skill sets to make ChatGPT work for you so much better. So yeah.
Wonderful. Hey, Tom, I think I see a private chat, and I think we've got our co-host ready to join. I think she's just arrived. If you want to let her in, I don't have that access. While he's letting her in, I'll ask you another question. If you have a newbie, hello, Karen. Welcome, Karen. Before we ask a question, let's let Karen answer a question. You want to introduce yourself and give a little known fact?
Thank you for your patience with my flight delay. But yes, my name is Karen Hall. I am the managing director of the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal and Spanish Journal, and working with events. And so yes, I was just in LA for an event and left. That just we were going till like 1:30 in the morning last night. So anyway, little known fact about me is that I used to be terrified to speak in public. And now I have a podcast here within, and you can't get me away from a microphone. So so I appreciate all of you sharing your information. And so Deanna, continue on.
Oh, awesome. Well, I haven't shared my information, so why don't I do that? Because you guys might want to know who I am, right?
Yes.
So I am Deanna, formerly retired, formerly on sabbatical, and fell into the world of AI, and I'm having more fun than anyone should be allowed to have. I am a huge fan of Midjourney, and it's completely unleashed my creativity, so much so that just yesterday, my business partner, who will be on a panel shortly, we launched Made in Multimedia, and we help senior executives plan their next chapter and brand themselves. I also have 2 other companies in the background, and if you want to check out a little bit more about how amazing all of these AI tools are for women, I celebrate women innovators every day on the Daily Good on LinkedIn. So just go check it out. It's a lot of fun, really fun read, 3 to 5 minute read, and these women are amazing. So just like the women on this panel. So with that, I will dive into my next question. I'm thinking maybe for someone who is a little fearful of ChatGPT and not sure where to start, what would you suggest? How would you suggest that they get started? Let's go to Stephanie.
Multitasking. I told you. I would do the Chat on AI app for the smartphone. It is free. There are so many components to it. I would just play with it. There, from social media to emails to it's just fun. It makes using AI so easy, very user friendly, and the input output copy aspect of it. But I honestly, that's how I learned when I was first getting into AI. Is a friend of mine that writes for Microsoft suggested that to me, and so it's right there. It's on your phone, and that would be my suggestion: is just go play and have fun, because it is possibilities are endless, and it is very exciting.
You are not the first incredible creator that I've heard say the possibilities are endless, especially when it comes to ChatGPT and Midjourney. It's really amazing what is happening. And with that, I'll toss it to Karen, because I know she wants to ask a couple of questions as well.
So I was wondering, what was one of the biggest surprises that you had using Midjourney with any project that you've done? What was something that surprised you that was helpful? And I will start with Stephanie, if you're still unmuted. Nope.
Honestly, no experience with Midjourney. I just went straight to ChatGPT. I will say, though, that another one that I do really enjoy using is Reclaim AI. I'm not sure if y'all are aware of it, but I have implemented that one. I did speak about it at the last symposium, if anybody had jumped in. The only downfall of that one is there is no mobile version yet. So it's all desktop, but Reclaim AI is it's calendar based. So it will help you stay on top of your days. You assign tasks or stuff like that. I'll go into more detail if you like, but Reclaim AI, I think, is definitely on its way up as well.
Well, good.
Nice.
We're going to look into that. Thank you. How about you, Karen?
Well, for me, I've not used Midjourney a lot, but my aha was the incredible images you can create. It's a step above the rest in that area.
Yeah. How about ChatGPT? What was a surprise that was a delight for you with ChatGPT?
With ChatGPT, I think for me, probably the fact that you can analyze things. You can ask it to compare things, and come down, and you can get so specific with, I want a summary. I want it bullet pointed. I want to add emojis, whatever you want. It's like, okay, it's at my fingertips. Just ask.
That's great. Wow. I didn't know you could tell it to add emojis. That's my favorite. How about you, Ava?
Yes. So for Midjourney, I love, actually Midjourney caught my eyes on the early days because the ability to create stunning visual and how realistic the real picture, it's unbeatable, and it make it so fast too. And there's one time when I had to prepare for a presentation, and I was looking for pictures, and then I went straight to Midjourney, and there it is. It's just the ability, when they say a picture with 1,000 words. It's true, and it just take maybe 1,000 seconds or even less. Like it's literally a second for me to be. So I was able to prepare my speaker notes and presentation on time. So that was really helpful.
That's excellent. And I'm going to ask Deanna this question because she does use Midjourney, and I want to know something that just delighted you that when you used it.
Oh my gosh. I will tell you, it's the community building as well. As you start to learn it and take different classes, you find these communities of these wonderful executive men and women, entrepreneurial men and women, that they're all there to help each other. And you actually see people coming to life because it's so much fun. It's so creative, and it just unleashes. If you've been in business for a really long time and have to manage a lot of people and have to manage your family, and you kind of push that creative side aside because you don't have time for it, it just unleashes it. I'll give you one example. Just a couple days ago, getting ready for this, I thought, let's try something fun with Midjourney, and let's just do a 2-word prompt, not a 95-word prompt, just a 2-word prompt, and see what happens. And I put it out there to see if people could guess, and it's an alien, and that's all they could guess was the alien. They couldn't figure out what the other word was. So for those of you that are watching that know what I'm talking about, because I had several people comment on it, it was alien Aphrodite. You put that into Midjourney, you will be surprised what you get. It is hilarious. So it's that kind of thing. And really the whole idea behind Midjourney as a marketer, as a communicator, as a coach, is to do something kind of scroll stopping that helps you stand apart. That's what I love about Midjourney.
Wow. That's really interesting. I would never think that it could do anything with a 2-word prompt.
Absolutely. In fact, some of the 2-word prompts are even more direct and in your face and like really resonate than some of the longer prompts. Although I will say there's some fantastic digital artists out there that do 500-word prompts that are amazing. I don't think I'm quite that talented.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I want to know about your favorite prompt, because that was one of the things that I was curious about. Because when someone tells me something, they say, "Oh, you can word it this way," then I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I never thought of that." So, Deanna, I'm going to start with you. What's your favorite prompt?
So I'm in this Discord group of these really, really talented women, these really, really talented artists that do incredible work all over the world. And you will see them featured on The Daily Good all over the world, especially the Kiwis, by the way, if there's any Kiwis watching there. So Midjourney updates all the time, and I'm learning new things about prompts all the time. But on one of the covers, the most recent cover, Carrie Mader's cover, actually, if you want to go check out that Daily Good, I put in Lichtenstein and pop art, and you won't believe what came out. It was absolutely incredible. That simple. And you just get started and you build from there.
Wow. How about you, Ava?
Yeah, for Midjourney, I love that abilities to be visually creative, and especially when you do need to have it customized. Like, I mean, DALL-E from ChatGPT does it too, but Midjourney just have the ability to make it so so realistic. And to me, my experience is that when you bring in like a very specific prompt, like like the type of cameras, like Canon, you call it out. It literally gives you real pictures the way you want it, the dimensions you want it. So the ability to tell stories, to create your narrative is amazing. ChatGPT and DALL-E can do that too, but the picture is less realistic in my opinion, and but it has more other functions, right, like analysis and so on and so forth. But they're both trying to really get more advanced daily.
Yeah. Now, how about you, Karen? One for ChatGPT.
Well, for ChatGPT, I use DALL-E, and I have to say it came across very strange because I asked, the prompt was, I wanted a professional woman with her hair up speaking to robots. I have never seen a robot with their hair up before until this.
Did you want that for a specific purpose, or were you just playing around?
No, no, I did for a class I was teaching, but it was like, oh my goodness, it totally was off. You have to go to Midjourney to get that kind of information out there.
Wow, that is great. How about you, Stephanie?
So I use Remini, and I'm not sure if you ladies are familiar with the Remini app, which is Midjourney, but we're a bunch of pranksters in my house, and I uploaded my partner's photo and created about 10 versions of him using Ramini, all different ways. We printed them out, framed them, and put them around the house to see how long it took him to notice that we had replaced all his pictures with new AI generated photographs of himself.
How long did it take?
About 48 hours.
That is really fun. I can just see the laughs at your house.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, we have time for about one more question and then some takeaways. And so, yes.
Can I just say there's in the text, there's Sarah is saying, I love mixing abstract, and I missed it, it popped away. But we've got a lot of, there she goes. Everyone's open to share and celebrate each other. In the communities. There are all kinds of different art styles, photography styles, artists that you can mix up and blend now. There are all kinds of different prompts, SREFs, PREFs, that really make it absolutely unreal. So if you've never used Midjourney, I would definitely suggest going out and playing a little bit, because it will blow your mind. It really will.
Yeah, so I want to thank you for bringing that up, Jen. I wanted to mention that Sarah talked about mixing abstract, mixed media, and surrealism, and how she gets some fun things with that. So yes, everybody check out the chat, because there's some great comments in there. And if you're on the replay, make sure you look at the chat, because there's some fun ideas. And Jackie mentioned perplexity. And so there's another one. So yes, there's so many things. And interesting how you talked about, some of you talked about layering, what you're using. And so I wanted to ask the question, how do you layer? If you do layer, and if you don't layer, how do you want to layer? And so Ava, I'll start with, is there a specific way that you layer?
Tell me again, you mean layer using Midjourney?
Whatever, in any way that you use AI, do you layer in any way, like ChatGPT with, Midjourney, or is there any way that you layer?
Share with me a little more about what you mean by layers. Like, you mean using ChatGPT and other mediums just to kind of blend them together, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes. So I have this little secret for you. By the way, ChatGPT is great, even if you do DALL-E, because the wordings are better. To me, is better than Midjourney. Midjourney is awesome with just image alone. ChatGPT, I think they are getting better using DALL-E for that reason. So because of that, I do a lot of refining, with words now with DALL-E. And like, for example, the video that I created for our symposium, I definitely use ChatGPT. Sometimes it's just even one or two words that I needed to refine to see how it take better. I'm not an English native speaker, but then it's really fun, because then I layer with other tools, AI tools, to bring in music. So there it is. You suddenly have pictures, and then you have to use Canva to create like short videos, and then you use like other tools like Lumen5 to create, like, bring in music. Like, there's so many tools you can use, and suddenly your productivity is it's just improved like tremendously. So
Thank you so much, because even when we're native speakers, we need to refine things, and we're always trying to figure out how to make it the most clear and maybe the most concise, or the most whatever, descriptive, however. And so thank you for bringing that up, because a lot of us are trying to figure out how to do that. And those are some great ideas. How about you, Karen?
Well, one of the things that I do is I put things in chat, Perplexity, whichever way you want to go. And then I will take it to Grammarly and make sure that it's grammatically correct, because chat is not always that way. So that's one of the areas that I layer.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And how about you, Stephanie?
I wouldn't say that I layer them in that way. I do. I use them for all aspects of it. But I just wanted to ask a quick question. Has anybody noticed that Facebook is now implementing AI when you're creating your posts?
Yes, I did.
I did notice that.
Days, and I was pretty impressed. But no, I just, I use between ChatGPT and Reclaim AI. Reclaim AI is like my go-to. I use it every single day. Being in construction, I don't do a lot of digital, but I use AI all in the back of the house business, all in my office stuff. So that's how I'm using it, utilizing it to get the most out of my time, so I can be more productive and efficient. So.
Excellent. And Sarah in the chat mentioned you want to have some fun, type SREF random and go wild. And
Yeah,
and
right.
Carolyn asked about Rimini, and yes, and so I just think there's just so many great ways. How about you, Deanna? Do you have a way that you layer your
I
AI?
do. I do. I have quite a few, actually. I have quite a few clients that I work with that are trying to develop their personal businesses or their personal brand. And so I'll ask them a series of 5 questions, and then I'll come up for them, and we'll figure out what their style is. So I come up with that in both ChatGPT and Midjourney, and then I put it into Canva and refine it. And then we do a second meeting, and then we come up with their entire social media and marketing plan. And it just saves so much time, and it's so much fun. And as long as you're a really good listener to your clients, you'll be surprised how delighted they will be with what comes out.
Oh, that is great. And it's so nice to have somebody that has experience with it to guide you. And so, Deanna, do you have one last question that you'd like to ask the panel?
Oh my gosh, probably. I guess my question would be, do you guys have any AI heroes besides you guys, because I'm a hero of, I adore all of you, that you follow right now, that you learn from, that you adore? I would love to know, where is everybody learning everything besides on this fabulous symposium? Karen, go ahead. We'll start with you.
Okay, Eben Pagan is one that I follow closely, but we have one on here that's one of our speakers. It's Jeffrey Ross that is incredible to follow.
Awesome.
Great. Yeah, we'll give a plug for Jeffrey.
How about you, Ava?
For me, I read the news a lot. Actually, I read the New York Times. So, and other like business journals, like The Information and so on and so forth. So I like to get news and update it from the news. So yeah. And then, I just get different type of expert from there.
Gotcha. How about Stephanie?
Well, I'm on TikTok. I'm of that. I have a pretty heavy following on TikTok, about 45,000 I follow, and I do a lot of updates and whatnot. So I spend a lot of my time on that aspect of social media. But there are several creators out there that are very AI forward that I follow and interact with. But TikTok is great for getting information, training, and just learning new things that you wouldn't normally think or hear of. So I do that, and Jeff Ross also. Got to give it to him.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm a huge fan of another speaker. Actually, I'm a huge fan of a lot of the speakers that are on here. But Joyce Lee, when you mentioned the news, she pulls together, I don't know if you guys know Joyce Lee, but she has a fabulous newsletter on LinkedIn as well, where she does AI Simplified for Leaders. And she pulls all the headlines in so you can get a quick once a week look at it. So I'm a big fan of hers when it comes to that side. Oh, and I'm a big fan of my own business partner, Liz Smoke. She's amazing. I'm also a big fan of everyone in Secret AI Society that's doing fantastic, fantastic creative work. So.
Wow. Those are, what were you saying?
I was going to say, I have one more that I follow very closely.
Awesome.
It's Terry Brock and Gina Carr.
Brock and Gina Carr. All right.
Those are great. Well, those are excellent ideas that we know is when we hear those things, then we can go Google that. Of course, we can go listen to Jeff on this symposium. So that's awesome. And Ava, we have someone in here. I can't quite see. Jatin, I think is the name. Jatin, I'm not sure. Who says my hero is Ava Thatch. I learned everything I know from her TEDx talk. An amazing book.
Yeah, he's so sweet. He's actually one of our panel too early on. So check him out. I think he spoke earlier in the first one. So he's also a TEDx speaker. Thank you, Jason.
All right. Well, we have time for one last takeaway. If you had somebody that wanted to learn from you, what is one takeaway that you would give them if they were working with you? And I'm going to start with you, Deanna.
Oh, if they were working with me?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
One takeaway?
So probably my ideal client right now with our new business in Made in Multimedia is someone who is maybe within a couple years of retirement and trying to figure out what to do next. There's all these incredible universities out there that are starting to reopen campuses for those baby boomers that are coming through, right? And they're just not sure what to do. And a lot of people my age are also retiring, and they're going on their vacation, then they're getting bored, and they're like, what do I do now? And where do I go learn? So what we're focused on is helping them figure out what that next chapter is. And we do it with AI tools, and we do it for less money, and we do it beautifully and branded and all the things. So that would be
Wow, that's a very unique niche right there. You know,
oh,
those
we got
baby boomers.
we got boomers coming, honey. We got boomers.
Well, and it's so true. After you go on the vacation, and then what's my purpose? You know, and so many people in retirement need that guidance. So how excellent that you're doing that. How about you, Ava?
Yes, thank you for asking, Karen. So I'm working with executive leaders, entrepreneurs, a lot of women leaders. I'm in IT, so I'd love to work with women leaders in IT who are actually forward-looking and really help to scale up their organizations, mid-size, and help small business as well, helping their teams to feel happy, healthier, having a better work-life balance, but also improve processes and increase profit, even in the face of change.
In the face of change, absolutely. How about you, Karen?
I'm working with mostly women on AI. I have a AI discovery lab that I continually do and teach.
Excellent. And Stephanie?
I'm a very solution forward person. Solution provider is what I title myself. So anybody that works with me alongside me, I would like them to also be very forward thinking solutions. I'm always wanting to learn more, teach and learn and see what else is out there for us to utilize to make our jobs easier, more efficient. So at the end of the day, our work-life balance is very balanced. I don't really feel like we should be working to death until death, but I love the idea of the women and just forward thinking. How can we, what is our 3-year plan? What's our 5-year plan? How can we get this to function, but also be productive, efficient, and then make the most of our time? And I really look for those kind of solutions.
Excellent. Well, you all had a wealth of information. Thank you so much for being on our panel today. I encourage all of you in the audience to Google them and search them out on social media and learn from these resources that they have shared. I'm going to have to go back and listen again. I couldn't take notes fast enough. So I can't wait to learn more from you and to learn more from the resources that you recommended. And so thank you so much for being with us today. And we look forward to visiting with you in the future.
Thank you, ladies. You're very inspiring.
It's nice to see you guys, ladies, again.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Good information. We will go ahead and bring up the next panel. That was so much information there. That was something that we definitely want to go back and re-listen to. There is a lot of information there. If the previous panel is just on, if y'all want to exit the backstage so we have room for the next panel coming on. So the next panel is, bear with me, is Jeff Ross and Karen Fox. Let's start bringing them on. Hey, Jeff, are you there? He is working on that. We have Joseph.
We're here.
And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make it just a quick introduction and put a plug in for the TechSpot and other things we have going on here. And I'll hand things over to Jeff and Karen. If you're in the audience or you watch this post-production, we are rolling out a new voice and new TechSpot to the symposium. Text AI to 512-865-4065. You see it scrolling across your screens. What that will do is give you information on a mastermind. That will be either next Thursday or next Friday. I have more details on that. Too much going on right now. But also for the next 30 days after the event, we'll be pushing out AI tips, tricks, information to help keep you engaged, help educate you, and level you up on the use of AI. So this panel, I'm really excited to bring Jeff Ross from Australia. and Karen from the Midwest, US. And I'll let you guys take it. And if you guys have the stream running in the background, you might want to minimize that volume so you don't have any echo. So I'm not sure who has that, but you might want to try to minimize that. But as the audience or guest, if you guys want, you're able to share out this stream to other your social medias. This is going to be a phenomenal panel. I'm excited. I'm out. Give it to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate you. And Karen, it's good to see you on this call. Hey, thanks for the shout out there for that last panel. Appreciate you.
No problem. Appreciate that.
Cool. So guys, welcome. Thank you very much for saying yes and jumping on to this awesome social selling panel. Just quickly, we've had to have Cole bow out. He's had some major tech glitches just as he's just about to hop on. So it's just the five of us here today. So let's just quickly jump in and do some introductions. So Jonathan Mast, I mean, I've been following you for about 3 or 4 months now, totally geeking out on your ChatGPT prompt Facebook group and absolutely love what you represent for this social selling space. But Jonathan, we'd just love if you could just give us a 60-second elevator pitch and introduce yourself.
Sure. Thanks for having me on. I'm excited to be here. As you mentioned, I do a lot with AI prompting in particular. My belief is that if businesses learn how to use AI prompts effectively, how to communicate with AI, we can save time, we can increase our profit margins, and we can serve our clients better. And we can do all three at the same time, which is really exciting to me. So I'm excited to talk about social selling. I've got some contrarian ideas on a couple of things and looking forward to the panel discussion.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for jumping on. And Kawan, thank you very much for jumping in and saying yes, man. Like, this guy is the multiple income streams king. Been absolutely following this guy now for the last year and love what you represent for the network marketing industry. And man, just love your personality and the way that you're using AI too, especially in the images space. But just love it if you could give us a 60-second introduction for yourself.
Oh, yes. My name is Kawan May. I'm a successful online entrepreneur, 7-figure earner. I like to utilize AI to be able to maximize what you can get out of, your content marketing and be able to create things that's going to, what I like to call stop the scroll. So when someone's scrolling down your social media, they see it, they're like, oh my God, like, what's that? Or, man, that's creative. That's a cool looking picture, or that's an awesome video, so that's how I like to utilize it. And I also teach people how to monetize with it as well. Like, we live in some good times right now, and a lot of things before where you would have to hire somebody, now you pretty much have AI do away with that middleman. So yeah.
Yeah, amen. I reckon it saved me probably about $20,000 a year using AI and imagery and all the content. It's absolutely brilliant. And Joseph Graham. So I met Joseph there a few months back as well. Had him on it for a masterclass in our Laptop Lifestyle Dads community. Absolutely crushed it. This guy, when it comes to sales, I just love his approach with relationship building, but also know that he's really leveraging AI in the social selling space. And Joseph, I'd love to, give you the mic and introduce yourself to our crowd too.
Awesome, and thank you. And I'll try to do 60 seconds. I'm a podcast host, so it takes a little bit of time. I talk a lot. I've been in sales for 20 years, and AI has helped me shrink the thing down. So I'm a top closer for a Fortune 50 company. I do sales coaching. I run a top 5% podcast, but I use AI to fix grammar and take out the stuff that I don't need to do, like prospecting and reaching out to people, because if I can get to them faster, it's great. And that's what I've been using AI for. That's been a game changer for me. And there's so many cool things coming out. I was just on a call. A guy was talking about AI cameras, AI phones, you name it. There's so much stuff out there. I'm just super excited to be here.
Well, thank you very much for saying yes, for jumping in. And Karen, let's throw the mic over you. Just do a quick introduction for those of us who don't know who Karen Fox is. I've been following Karen now since our first AI symposium that we did beginning of this year. Absolutely love the connection that we've had with heart-to-heart conversations. But Karen, over to you.
Well, I'm a speaker, coach, and a total AI geek. I work with organizations that want to develop top-notch leaders and skills over communication to enhance their performance and profits.
Brilliant. Thank you. And myself, I'm a travel influencer, one of the top global recruiters for Dream Trips International. I started using AI for the content marketing space in the social selling arena there about 12 months ago. People started asking me, how am I crushing it in this space? And so 12 months ago, I decided to start the Laptop Lifestyle Dads community. Positioned myself as an AI social selling mastery coach. and just been now teaching people attraction marketing, how to really develop their personal brand, especially working with network marketers and affiliate marketers in this space. And, getting invited to do cool things like this and host a co-host with Karen, like on an AI symposium. So, guys, let's dive into it. Thank you very much for jumping in. I am known as the king of dad jokes, so I'll start a dad joke first off for us. So I married my wife for her looks, just not the ones that she gives me these days. It's my favorite one. So I'll kick off there. So, guys, have you got a dad joke that you could share with us quickly before we dive in? No?
Mine are all in my database. Sorry.
Good on you. Good on you. So, guys, let's start with you, Jonathan. So how has AI transformed the landscape of social selling over the past few months, and what do you foresee in the big shift in this space?
Well, I think, the biggest transformation it's made it much easier for me to understand my audience and create content that's of value to them. On the social side, I'm a big believer we need to add value to our audience in order to build our tribe, and AI helps us do that. I can create AI assisted content, and notice I say assisted. It doesn't mean I'm just copying and pasting, but I'm using it to do a lot of the heavy lifting, and it allows me to create content at scale a whole lot faster and be able to add more value to my audience. The more I can add value, the more I can grow that audience. The more people I pull into the top of my funnel, the more ultimately come out the bottom of my funnel as clients. And in that respect, it is just really changed the entire way that I do things and changed our entire model of how we sell.
Brilliant. And what about yourself, Joseph?
I use it for, at first I just used it for grammar, to be honest with you, because it was new and I was just trying it out. I'm like, I have dyslexia, so it's great, but I've used it for like thought ideas. I use something called Copilot as well, where like I can do it in the B2B space even, where I can have it say, hey, write me an email for a sales professional for XYZ company to a director of IT, or XYZ company to a CEO or a CFO, because all of them are going to have different needs and wants. And then, like Jonathan says, I don't just get what it does and leave it. Then I customize it, break it down, make it better, pricing it through 2 or 3 more times so that I can get the perfect email or video or whatever I'm trying to do.
Yep. Love that. And as a fellow person who suffers from dyslexia, I don't suffer, I actually call it my superpower now. I'd say AI has actually saved my marriage, because I used to, wait for my beautiful wife to come home from a hard day work massaging people and say, babe, I need you to edit this. Now we don't have to worry about that argument, and I can just get stuff out a lot faster. So I can totally relate to that. And Kawan, how are you using AI in your social selling space, man? And how do you foresee the next big shift in this space?
I'm using it to create creative content, to get, like I said, to create stop the scroll type of content that people's gonna literally just, oh man, like, this is amazing, or this is unique, or this is original, or this is funny, things like that. I'm a real creative type person, so I like anything that's visual. I like the video aspects of AI. I like the image, like Copilot, but even going deeper with Midjourney and executive consecutive images, but everything looks the same. So I'm just all in when it comes to just anything that's creative, because AI has made it so that now average people can do above average things. And if you already have a creative mind, it just can take it to the next level. So if you don't know how to do things, but you had something you wanted to do, you can do it. But now if you already was kind of like, I was already an artist, so I was already a graphic designer, and then you add AI with that, now you're just taking it to a whole nother level. So since I come from a graphic design background, it just made my life that much easier. Like, see, I design all my own clothing, I design my own stuff, so it made even that easier. Like, now I can create some amazing, pieces from my artwork and things that would have taken forever to do, if ever. But I probably had to hire some people for some of the things I create now. So yeah, that's how I use it for sure.
Yeah, I used to be pretty big in the print on demand space there back in 2017, and I just love what people are doing now with AI in that space, and just being able to pump out a lot more graphic design, shirts and stuff a lot faster. So Karen, you've got a pretty awesome panel here. What's a really great question that you would love to ask, and you think the audience would love to ask our panel?
Well, I'd like to know if there's a specific example where AI significantly enhanced your digital marketing strategy.
Great question. Jonathan?
Well, absolutely. Again, I'm going to go back to sound like a broken record, but it's really in the content marketing. the ability for us to now be able to target that content to make sure that we're making that helpful content that resonates with the audience. And just what Kawan was saying, the ability to stop the scroll, it gives us that ability to do that at scale. And now when I have ideas, instead of going, I got to make a note of that and I'll try to get to it later, and many times I don't ever get to it because I'm too busy. Now with AI, I can literally execute on those as I'm thinking about them, and often faster than I can type the note, I can begin utilizing that content. That allows me to do a lot more A/B testing, allows me to create a lot more content, whether that's written content, whether that's video content, whether it's social media, graphics, doesn't matter. It's also allowed me to create a better brand because I can now create more consistent messaging, more consistent images, and everything else. I see Jeff nodding. Most people know when I post stuff, I post a lot of cartoon style images. My wife thinks I'm childish. She's probably right, but I like them, and people have gotten to know me for that. And now probably the most common question I get after how can I help somebody do what I'm doing is, how do you create those images? And that creates a lot of traffic, creates a brand. And that, again, more than anything else, has been what's changed. AI has changed for me. It's speed to implementation.
Very cool. Okay, Wayne, how about you?
Actually, same. It streamlined a lot. Like, especially I have a YouTube channel as well, and it takes time to come up with keywords that's relevant to the title and then the description, and then making sure something as simple as it not being too long or being short enough. So even things like that, like now I say, well, give me a title 100 words or less, or even better, 60, 70 characters, because that's ideal for YouTube, But you know how hard it was to really keep things under 60 characters and still come up with an awesome title that's going to really, hit your target market. So little things like that, where you don't have to sit here all day trying to come up with a title. And then after the title, now I got to come up with the perfect description. Now I do it the other way around. I'll come up with a great title because I'm good at that part. And then I'll go to ChatGPT or one of these, models and say, okay, now give me a great YouTube description to go with this title, add the necessary keywords, make sure it's at least says the keyword in the description at least X amount of times. And I mean, this alone just been a game changer and just me being more efficient. Same thing with my graphics. If I was dealing with a client now, before, think about how long it would take. You would make these little drafts. You might have something in your brain. I'm thinking about a cupcake on a mountain. So you draw a cupcake on a mountain, take it to your client. The client goes, not really what I was visioning. Okay, back to the drawing board. Go back to the drawing board. How about a cupcake on a bicycle? But I mean, it takes time to do that. Now I can go to AI cupcake on a mountain. This kind of colors, this kind of abstract, kind of like Leonardo da Vinci, whatever I'm going for, and then I take that to the client. They can see the vision. Excellent. Let's go with that. And boom, we in the game. We cooking with grease. In some aspects, I could use the actual image I just used. I can upscale it, change it up a little bit, take in the Photoshop, make it my own. And now, boom, client is happy. And if I'm using a generator where they actually give us commercial rights, I didn't even break no laws or anything. I'm in perfect compliance. So for that aspect, it just really, really changed the game. Same thing with my social media. It usually takes me about, anywhere between 15 minutes to 30 minutes to make the perfect post. And now I can have AI do it and streamline it, or just do it all together. Hey, create this. Oh, perfect. Again, I'm like with Jonathan. I don't like to just use it as a crutch where it just does 100% the work for me. I don't think we're there yet. We're there in some aspects, but I think where you really shine is we use it to enhance what you're doing, not just take over.
Yeah. I agree completely. Joseph, how about you?
Yeah, and coming from the podcast world, I've dropped over 190 episodes, and doing reels, which is that social media thing, and taking the time to do all that has been a headache. I actually have an AI program. It gives me 23 to 24 different ones for my average 40-minute podcast. And then I take the ones I like, I address, maybe change up the stuff, and it saves me time. So then I can do 10, 15 reels for the upcoming show, which before I would be able to maybe do 2 to 3. And then I would have to sit there and listen to it and figure, do I like this part or not? So with that, I've loved that aspect of it. But I do want to piggyback off of what Jonathan had said. I love that you use the cartoons because the human element is always what's going to draw people in and get them to buy into who you are. And that's what we're doing. All we're doing with AI is using it to bring them into our world so we can serve our customers and our clients. And it's just a tool to shorten time. That's kind of what I've been using it for. But I thought that was a different aspect of it because I'm not as creative. I write, and I'm the funny guy. I like writing my own posts, and I'll write them, and I just fix it for grammar. And I do it in one run. That's it. I don't know. I don't overthink it. It's just how my brain works. But with the video and all, because I pop reels so much, it's been a lifesaver. And it was like cost me $200, $200, and I have over 10,000 minutes. That's
wow.
crazy.
Yeah.
So are there any specific, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Karen. There you go.
Are there any specific tools that you're using that you think the audience should know about? Jonathan, how about you?
I'm sorry. My bad.
No, go ahead, Joseph.
Go ahead, Joseph.
I was just going to say the video Yo AI is the one I use for the podcast. It's simple, it's sweet, and it just takes care of it. There's other ones you can do as well.
Thank you. Hey, Jonathan?
There's a lot of tools, but I guess I'm a bit of a traditionalist, if there's such a thing can exist in AI at the moment, because I know it's not been around that long. I am not a proponent of all these new flashy tools. I've got ADD, I'm an entrepreneur, and every one of them gets me excited. And with rare exception, every time I try one, I go, well, that was a waste of time and money. Because in most cases, they're just they're putting a new skin on top of an AI tool, and they're using the API from ChatGPT most of the time, maybe Gemini, maybe Claude. And in the long run, it takes me longer to work with those tools than it does just to learn how to communicate with the basics. So the tools I use mainly, ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity, and Midjourney for graphics. Those 4 tools I'm in all day long, and they do everything that, in my mind, you need to have done.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And what about yourself, Kwan?
I think I got too many to name, to be honest with you.
Top 5.
Yeah, you guys might. So, I mean, there's some cool stuff out there. I agree with Jonathan. There's also some crappy stuff out there. A lot of stuff, most of it's just playing off of the APIs of everybody else. Where I think some companies get things right is, even though they're using API, they streamlined it though in some aspects. Like, okay, we know a lot of people have a hard time with the fingers or little things like that. So now there will be a prompt box that says perfect fingers, something like that. So now we alleviated that. But other than that, though, the GOAT's still going to be ChatGPT, of course. For images, I like Midjourney, but I also like Copilot. If I'm going for more of a cartoon effect, more of something like that. If I don't want to get hit with copyright strikes or like strikes for using something like Bugs Bunny with jewelry on or something like that, Copilot will actually generate it and more times than not. So I do like Copilot. When it comes to music, when it comes to audio, I use 11 Labs for sure, because I feel like that's the best on the market as far as audio goes. Video's getting better every day, guys. If y'all guys go look at my video right now, everybody's asking me how I did the Pixar style cartoon video.
The little G-Moot video, I saw that. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, so their videos getting good. I know everybody's waiting for Sora, so there's a lot of videos stepped it up. Videos came a long way, and there's a few generators of those too. Like I said, I could be here for a minute talking about all the different tools that I use. Because even when I be making it, they be like, "Come on, how'd you do the video?" I said, "Well, actually, I used this to do this, and I did that to do that, and I did this to do that, and I did that to do that, and it all came together." What you saw.
Yeah.
So it's
so you use a lot of the tools together to stack them, right?
Exactly. Again,
here another tool to stack it and stack it. Yeah.
And that's the creative mind working right there versus I found the one be all one thing. This one thing's gonna do everything. Nah, like this over here is better with lip singing. That over there is better with the vocals. Right here is better with the visuals. This is better just thinking everything together. So I think when you use all the tools, and video is a good one. So I know that's probably one Joseph talked about. Getting those clips, that's definitely a good one as well. Man, there's a ton, and I'm just excited to see what it's going to be at like a year from now, 2 years, 5 years. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah. So I'll come back to that because I really want to look at the future. But I personally love the way it's enhanced us, but also the way that as a brand expert, how it can help us create a memorable brand, like this caffeinated kangaroo. Like I just put to ChatGPT, I wanted to come up with a saying, basically saying I'm excited, I'm fired up, I'm pumped up. And I put that expression into ChatGPT. Then I also gave it the framework for it, and I said, okay, now I want you to come up with something unique that's a bit like an Aussie larrikin, like Steve Irwin, or some of the Aussie icons out there. And I said, now come up with a catchphrase for me to be able to help me to express how I'm excited, something that's unique. And it came up with about 3 different versions. It came up with as I'm as pumped up as a platypus in a pool party. It came up with as I'm as excited as a Tassie devil in a tinny. You can think of a Tasmanian devil in a tin boat going around, spinning around. And the other one he came up with is, I'm excited as a caffeinated kangaroo jumping around on a trampoline. So, voila, the caffeinated kangaroo was born. And then I was able to take that to Bing and, DALL-E, and I started playing around with some logos. And now we're basically, everybody knows the caffeinated kangaroo because that's just part of my brand now. And that's all thanks to AI. Like I probably would have spent close on $1,000 in the past, to try and get a graphic designer to create that for me, whereas I've done that in 30 seconds. And so I love how it's just been able to really enhance our creative energy already and make things a lot more streamlined. So yeah, love that. So coming back to, I suppose the future and where we're heading, what do you think about some of the misconceptions about integrating AI into social selling, and how can we overcome these misconceptions and really fully leverage AI's potential? Like for me personally, my tagline is it's AI plus our heart equals our superpower. So, but I'd love to know. So Jonathan, what do you think some of the misconceptions are, and how can we overcome these?
Well, I think probably the biggest one is that AI is some sort of easy button. It's a silver bullet that's going to do everything. I see questions every day about how can I do this with AI and have it do everything? The answer is you can't. You still need to be involved. AI amplifies skill. It amplifies experience. It doesn't replace it. I'm not a heart surgeon, and I never will be, even with the help of the best AI. And trust me, you don't want me to operate on you. But I'm a great marketer and salesperson, and I can now amplify those skills with AI, and it works better for that. So I think the biggest misconception, first of all, is that it can do everything. The second misconception I see on the sales side all the time is if I talk about writing a blog post or a social post, people are like, oh, you make sure you proofread it, right? And yes, I do. But as soon as we talk about selling, they're like, I want to get an AI bot that closes people and sells people and all that. I'm like, hang on, you won't write a blog post or a social post without proofreading it, and now you want to turn over your entire sales process to a bot? What are you thinking? And that's probably the biggest disconnect I see in my mind. The same people that are adamant, and I'm one of them, that you have to proofread the content that AI creates, and I agree with that. You have to. Are the ones that in many cases are going, I now want an AI sales bot to handle everything for me. And I'm like, you're moving from an incredibly controlled situation for a blog post or social post that you don't trust into an incredibly uncontrolled situation with an AI bot responding to prospects. And you just want to turn it loose and trust it. It's never going to make a mistake. Good luck.
I can see Joseph nodding his head there, totally agreeing with everything that you're saying. So, Joseph, being, in the sales arena, what are some of the misconceptions that you found in this space? But also, another side question there is, like some of the AI tools and automation tools that we have out there can help us automate certain aspects. Trust me, I've tried to automate the whole process 100%. Like Jonathan says, it can't be done. But how have you been able to make yourself a bit more efficient in that sales space? And how have you been able to overcome some of these misconceptions?
Sure, and I'll piggyback off of what Jonathan says. I'll let them do the blog posts with AI, but sales is a human endeavor that we've done for thousands of years, and you need the human touch. I don't think it will ever replace. And here's the other thing, because you mentioned what are people worried about. I don't think it's going to replace people. I think it's going to replace the jobs that really don't need humans to be doing it anymore. So I'll leave that one just hanging out there. On the enhancements, there's so many things you can do with it. It just depends on how much, like you guys mentioned, you want to put into it, how much time and effort, what do you trust? So like email campaigns, I've done stuff with mail merge, but now I have an outreach thing that will send the emails out for me. That's a form of AI. It works out great. When I make phone calls, I use a company called Dialpad. It gives me a summary of the call. So we're talking on Dialpad right now. I would get a summary of everything, and it would give me what each one of you said, so that I would have a record of it so I don't miss notes. There's little things you can do to shrink time and save you time and effort so that you don't miss things, like Jonathan, everyone's been saying about making sure you get everything taken care of. But I think that's the biggest thing that I've been using it for more and more, because I do work more in the B2B space. I do social selling online. I train business sales teams. So when I'm talking to people, I'm talking to CEOs, CFOs, and they just want a quick bullet point. So instead of giving them the whole tech thing I would give to an IT director, I literally would be like, shorten this. So what's the key for the CEO? What's the key for the CFO? Because you want to save time with each person and persona you're talking to. And that's where we went back to the selling thing. That's why I'm not letting a bot sell for me. I'll let a bot send out the initial email. I'll let a bot give me a summary. I'll let a bot do different things there. But that last part, that human connection, it's always going to be human to human, because without it, sales is energy. In a bot, we haven't figured out how to make a bot make energy yet that I know.
Yeah, yet. Love that. And what about yourself, Kwan?
So I think I agree with what they both said, and I think I kind of think we are getting to a point though where people are going to be losing their jobs, honestly, because some things require human touch, some things don't. Like, why do I need a copywriter for right now? Why do I need a proofreader right now? I don't need a proofreader. Like, what do I need a proofreader for? It's just throwing money out the window, or, you know what I mean? So those type of jobs, I think, are going to disappear. Like, honestly, like people are going to be like, why do I need a ghostwriter? Honestly, you know what I mean? But I can come up with, hey, make this sound like the best-selling author Dean Koontz, and next thing you know, I got a book. So why do I need a ghostwriter right now? You know what I mean? So I think certain things like that, I think, people don't get ahead of it. They're going to get behind it and it's going to lose out.
That's
I do think that now the smart ones will streamline their business. Like the copywriter will now be a amazing copywriter. You know what I mean? They already knew the fundamentals, and they already knew what to look for, the things I didn't know what to look out for, and structure and things. So now it'll make it great. And when they are proofreading AI, it'll do a better job of proofreading where I wouldn't. I'll be looking for basic things to proofread where, is it spelling right? Is the grammar? They'll be like, no, it goes deeper than that. Did it start off with this in a sentence? Because when you start writing a book, it's supposed to start with these first 5 lines. I don't know those things, as a writer. Yeah. The copywriter would. So I do think in that aspect. The other thing is, and I tell people this all the time, I see people using automation on Facebook and stuff like that. And I said, if I can tell you using AI, you're using it wrong. That's fine. If you comment on my post and instantly I go, you used AI to write that, then you missed the whole point, And and you gotta have that human element to it. If you're gonna be using AI, I think that's gonna get better because it's getting smarter and smarter. And when we get to a point where it can just kind of pretty much think on its own, like it doesn't need the human input. It's like, no, I'm thinking on my own based off what I'm looking at, based off of what you're doing, based off what's going on. I don't think we're far from that. Cars are driving themselves, packages are delivering themselves. We're not far from that. Siri is talking to you on the phone. Amazon's listening to you at all times and responding and working with you. So I personally don't feel we're far from that. I do think that's going to be the next step. Misconception, we in the Terminator stage. You know what I mean? Everybody's AI is going to come and blow everybody up. I don't think we're there. But
again, we had a Skynet panel there just earlier on. That was a pretty interesting conversation to go back to. Yeah. But look, I totally agree with you, Kwan. Like I look at this as we're in a revolution, and the best revolution that I can create the parallel for is the industrial versus the agricultural revolution. The tractor, came in and it took the job away from the guy who had the horse and plow, and then all of a sudden we've got tractors, plowing up paddocks around left, right, and center and being more efficient. And I feel like the internet back in the 1990s, it created another revolution, and we're in the cusp of seeing something like that as well. And, you're right. People are going to have to go through shifts. It's the whole Blockbuster versus Netflix conversation. And, if you've got your finger on the pulse, you can keep up to the times, and away we go. The other parallel I love to, use is the gold rush. The guys who went mining for the gold, you'll be lucky if you struck it rich. But the guys who made the money in the gold rush were the suppliers and the manufacturers of the tools and the picks. And us guys here now as coaches and social sellers and all that, we can be the manufacturers and the suppliers of these tools and go and support everybody in this space and empower and equip a lot of people to go do real cool looking things like create a personal brand. It's very exciting time to be a part of. So Karen, have you got any other awesome questions? We've got about 4 minutes left. Love to, come over to give you the opportunity to ask this awesome panel some more questions.
Sure. One area I do want to cover, though, is when you're writing books, you have to be careful if you're putting them on Amazon because they have bots that will run through them. And if they are AI generated, they will pull them. So
Facebook started doing the same thing too now.
Okay. So, in a world where AI can generate content and automate interactions, How do you ensure that your marketing strategies keep that human touch?
Great question.
Well, I'll go ahead and jump in first since we're tight on time. I think it's actually a really easy endeavor. You need to train the AI model on your personality, your style, and your tone. That's really all you need to do. By doing that and then helping it to avoid certain words and phrases, you can do an amazing job of making AI not sound like AI, but to sound like you. And I think that's so incredibly important. Joseph mentioned, in sales, and that's what this is all about. It's about selling stuff. We need to create an authenticity to build that rapport with our audience. Having AI understand your tone and style, and it can be as simple as going and taking a personality test like Myers-Briggs and giving it your personality style. You'll get 80% of the way there with that one simple tip. So we're tight on time. Guys, go ahead with yours.
Great tip.
Yeah, go on.
Hey, that was a good nugget right there. Taking the test first, and that way you can get that analysis. I like that. But I agree. Definitely train, and little things like when you post on Facebook with AI, and it leaves you, and it gives you this big old paragraph like that. Yeah, it's an awesome paragraph. But who leaves paragraphs like this when they texting, when they put in a post? And then not that, they got a million emojis all through it. Plus, they got the hashtags, and you got hashtags on the comment. Who leaves comments and put a bunch of emojis plus a bunch of hashtags, and it's about this long? So you just instantly telling yourself, so like take the time and say, okay, make this only, 50 words or less, or 100 words or less, no emojis, no hashtags. And then, like you said, if you won't even have to say that if you just train it with how you really talk. I know somebody right now where their marketing is to be real brash. They cuss on every post. They have real like dark humor, like one time you went live on it, you know what I mean? This is the CEO, I met a company. $1 million company. That's what he's doing. But that's what people know him as. So if he start posting tomorrow and be like, hey guys, how you doing? Lovely day, sunshine, roses. They're going, like, that's not you. Like, who's this guy? You know what I mean? Yeah. So he trained the AI to be like, look, every word I want you to use a cuss word in here. And he literally was telling him this, but guess what? Now when he posts and he uses AI, you can't tell. I can tell just because I know he's using it, but to the naked eye, if I didn't know that, I wouldn't know. I would think that was really him based on him. And he trained it and put a big old paragraph in there. Like, it was like everything about him that you could possibly think of. But the more you do that, the more the AI can now sound like you, talk like you, post like you, using the same kind of terminologies. Like I say, get money like a boss. So they'd be like, oh, that was Kawan. Yeah. Kawan always say that. I'd say,
I love the fact that we can now stop it. This whole fake it till we make it sort of scenario, and we no longer need to that. It's just be authentic. And apologies to cut you off there. It's just I realize we're over time now. But thank you, Kawan, for sharing. And Joseph, just quickly in 30 seconds, just to wrap up this conversation, what are your insights?
Be you. Be authentically you. Do a live. Make sure that they know it's you. Make it your voice. Use it as a tool, but just automatically be you, because if you're authentic, people be drawn to you. If you're fake, like Kawan and Jonathan and all of us have said, they're going to know. And if you're authentic, you're going to draw your right people. You're going to win. And AI is just a tool to get you there faster.
Yeah, that's it. I was mentored by Ryan Dice and digitalmarketer.com. And one of the big things that I learned from him was human to human interaction. I would even say it's heart to heart interaction is where sales belongs. And AI is just a tool, right? It's not a replacement. It's just a tool. So, guys, thank you very much for jumping onto this panel. I could go with this conversation for another 3 or 4 hours, but we've only got 30 minutes. And, Karen, thank you very much for helping me to co-host this.
My pleasure.
Just quickly, what were any final words or insights there before we wrap up? No, we're all good? Cool. Well, appreciate each and every one of you, and look forward to continuing this social selling journey together. Tom, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to host this panel. And, man, I absolutely love what you're doing with this AI Symposium. Looking forward to our next one coming up in the third quarter.
Thank you all for giving generously of your time and of your knowledge and your experience. The knowledge here and the tidbits and golden nuggets you guys dropped, absolutely amazing. And I'm looking forward to, we have another whole day tomorrow, but immediately following this panel, I emailed Kristen Moore, who I'll bring up here in just a minute. Jonathan Mast and Kristen Moore are going to have the great ethics debate of 2024. And I emailed them, I said, you better be on your A game. I said, ding, ding, 15. Here we go.
This is a big fight.
It is, yeah. And the reason why this next speaker is so important, the debate is so important, is because there's a lot of controversy over the ethics of artificial intelligence. And so I think that if you guys want to share the post and get some engagement, I think this is going to be epic. This is going to be really interesting. Jonathan and Kristen both have expressed viewpoints on ethics I've not heard before, and so it'll be entertaining. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and bring Kristen on, and I'll remove the panel from the screen. Jonathan, stay here. Thank you, guys. All right, let me get Kristen. All right, welcome. Well, for the audience watching this during this event and even after the event, these two gentlemen you may not know yet, but if you don't know them, look them up on social media, get to know them. They are both legends in their own right. Jonathan, I follow him on, he has a phenomenal Facebook group, like 125,000 people. The images that Jonathan creates, I'm still perplexed at how he does it. He is a master at prompt engineering. And then Kristen Moore, back-end development developer, super intelligent. He is a driver of all things AI code, and he sees the world from a very different perspective when it comes to ethics, as is Jonathan. Gentlemen, I'm going to give you guys the floor. I'm going to bug out, and I'll be in as it kind of starts to wrap up. If you guys need anything, I'm right here. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Connection. Super.
Hey, Christian, it's been a little while. I'm looking forward to this. Where do we want to start? Because we don't necessarily agree on this one, and that's going to make it some fun.
Yes, it's going to be a blast. I'm really excited. When we were initially talking about this concept, we imagined almost like an MMA fighter head type of situation, where we're going to be presenting some controversial points and some very, I'm sure you have a lot of, evidence to back up your claims, and I brought the guns as well. So I'm excited to dive on into this, Jonathan. I've been pumped about it all day.
All right. Well, let me dive in, because I've probably got the more controversial opinion, and you can tell me why I'm wrong, and I'm good with that. By the way, for those of you watching, Christian and I have known each other for a while. We actually get along socially just fine, but we don't always agree, and we thought this would be a lot of fun. So I'm going to jump in. AI ethics is made up. AI ethics is irrelevant. That's my opinion. We'll talk more about it, but Christian, the first time I told you that, I thought you were going to have a heart attack on screen as we were talking. Talk to me about your perspective and your response to that.
Yeah, when you shared that with me, I remember hearing it, and I'm like, okay, there's like, Jonathan is an extremely intelligent man. There's a reason that he's saying this, right? And there's a reason that he's developed this perspective around AI. And the more that you shared, the more I understood. And what we found at the end of that conversation is that we're coming from totally different worlds when it comes to AI, potentially how it's applied in business specifically, but also potentially the people that we talk to, which I thought was a really fascinating aspect of that discussion, because our perspectives and worldviews, just like all of them, have been shaped by our experiences and the people and the environments we're around. And so it's really incredible, to just hear a perspective from a side of the coin that I'm not seeing on my side of things. And so I'm sure it was also very shocking to hear from my side, as there was more and more that unfolded to the story as to why I felt that this was such a pertinent issue, especially in this stage of development with AI. So yeah, I'll turn the question back on you there, Jonathan. What was your thoughts when I stood that ground and was like, no, this is something important to discuss. This is important to bring.
I thought you were crazy. Come on, Christian. I thought you were absolutely nuts. I've grown to respect you. You're super intelligent. I respect your opinions. And here we're disagreeing on something that to me is so incredibly fundamental. And let me make it clear for the audience that's listening in. AI ethics, from my perspective, is a made up, contrived thing in order to get attention. And it's been made up by people that want to control the process. There is no such thing as AI ethics. There's ethics, and we darn well better have ethics in our business, but there aren't different ethics because of AI. We need to have ethical and run our businesses ethically regardless. But the concept of AI ethics and that AI changes the way we need to do business and changes the way we need to look at ethics, bull. It does not. We need to have ethics right up front. Christian's smiling and laughing already. Christian, come on, jump on in here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is we both 100% agree that ethics is that universal concept of, do to another person what you want done to yourself. Treat other people the way you want to be treated. And that translates all the way through to professional worlds, academic worlds, wherever you are. Those ethics ring as the bottom of how do you interact with a human, as a human to another human, as a person to a person, as a person to an animal, or to things, even inanimate objects. There's these core beliefs surrounding how we interact in the world that we agree on. My argument, my focus specifically with this ethics conversation is not around controlling the process, but rather around opening a discussion around a possibility and a potential with this technology that's never been possible with anything we've created up to this point, which is the replication of human interaction to a degree that is indistinguishable from an actual human-to-human interaction, and the specific considerations that must come into discussion around that specific area of AI application, which all of them to some degree do that in some effect, right? Content creation, just like the previous panel, was around how can we match our voice in the best way possible so that our content is in alignment with our brand and our personality instead of seeming incongruent. But that is just the tip of that iceberg of replication and duplication of human interaction, even in the concept of video or voice, even just from a simple, but even communication through text, which is that content piece. And so with that piece of consideration in mind of the replication of human interaction, do you believe that there is a specific conversation or specific problem that ability presents us, even as a species, as a human race, to be able to replicate what used to be only capable with humans?
I think it's a problem for people that don't have ethics, absolutely. But again, I don't think it's an AI ethics thing. I think it's an ethical discussion. For example, I talked on the last panel, I train AI to sound like me, not because I'm trying to buffalo you and to make you go, oh, that Jonathan's brilliant because he wrote all this. I've got huge disclaimers all over my website, all over everything I produce, talking about how I use AI to assist me in the process. And that's the way I look at it. It's no different to me than if I had my assistant write a memo for me. That happens all the time. It's happened for decades and decades and decades that executives have had their assistants write memos and things like that, and then they sign them and send them out. But they also review those memos. Very rarely does that executive give that assignment, get that memo, and never touch it, never do anything else. They look at it. And that's the way I look at AI-assisted content as well. Do I use AI to help me create more content? Yes. But mainly because it helps me create better content that resonates with my audience. And so going back to the ethical discussion, am I trying to make it sound like me? Yes, I am. Am I trying to push it off as me? No, not at all. And this is something you mentioned that candidly just blows my mind, that you're talking to people about that wanting to create sales bots, which we don't totally agree on where they're at. I don't think they're ready yet. I think they're going there. We will get there. But just like I said in the last panel, we won't write a blog post without proofreading it or a social media post. But yet we want to turn over our sales process to a bot that's going to be answering stuff that we have no idea what questions the process. Come on, where are we coming from on that? I have never had a client come to me and go, but I don't want them to know it's a bot. And you had shared with me, if I can say so, that probably the majority of the people coming to you are coming to going, yeah, but I don't want them to know it's a bot. To me, that's just not ethical. It's not about being authentic. If I'm going to use a bot, that's okay. But I want to tell you right up front, hey, this is Jonathan's AI bot, or this is an AI assistant or whatever. For multiple reasons, but for no other reason, I know that if I'm trying to serve you as a customer and I try to push it off as me, you're going to have one level of expectation. If I say, no, this isn't Jonathan, this is an AI bot, your level of expectation just drops significantly, as did the amount of grace you're going to give me if that AI bot screws up. If I didn't tell you it's an AI bot, there's a story out about Air Canada that did this. You've probably heard that they had an AI bot and somebody called in about a bereavement flight and they talked the AI into giving them a free flight. And Air Canada's like, oh, sorry, that was an AI bot. We're not going to do it. I don't know how it all ended up. It doesn't really matter. The whole point is, if they had been up front and been more clear about the fact that this is an AI bot, and you can talk to a human in 3 minutes, or you can talk to an AI bot right now, they would have had a lot better position as a company and been able to provide better service than by passing that off as a real human being that was providing service. And to me, it's you know, whether we're talking politics or religion, which we're not going to talk any of today, it's kind of like that person on the other side of the fence, and you're looking at how in the world could you believe that? To me, I don't understand how you could use AI and think that you didn't need to disclose the fact that you were using it, or that you would hide from the fact that you were using AI. To me, we use it because it's a tool. If I'm a roofer, I use a power hammer because I can do it faster and provide you more value as my customer.
Exactly.
Yeah, I live around a bunch of Amish. I could get on the roof and do it with a pound hammer too. But even the Amish that live around me are now using air-driven hammers. Why? Because it's faster. So I don't have to hide that. I don't have to hide the fact I'm using AI. So that blew my mind when you said that you had clients that were coming to you, or prospects coming to you, that didn't want their customers to know.
Yeah, you know, and that's in a lot of ways what's formed the basis of my positioning of that ethics is a unique conversation that it, for some reason, with AI well, I know why, but with AI technology, it seems to be a more of a blurry line for some people. And that's where, on my side, I'm on your side. I argue that exact point. When somebody comes to me and they say, hey, I want to be able to use this technology to either A, replicate myself and make people think that this is me, or B, today I don't want them to know it's a bot. And when I'm posed with that, when I was first posed with that question, we'll go back to the beginning. When I was first posed with that question, I remember in my mind being like, why would you want that? Why would you give that responsibility over to something you barely understand, you know, like, and even me, you know, I am in this technology all of the time. I am continuously learning about this technology. Like, there's so much that goes into it. There's so much complexity, and you want to pass that over. You want to pass over your identity, you know, like who you are, and pass that off as you. So in my mind, I'm like, why would you want that? And then in the application of it, I can some degree see why they do. Because, you know, as for us, you know, we are an AI agency. We provide AI services to people. So when people come to us, they're looking for AI. They're like, where's your AI? I want to test it, right? Like, I want to experience it. So for us, we're like, this is where it is. This is AI. And if you want to talk to humans, this is where the humans are. When they're in a business like a chiropractor, dentist, roofer, you brought up, you know, like, they're interacting with an end user that is a customer that's used to and is always interacted with a human on the other side. And when there's a bot or an automated system that's introduced into that interaction, there's a feeling of like, oh, they're not, like, I'm not good enough to talk to a human. Just like when you get on that, you know, that recorded line and they're like working through an automated, so you're like, can I just talk to someone who can actually help me? That's the feeling that they get. But instead of tackling that problem head on, and like you said, justifying and talking about the value and the way that changes the way that they can provide more, better, faster service to their clients and customers, going the route which is the easy route, right? It's that, you know, just let's shortcut this real quick and not worry about any of that and just do our best to hide this. That seems to be that first angle that people take. And I've had to do a lot of education and talking with these clients. Some of them, you know, chose to go other ways, but with the people that stick with us, we encourage and we harp on this aspect a lot. And that's why I believe it has to be a unique discussion, because I've never in my life had the conversation of, can I pass this off as me? Even an assistant, right? That's always been like, oh no, this is my assistant on behalf of XYZ company, on behalf of XYZ person. Never have we ever thought like, oh, pretend to be me, assistant, like, you know, pretend to be me, because they can't. They don't have the knowledge that person has or the company has, so they cannot provide that. They can be an assistant and play that role, and that's where there seems to be some weird disconnect. And then the application of this technology, which, like I said, has never been possible before. And just with any new technology, like, it always will present new risks and hazards, but there seems to be a big need for an education around the importance of not.
Yeah, and
using this
see, I
technology.
gotta disagree with you there. I don't think they're new risks and new hazards. These are the same things that we've been dealing with for hundreds of years. They just are looking differently. There's nothing new in the world that says this is a new risk. No, it's a new tool that maybe purports itself in a different way. But I'll go back to the prospect that doesn't want them to know that, you know, this AI bot is an AI bot. Again, it's not an AI ethics discussion. This is an ethical discussion. This is a doing what's right discussion. In my mind, it has nothing to do with AI other than the fact that we're talking about it. And what just grinds me is you've got academics and you've got news media and you've got politicians and all these people that, with all due respect to everybody except the politicians, have no clue what they're talking about. And they keep on saying, oh, but we need to talk about AI ethics. Bull crap. We need to talk about ethics, not AI ethics. And I just don't see that it's any different because of AI. I think what we're seeing candidly is I think we're seeing people that have never had that ethics discussion in their head with themselves, with their heart. They've never defined that integrity is important. They put it on their sign because the branding guy told them integrity is important. And of course, they're not going to lie to your face. But if they can lie behind your back, it sounds like all the people I grew up going to church with. It's okay to lie behind your back. It's just not okay to lie to your face. That's not okay. No. And I think in my mind, again, this is not about AI. This is about ethics and morals and doing what's right. And it just so happens that we're seeing some of it because now we're being presented with new opportunities, whether it's AI or whether we get hit by an EMP and all of a sudden we're back without electricity. We're going to be dealing with some new stuff, folks, and that will bring about new discussions. But it's not about an EMP ethics or EMP morals. It's about ethics. AI just happens to be the trigger that's causing it in my mind.
And I can agree with that. And I'll take it a step further here in just a moment. But I just want to say, this is what I love about this discussion with you. And even when we initially had it, is that at the bottom of it, we 100% agree. You should
I agree. Once we get down to the foundation, we are in agreement. We're just not necessarily in agreement about where we go as we build it up. But that's okay. Yeah. That's what makes this fun.
But that's what I really want to hone in on with the people watching this, is that the really important thing is that one aspect alone is being honest and being transparent with the way that you use AI technology in every opportunity and regard, which comes back to those ethics there. But the way that I'll take it,
not to interrupt, but I would just go back to that foundation. It's exactly what you said, but remove the word AI. It's about having integrity and being honest and being transparent in everything we do. If AI is causing you issues with that, it's because your foundation isn't set right. That's the problem. It's not because of AI. It's because foundationally you're screwed up.
No, I can accept that, and that's where. Well, actually, first, let me pause. I think I just saw a comment come through for the panel. A quick question for us. So I'll read it out and then we can discuss this, and then we'll take it a little.
Okay, cool.
So as users of ChatGPT, there's certain ways we can contribute to the ethical training of AI as it gathers information. For example, the way we interact with ChatGPT, manner, politeness, and etiquette. If you have something just off the top of your head, Jonathan, feel free. I have a couple thoughts on that as well.
First of all, Rachel, I appreciate the question. I will readily admit it's like I don't know what ethical training is. To me, ethics has become this catchword that we want to throw in everywhere to make people go, oh, and stop. Are there ways that we can contribute to training AI as it gathers information? Absolutely. Are there ways that we can do that the correct way? Absolutely. Is it an ethical question? Well, in my mind, I suppose it could be, but it's not just an ethical question. It's about doing business the right way. And, politeness and all that, that depends on your personality. I want it to reflect my tone and style. Some people like that. Other people, I'm sure, are watching this going, man, Jonathan is all wet. That's okay. You don't have to agree with me. I'm old enough now. I don't care. But I want AI, when I'm using it, to reflect my tone and style. If I try to be somebody I'm not, then that's wrong, especially if I'm trying to purport it as what I'm doing and who I am, because it's not who I am. So I don't know if I'm answering the question, but yes, I think there are responsibilities. And candidly, Rachel, I think the best way to train AI is to go take some personality tests and then give those personality results to AI, because if I tell them that I'm an ENTJ, or I can't remember what I am right now as I'm getting worked up on the call here. I don't remember exactly what my Myers-Briggs is. I can look it up. In fact, I will. But what I can tell you is that when I tell that to ChatGPT or to Claude or anything else, by the way, it's an ENTJ. I just had to look at it. So when I give that to the AI model, it knows volumes of information about what an ENTJ on Myers-Briggs is. And when I combine that with other aspects of my personality, like I'm a high D and my Colby score and my again, others, it now knows a lot about where I'm coming from, my perspective. And Christian, I'm going to bet that if we took the same personality tests at the end, like most people, we're going to have different results. And that's okay. My wife and I have different results. My kids and I have different results. My coworkers and I have different results. But I want AI to sound like me. So I want to train it on my personality. So I don't know, Christian, I took too long on that one. What do you think?
No, that was great. As far as the ethical training of AI, I think what you're meaning is like as a whole, contributing to the guiding of AI. Absolutely, how you use it will play a part. The only thing I'll throw on top of that is that the decision making for what data is kept is outside of that control, as far as the ultimate integration into the AI itself. But by the way, it is literally being shaped by how we're using it. So as an individual user, you absolutely make a splash in the pool. And so the way that you use this technology will shape. And that's one thing that I fully believe. That's why I'm involved in the space as well, is because I believe by being involved, we'll have that impact versus by, not necessarily being involved, we wouldn't have that shaping effect. But yeah, thank you for the question, Rachel. But one of the things, this kind of leads into back into that ethics and the training of AI, in that with the future, as I look into what is coming with the release of GPT-5, for example, and everything that will come on top of that with humanoid representations of these AI models and integration deeper into like physical parts of our society instead of just these digital versions. There's this aspect of, again, the replication of human interaction to the point of indistinguishability. And my mind instantly thinks, for example, even in the education system, where in the education system, even during COVID, there was a big transition to online virtual learning, which had an impact, on these kids, and ultimately created different risks about this process of going to school. For example, now all of a sudden you have to make sure they're getting outside and socializing, because now there's not those elements part of their natural school day because they're on a computer online. But then taking that a step further about how AI will impact the education space, I very much see and even am kind of behind the involvement of AI tutors and AI teachers to help to provide tailored support and education to each and individual student, because that's amazing, right? To have every single student have a dedicated AI teacher. But at what point with that teacher or that, that person that's playing a role, whether that's a doctor, therapist, like all these different industries, when it's so close to human like that you can't tell the difference, or the child or the person on the other side cannot tell the difference, what does that do to the mind? And what does that do to the social development of that person? Just like with screens, the introduction of that technology, how that's impacted the mental health and the social behavior of humans across the globe. How is then a replication in a computer of even deeper human involvement? Like we've seen social media and how just the dopamine hits of getting likes on your story or on your posts changes how you interact with the world, and you start to seek that more than the real interaction of life. And so now if you can literally, talk, see, now touch an AI that feels human, that talks and seems human and can connect with you emotionally. GPT-5 is said to be able to replicate the emotional capability of humans, again, to indistinguishability. That is where I believe this ethics conversation will become ever so important, because it's like, at what point do we draw that line and say AI should not go here? AI shouldn't maybe be in romantic relationships with humans. AI maybe shouldn't have therapeutic relationships with humans, which that's never been a concept or conversation as far as I'm concerned before. And so I agree with you, no new things under the sun. But these are very interesting times that we're in, and the potential of this technology is very interesting to me.
Well, no doubt about interesting times. And that brings up a whole nother discussion we don't have time for today, but that's it. Do I really want to trust that decision of whether or not I can have a romantic or a therapeutic relationship with an AI model to somebody else? No, I don't. I admit, I'm very much a laissez-faire type guy. Don't bug me about what I do. I'm not going to bug you about what you do. Are there moral and ethics that come into that? Yes, there are standards that we have to maintain. And I think, that's big. We're not going to hurt people. We're not going to cause people harm, all that type of stuff. But at the same point in time, if there's somebody who's lonely and they decide, I'm from Michigan, they live up on the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and they live in snow 9.5 months a year and darkness the other, and they want to have a romantic or therapeutic relationship with AI, I don't care. I really don't. That's their choice if they're an adult. Now, it's different if they're not an adult, but I don't want some bureaucrat deciding what AI can and cannot do, because I'm pretty sure they're going to make more wrong choices than they are right choices. Again, that's a whole nother discussion, but it's all part of that in my mind. Yes, there are things coming up, but ultimately, again, I think this is where we need to have our foundational morals and ethics in place as human beings. And it's not about AI morals or AI ethics. It's about our morals and our ethics. And candidly, I think a lot of us don't necessarily have that foundation in place, and that's why it's causing a problem.
I think that what you're speaking to is something that I would agree with on the undermining of values, if we will, or the integrity or character in society in general across the world, and just the introduction of more evil or how, whatever is angled there. But with that, one of the things I'll point to and then draw back here real quick is with social media, just as a basic example of an AI algorithm that was deployed on humanity without necessarily their knowledge and awareness, right? Social media algorithms, TikTok is a beautiful example in that it's listening to your conversations, it knows what apps you have, and it's crafting and curating this content also based off of your interactions, and it's AI based. So it's learning you and it's learning what you like. And that introduced the very unique problem that actually got Facebook sued, which was that it was showing content that was exasperating mental health issues specifically, that led to suicides and led to issues where people were taking action on things that were, it's like, that's your Facebook feed did that? What? And yeah, some dude in his house alone, is now being exposed to things that are pushing him over an edge, and that can go in any terrible direction that we take it.
Sure.
And that's where there's this, again, unique problem that comes out when we have this technology. And it's like, yes, maybe we shouldn't have to care if somebody's alone using as an adult, but we also understand that in order for us to have a safe experience and environment for the public exposure, if you will, of these types of technologies, we have to understand the implications of that. And it's not about leaving it up to a bureaucrat to decide for us, right? It's a discussion that we all should be a part of, and we all should be contributing to when it comes to how is this technology going to be used in our world, and not necessarily that we all have to be on the same page. I think that's impossible. It's more about coming back to that foundation of how can we make sure that the same principles, integrity, ethics, morals, values carry on and continue, even with increased power and responsibility that does come with AI technology.
Well, and I don't disagree with it, but again, I think that goes back to the basics. We need to have our foundations right. And if we don't, we can't control AI. AI is not going to make it bad or worse. It's going to amplify those flaws in our character, just like it amplifies our skills and our experience.
Agreed. I 100% agree with that. Yeah. So, that's, I think the debate, again, the part where I have the heels in the ground, if you will, Jonathan, is that I've never seen, and I will concede you've been in business longer than I have. You've seen more of life than I have, but I have never seen the disconnection between is it okay or not outside of the world of AI. I have not seen it like this. And that's why I think that it deserves a unique representation. Again, not from the side of should legislators be deciding this, or should there be laws and regulations and rules be put into place, like even with the social media thing. Should we have mandatory limits and guidelines on how much we're allowed to scroll on our phones? No, but how much more conducive to society if there was some type of protection mechanism that kept people from wasting hours a day on social media.
I got 2 words for you: personal responsibility. Personal responsibility. It's not somebody else's job to protect me from everything in life. I don't have a safe space on earth. It doesn't exist, and it shouldn't necessarily exist. We don't have the right not to be offended. We don't have the right not to be stupid. If we want to be sucked in by some of that, that's a problem. Now, at the same point, I'm not allowed to bully somebody or to harass somebody. That's illegal, and our country has determined that's wrong. That would be wrong whether AI is doing it or not. And if AI is doing it, then I guess we need to look at who's behind the AI, and there's some culpability there. But again, to me, it's not an AI discussion. It's then a harassment discussion or something along those. It's a stalking discussion, whatever the case may be. I just see there's so many people from my perspective, and I'm not saying I'm right across the board. I don't want to be universal, but there's so many people that are trying to avoid any level of personal responsibility in their choices. And they want to have somebody else step in and make those choices for them so they don't have to. And I just have 2 words for those people: grow up. It's time to be an adult. Okay. It's, I am an adult. I'm 55 years old. I've been here a while. Okay. But I keep learning. And have I made mistakes and paid the price? You bet I have. Do I wish somebody could have helped me in some of those situations? Yeah. But had they, I wouldn't be the man I am today. I wouldn't have the same values I have today because those experiences molded me into who I am. And some of those experiences, for the record, they really sucked. But it was because I made bad choices. It wasn't necessarily because somebody else did. Now, I was presented with bad opportunities. Were they culpable? Sure, maybe. But I still made the choices. And in my mind, it's like the AI things you're talking about. Again, we have laws to protect us against harassment and stalking and all those types of things, cyberbullying. I have a really hard time accepting that because of AI, we need more of that. I cannot get my arms around it. I cannot get my heart around it. Again, I'm going to go back to personal responsibility. At the end of the day, will bad things occasionally happen to people because they do stupid things? Yes, it will. Can we protect everybody from themselves? No, we can't. I want to focus on protecting that 6-year-old from doing something they shouldn't because they don't know better. They don't have the experience. But the 40-year-old, or in my case, the 55-year-old that decides to do something stupid and gets in trouble, I guess you should have known better. Maybe I'm crap, maybe I'm rude, but I guess you should have known better.
Yeah. No, I'm really glad you brought that piece up because I had hit on that a little bit earlier in the conversation with the idea or the concept of AI educators, in a school setting with school-age children. And, when in my thinking, I'm very forward thinking in the sense of like, I'm looking to create a world that I want to leave behind to my children. I have 2 daughters myself, and the reality is like they are in if I take myself back, I was born at the onset of technology, near the onset of technology, in the sense of smartphones were. I grew up with smartphones in my world. It wasn't quite early on, but
you're young, man.
The point of that is that I remember as a child, my mom got sold iPhones, right? And it was the first smartphone, but she got sold iPhones. They were like $1 a pop if she got more than 4. It was like a super good deal, a no-brainer deal. She got iPhones, and all of a sudden, she had what was literally a digital addiction starting to form in her children in her household.
Sure.
Her as a parent had no idea what was about to unfold as far as social media scrolling, as far as access to explicit games like violent video games, for example, these things that shape the development of the child's mind that the parent had no awareness of would be even a question or a thought. And
without picking on your mom there, because I don't mean to do that at all. I don't know your mom, and I don't think anything bad about her at all. But it's your parents' responsibility and not somebody else's responsibility. And it's certainly not the phone company's responsibility, and they shouldn't be at fault for selling those phones just because those phones may have had a negative reaction or a negative impact on a family. That's where, again, I'm going to go back to the same 2 words: personal responsibility. I've got 2 sons, I've got 2 grandchildren, and if I see them doing something with a phone that they shouldn't, it's my responsibility to stop that and change that, not to blame the phone company because they made me a good deal on phones. And I'm not saying you were doing that. I'm extrapolating, but I think some people do that, though. I do think there are people that go, well, hang on, it wasn't my fault. I mean, I didn't know there were violent games they could shoot people on there, and that was going to make my kid violent and mess him up. Well, you should have, and if you didn't, when you should have realized it at some point and done something about it. And that, I guess, is what I sense going back to the beginnings of what we're talking about with this whole AI ethics. To me, it seems like, and I hate to put people in groups, but it seems like most of the people that are out there purporting AI ethics, either they themselves want to make the decisions for all of us, or they don't want to make any decisions and they want some third party to do it. I want neither. I want to make decisions for myself and my family, and I want you to be able to make decisions for you and your family. I shouldn't be able to tell you what's right for your two daughters. You're their father. I'm not. You shouldn't be able to tell me what's right for my two grandchildren because they're not related. And that's, I guess, where I start getting on my high horse or my soapbox or whatever you want to call it, because I see this as a very slippery slope that we use this, in particular, certain people use this as ways to gain control over our lives and tell us what to do. And then all of a sudden we find ourselves down the road going, kind of like with, I didn't realize this would happen if I bought phones for my 5-year-old. Now we find ourselves down the road going, wow, I didn't know this was going to happen if I turned over responsibility of this decision to that bureaucrat or that politician or that whomever, doesn't matter. It's the wrong thing to do, plain and simple. Again, I want to go back. We need foundational concepts that we subscribe to, that we believe in, whether they're driven by religion and faith, as many of mine are, whether they're delivered by logic, whether they're delivered by fantasy. We still need to have those so that we can subscribe to those and base our lives and our actions on those things.
Yes.
You're
And
smiling. You're smiling. You got to be thinking something.
I do. I have one more point, and again, the foundational aspect, and I love the discussion around maintaining personal autonomy and personal responsibility, because I think that forms the foundation of a truly healthy society, right? If I need to be micromanaged in every little thing that I do to make sure that I'm safe, it is like, what is that? What kind of adult, what kind of independent individual, who am I? And on the other side of it, that responsibility of deciding, what's right for each family or each specific life is absolutely should be maintained on the individual. The thing that I'll touch on once more is with that phone scenario that I brought up of the purchase of those phones. The capability of the access had never been accessible before. Even the flip phones that had come prior, you couldn't watch videos, play games in the same way that you could on a smartphone. So this brand new technology that there's no real awareness, because there's just it's new technology. There's not a real understanding of what it's capable of or what it can do. And then we start seeing the impacts in society of that introduction. And if we had, instead of being motivated by profit and by putting that hot deal on the market as quickly as possible, and instead looked at, okay, what is this technology? What is the impact of this? Let's study this behavior. Let's study what's going to happen here.
Yeah, and then we're not going to have any innovation. I mean, again, you just said nobody knew the impact, so we can't blame the companies for selling it. They didn't know the impact. The parents didn't know the impact. The government didn't know the impact. If we want to live in a plastic bubble, a rubber bubble, then go check yourself into an asylum somewhere and let them control your life. That's not where I want to live, plain and simple. No, again, I'm going to take your own words, Christian. You just said nobody knew. Well, if nobody knew, what we're basically purporting, if we want to turn that to somebody else, is we want to give the power to somebody else who doesn't know and let them control our lives. No, I don't want to do that. I am an adult. I'm comfortable making my own decisions. It's my choice. It's my way to do it. I don't want to do anything wrong, but if I do, as I have in the past, I'll be held accountable for that. That's okay. That's why we have laws and we have rules and regulations that are in place. But again, just using your own words, nobody knew. Well, if nobody knew, then all I'm trying to say, if I want regulation, is I'm trusting somebody that doesn't know, probably knows even less than we do, to make decisions on my behalf. I don't want that. And that's, again, going back to AI ethics. I think that's all we're doing with AI ethics. We're trying to sidestep our own personal responsibility.
And let me just take it back one step, because the goal isn't to regulate. That's not in my
But that's where we're headed when we start talking about AI ethics. It's absolutely the road we're on. It's absolutely the road we're on.
I'm going to go back to they didn't know, because that was, with the answer to I don't know what this will do, and releasing that's where I think that priority of profit took precedence, instead of saying,
but if nobody knew, then how would have they known that profit motive was incorrect? You just said nobody knew. If nobody knew about the dangers, then we can't blame the people that made money off it. That's baloney. Nobody knew. I mean, again, you're saying, if it's like AI right now, it is not somebody's responsibility to figure out all the bad things that AI can do and then protect me from them. It's my responsibility to use it responsibly. And if I see it's doing something that I shouldn't do, such as the ability to go to HeyGen and with sufficient training, create a video that might maybe convince some people that Jonathan said something he didn't, that's wrong. It's wrong whether HeyGen exists or not. It's wrong whether AI exists or not. And it's my responsibility as an adult, when I discover that that's possible or that's going on, that I don't go there. Earlier today, I was listening, somebody was talking about a school teacher that got in trouble because they created content. I don't remember if it was video or audio or what, that sounded like a principal. And the principal actually got fired. The principal was terminated. He was going to get in deep trouble. And then they found out it wasn't him at all. Somebody had deep faked him using AI. That's not AI's fault.
Right.
It's the person that did its fault. And I think in this case, they did ultimately pay their ramifications for it. But it's not AI. And I don't want anybody looking at that from an AI ethical perspective, because the one thing I do adamantly disagree with you on, Christian, it is absolutely about regulation and control. That's the only reason you talk about ethics. Because if you're concerned about ethics, apart from your own personal ethics, you want somebody else to step in and take care of it. And that's regulation. I don't want that. We got too much of that already. People will disagree with me. I saw Rachel disagreeing. That's okay. By the way, Rachel, you're welcome to disagree, and I respect you for disagreeing. That's great. I'd love to have a discussion about that. It's okay for us to disagree, and we can still be civil with one another. You and I are in that, Christian. It may not sound like it at the moment because I'm obviously on my soapbox, but that's why we're here. But it's absolutely a discussion about regulation. And again, I'll go back to my favorite two words: personal responsibility. If nobody knew, I can't blame the guys that made profit because nobody knew.
No, I love that personal responsibility focus, because I think that rings, a very important thing. And as far as the regulation component, I'm of the opinion that there's, it's a whack-a-mole game when it comes to regulation. And in the end, it does prohibit freedom and innovation, and ultimately stifle what could be a beautiful growth, that does come with some risks.
And that's my concern, because again, if that just means other countries that have more enlightened politicians are going to succeed and benefit where we do. And then again, are they bad because they were looking at it from a profit motive, or are they good because they were looking at it from a less of a control? I don't know the answer ultimately to that. I agree with your whack-a-mole analogy. The difference is I think that we as the public are the mole, and it's the regulators that are sitting there whacking and trying to hit us over the head. And so I want to avoid that analogy with as much as possible. And I guess to me, it boils down to this. At the end of the day, I trust you, Christian, to make the right choices for you and your family, and in general for society. I trust people more or less to make the right decision. And I feel that most people that are getting into this on the other side, they really get focused on the fact that they don't trust others and they want to be protected from them. And so that's there. Tom just made a comment. I'm going to read this here. I didn't. Beautiful. Ethics in war differ from ethics in peacetime. Oh, that's so true. Absolutely. And ethics with the use of AI versus regulation versus Tom, that's a really good point. You're absolutely right. I just think, again, probably because I'm the old man around here right now at 55, and I'll take that. That's okay. I know how fragile that liberty, that independence is, and I want to make. And it doesn't matter what political side you're on. Okay, it doesn't matter. They all want to control what we're doing, and I think this entire AI ethics is just one more way of the power hungry to get in front of us and try to control what we're doing. So
yes, No, and that's I think why it wasn't surprised when you pushed back when I brought up the ethics discussion.
Pushback. You're so nice.
When I heard you say, I don't believe it's a real thing, after you've finished, and even now, what I hear is that you see it as a tool, not an actual real discussion. You see that the people that are bringing up this discussion, and even when I brought it up first, you're like, Christian, you sound like one of those reporters that's just trying to pour gasoline on the fire.
Exactly.
Because what you're correlating it to is, that entry of control, regulation from the top down with the goal of just stifling out innovation and productivity and free ability to move, and that we are on the same page yet again. And so that's where I think I'll land this plane before I read what AI.
I would say Tom's last comment was really spot on there. Somebody from Facebook, I think, made a comment. That was perfect. Go ahead. You can read it.
Yeah, that AI is bringing to light the loose values of integrity and ethics, because that's the whole reason what I'm sounding the alarm for. As I shared, I have clients coming to me and they're saying, "Hey, can I replicate myself? Hey, can I trick my client? Not trick. They don't even use that word. It's more, can I make them think it's me, or make it think it's a human on my team?" And it's bringing to light the loose values and integrity that they had already, right? It's not even that, AI made them think this way. It was, no, they just were kind of loose to begin with.
And that's my whole point right there. They already had an ethical issue and loose values, and that's exactly my point.
No, that's good.
Whoever posted that it's bringing light, I think that is something I can absolutely agree with, and I'm guessing it's probably something you can agree with too, Christian. That AI is bringing light to this issue. 100% agreed on that.
Which is almost, I think it's more realistic. And thank you, Carolina M, for sharing that. But I think that is a good thing, essentially, because it means, right, it comes back to that personal responsibility. It's like AI doesn't change a person, just amplifies, which is even what we've been talking about this entire symposium, is AI's there to amplify and to accelerate your efforts. And if that's from a bad place, it'll take you there even faster.
Yeah, I was going to say you can amplify good or bad, and it's just more noticeable sometimes when it's the bad stuff.
No, that's good. That's good. I think I'm happy to land that plane there, Jonathan. Put up one hell of a fight.
Well, hey, thank you for the discussion. I appreciate it. As we found out after our first heated discussion, I think we're in what my wife and I call violent agreement. In other words, I think we agree on most of the base points. And when we strip everything back away, but sometimes as you start wrapping things up, it gets different emotions involved. And of course, these are fun discussions. I enjoy these. My wife isn't even around my office right now. She's like, "I'm leaving while you do that discussion with Christian. I don't want to hear it." I love these things because to me, they're fun. I enjoy debate. Reminds me of being in high school. And yes, that was 30 some years ago, but it was great fun to be on debate and to have to argue things. And I appreciate you joining me to do that today. This has been great fun. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate it as well, Jonathan. It's been a pleasure. And I'm so grateful that you had the idea initially for this. And it was amazing. And we brought it to Tom, and I had the first discussion with Tom, and he brought it up all by himself. I didn't even have to bring it up. He was like, it'd be fun, a debate with John. And he gave me the whole picture. And I was like, you have no idea what just happened this morning. We just had that. But I will say one more thing before we close out here, Tom, is I think I'll change my positioning just a little bit here, Jonathan. I think you'll like what I'm going to change it to, because instead of AI ethics, I'm going to call it AI safety, because it's about how we can make sure that this technology is safely applied and introduced and maintained, rather than it being an ethics discussion. How about that?
I'm not sure, because again, that AI safety, and I'm one for words, and I know we've got a few minutes left. I think, Tom, we've got a few minutes left to continue this discussion, if I'm not mistaken. It's anytime we have these discussions, I'm going to sound like a broken record, Christian. I just can't help it. I apologize. I go back to the fact that so many people want somebody else to take care of the problems for us. I don't. Yes, do we need rules and regulations? Yes. Do we need laws? Absolutely. I don't want to live in an anarchy society, not for a moment. That's not what I want. But I also think that as we continue to evolve, and as has happened historically in societies, those in power are continuously looking for more ways to control us. And right, wrong, or indifferent, I think AI ethics is one of those discussions that's designed to ultimately provide those power hungry as opposed to money hungry, and we can decide later whether they're the same people or not, to give them more control over our lives. And I want to fight back on that, because they're ultimately going to get it. They're going to win. They're going to find enough people that are willing to give up. I just want to go kicking and screaming into that, so they know I didn't want them to make that decision for me.
I can agree with you on that.
I have a quick question I want to interject here, and appreciate you both. This has been a very spirited debate. I loved it, getting a lot of great comments. I guess a question would be the AI, the use of ethics circling around AI. I think that you have ethics, different levels of ethics, or different rules. I mean, call it ethical rules surrounding different topics: war, peace, business, non-for-profit. Different technologies all have different rules. AI has a different rule, in my opinion, for ethics. It's just not ethics, period, but it's AI ethics. And here's why I say that. And so I guess I'm kind of siding a little bit in this case with Christian, but I do agree, Jonathan, personal responsibility forefront 100% every time, all day, every day. It's just the way it is. If it wasn't the case, then why are politicians, and I don't want to get too deep into this because I want to stay away from politics, why are politicians and business leaders calling for a pause on AI development to give time for regulators to implement rules around the use of AI?
Well, let me, if I can, jump in on that. So I don't know everybody that's calling for pausing, but I know one of the first people that stood out about pausing was Elon Musk. And he's like, guys, we got to stop. We got to give them time to regulate. It's my opinion. I don't know Elon Musk. I could be wrong, and I'm not trying to disparage him. But I don't believe that Elon Musk cared one bit about AI regulation. He did that purely to try to slow down the competition so that he could get Grok and his tools out there and not lose as much ground. I believe the same as with the politicians. There's always something else behind what's being said. My wife tells me I'm cynical. I do trust the human being. I trust humans. I trust people to make the right decisions. Politicians and big business people don't necessarily qualify in that category, because they have other things that they're more focused on than what I'm doing for dinner tonight, or whether or not I'm going to be comfortable sleeping tonight, or whatever else. They're at a different point in life and a different structure, and therefore they make different decisions on different values. So again, I think, the fact that so many businesses and so many politicians are calling for it, the politicians are calling for it because businesses are paying them to say that, and businesses are doing it because big business is not necessarily squeaky clean either. They're doing it to stifle the competition, so they've got more time to get caught up. Because the more that ChatGPT and Claude and Perplexity, and I'm going to leave Google out of it right now, the more that they advance down this road, the harder it makes for another AI model to jump in and compete with them.
Fully agree with that. Are there any parts of AI that ethically should not be explored and we shouldn't even consider developing?
Well, I certainly think that autonomous AI has huge risks associated with it. And that's a discussion that we should be having right now. And we probably are, not necessarily in my circles, but about that autonomous AI. Again, are there concerns there? Absolutely. Are there things that should be done? Absolutely. When I see, though, that you've got big government and big business getting in bed together to make these decisions, I'm pretty sure that everybody on this call and watching this call isn't being represented by those people. And maybe I'm cynical, and if I am, that's probably because I'm 55 and have screwed up enough in my life to see bad things happen.
Yeah, it's amazing. The older I get, the more clarity I have on my path traveled.
Yes, exactly. Well, hindsight's always 20/20. It's a whole lot better than the future. But no, I think it's a really good question you asked, Tom, and I think it's a good question I'd love to hear Christian's perspective on that. Christian, why do you think that big business and big government are all calling for a slowdown and a pause or whatever until the regulators get things under control?
Yeah, so obviously from that angle, I agree with you on that one, Jonathan. Of like that there's a hey, wait, we're behind type
Yes.
of feeling and attitude. However, when the actual developers of the AI models that are at the forefront, Sam Altman of the CEO of OpenAI, he's
Yep.
saying, hey, we need to let GPT-4 stew a little bit before we go on to 5 because we want to see what is this even going to do. That's where that's the person that I look to, if you will, the person, you know, that I look to when I say, okay, that motive and that intention is because he is watching this emergence of something that we've never seen like this before. And that
I appreciate your perspective, but I want to go back to their announcement they made a few weeks ago about all this new vision stuff and audible stuff that we were supposed to have that still hasn't rolled out to anybody. I think the only reason he's saying 4 needs to stew a while is because 5 ain't ready, guys. That's why. Now, again, I could be wrong. I don't think they're trying to make money. That's what they're here to do. That's their job, by the way. Even the government requires a business to do that. If you don't, they shut you down. That's what they're trying to do. If 5 was ready, I don't believe for a hot minute it wouldn't be released tonight. It's not ready. The stuff they showed us back in was it April or whenever they made those announcements about all the new, when GPT-4o came out and they made all the announcement, vision and all these other things.
Right.
Nobody's seen them yet. It's been over a month. That's because they're not ready. They demoed us is all they did. If 5 was ready, I believe personally it'd ship tonight.
And that's where, if we look at the track record of how OpenAI has released, because they did start as a nonprofit, and now they are for sure 100%.
Yes, they've definitely changed now. Yes,
but they have pages and pages and pages of safety documentation on these models as they've grown and developed, and that documentation has only gotten bigger and bigger and bigger as the model's capability has continued to develop. And those are for surrounding what is the impact of this on society? What will happen when people get a hold of this? Just general public, how can we make sure it's not going to give them bad advice or talk explicitly to them, even if it tells them to? What are we like? We had people, you know, in the beginning of ChatGPT who were like going to it and asking it how to do illegal things, and it would be like, yep,
sure,
this is how you do it, 1 2 3, you know. And that had to be prompted or removed from the model's brain because they were like, oh snap, we didn't think people would do that. That's weird. Why would
but the good news is guess what, they did get it removed because they found out people were doing things they shouldn't, and they found out about it. We didn't need a regulator to tell us before it was released it needed to happen. They were able to be nimble and to deal with it, and you know, no big deal. Everybody's okay.
But that was a team that was dedicated to the safety of this AI. Without that team's representation, if there was no discussion or consideration of how this model is going to be interacting with the public, and that's that responsibility as us on the forefront of this technology and teaching the availability,
right,
teaching the usage, that's where I feel like there's that responsibility to incorporate the discussion of this impact that
100%. So 100%.
I have my throw in a wrinkle in the mix, as if there's not enough wrinkles already being tossed right here. So, because AI is being developed so fast, goes back to the call for, hey, time out, slow down, we got to have time. I agree with you, Jonathan. I think that was Elon Musk. I think that was his whole goal, is just to slow things down and catch up. But there is some truth to that. There's
a grain of truth, absolutely.
If AI is moving so fast, how do business owners who are trying to get that edge to make a living, and most businesses in America are small business. They have a job, and it's they've created themselves a job, and they're just trying to get by, and they're trying to use every advantage they can. So where's the line drawn with the AI development as it relates, compared, I guess, in relation to the use of AI and trying to make a living?
Well, and I'm probably jaded here as well, Tom, because in my group, I see all kinds of people come in and they go, how can I use AI to make money? And they seem to want to give up on 2 key aspects of making money. 1 is serving others, and 2 is doing work. They don't want to serve others, and they don't want to do work. They just want AI to figure it all out for them, and they want to eat bonbons and play video games while the checks come in. That's not reality, and you know, that's not the way it is. I believe whether they stopped AI development today or whether we got 5 tomorrow, that small businesses are the people that are going to likely find the ways to use it to help them be more profitable. Bigger businesses, bigger organizations, there's too much bureaucracy. Not that they won't get there, but it's going to be much, much slower. I believe in that free economy, and that if we allow those small businesses to do that, they're going to develop great ways to use this technology. I'm more concerned that big business and big government get in the way and stop us because it's too scary for you to do. We need to do it. And then that takes away the innovation. And then we are going to be or see more problems, in my mind.
Yeah, it's a great point. There's a big difference in this is such a great segue. Our next panel is a race to $100 million, and it's going from.
I love it.
It's going, and I see in the background $100 million leads behind you, and I think it's
right there, yep,
right there. And so I think there's a difference of use for a small business and a big business. A small change in a big business can make huge ripples, and a big change in a small business can make big ripples. But small changes in a big business, in a small business, it may not be that noticeable. The effect may not be that great. But I still think there's a responsibility, personal use responsibility. Agree,
100%,
100%, 1,000%. But final comments, and then I have one more question for both of you. But final comments.
Just thanks for allowing us to do this, Tom. I think this was a great discussion. Christian and I have had some of this discussion privately. We've had more of it now publicly, and I'm really grateful that you gave us the chance to do that. And Christian, thanks for being a great sport and tolerating my soapbox stomping.
No, and I'm on that one with you, Jonathan. It's such a pleasure to be able to do this, and thank you, Tom, for being able to create the space and being able to open up this conversation and have a little bit of fun, Jonathan. It's been a blast. Like I said, I've been looking forward to this for a while.
Yeah, I absolutely love this. So you guys have been going back and forth, and the views are very opposing. The foundations are the same. You guys have the base, it comes down to personal responsibilities, and I agree. I think everyone, you guys both agree on that. You guys both agree there needs to be some regulation. You guys both agree on a lot of different levels, but there's also a lot of disagreement there as well. So having said all that, did anything each one of you said change the others, your mind from what you heard from each other? I'd be curious to know what that was.
Yeah, so for me, the biggest thing was the and this is where I genuinely appreciate, Jonathan, your wisdom and your insight into this issue, because I hear AI ethics, or I say AI ethics, and I'm thinking very specifically around how can we better this process? How can we make this even more beneficial to humanity? And you are hearing the other side of the dangers of what it means when fear is introduced with the effort to control. And that is something that I really appreciate that you brought to this discussion, because when I'm thinking again about this topic, that's not even was not even in my mind prior to having that discussion with you, because I haven't necessarily seen that, right? When I, even thinking back, I think, one of the first ones of that was the shutdown with the Patriot Act, for example, where it's like, oh my goodness, this terrible thing happened. Now we have to shut down and control this specific aspect of society, and the impact and the implications, we're still dealing with those today. And yeah, we can bring up even more horrific examples, but the point of it is that has been used time and time and time again throughout history as an effort to impose a control or some type of authority over individuals in areas where it shouldn't be. And that's what I appreciate the most about what you brought here. Thank you, Jonathan.
That's good.
Well, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. I think, Christian, you helped me realize that there are truly people out there that value making this work and doing it well, that are not doing it for the sake of control. They're doing it for the sake of safety. And I appreciate you showing me that perspective, because again, I'm probably a bit jaded in how I look at that. So thank you for sharing that and having the fortitude to help me see that.
Absolutely, Jonathan. I appreciate those kind of words as well.
Well, I'm going to do something I might regret. I don't know, but I want to. It's never a good way to start this. Start things. So I'm going to share my screen of an image that I think I'd like to have this a very similar conversation as AI evolves, maybe next time. So hopefully this.
Yes.
Oh, hey, there we go. We can do that. I like it. Tom,
All right.
man, you're the AI image master. I
love
love it.
No, I'm a student. But anyhow.
Yeah, but do you know how thin the guy with the white beard was? That's where I'm trying to get. I love that.
Yeah, you even got my glasses on there.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
They did good. So anyhow, thank you both. Appreciate it. We'll definitely be in touch, and thank you again. I'm gonna bring on the next
Thank
panel.
you.
All right, we have Miss Sandy. How are you?
I'm doing great, and I wish I heard most of that conversation, but I needed to put food in my belly for dinner.
Understand? Yes. Well, we have a phenomenal panel coming up. This next panel is a small business panel. It's a race to $100 million, and or beyond. Why limit to 100 million? And I want to bring them on, but before we do, I want to just, I guess, advertise to the audience. At the beginning of this symposium earlier today, we had introduced a new experience for all of the audience, and that is texting AI, the letter A, the letter I, to 512-865-4065. And that is an artificial intelligence text bot. So when you text that, you'll be able to get speaker bios, updates on speaker schedules. You'll be able to ask the AI bot different questions about the symposium. It's going to invite you to a mastermind next week. It's going to also let you know about future events. It will also provide 30 days after this event ends, tips and tricks of how you can utilize and leverage AI to your benefit and how you can take advantage of AI. So it's a really cool thing. It's not just a canned response. It's interactive. It is really, really cool. So without further ado, I wanted to bring on the panel we have here. And that is Miss Ava, Deanna, Dr. Brent. Great to see you again. And my good friend, Mr. William Beliles. Welcome, everybody.
Hey, thanks for having us, Tom.
Well, that was a debate that was spirited. I'm not sure if you guys watched all of it or some of it, but it was pretty spirited. It was all about ethics, but we're going to shift focus to building your business with AI, tips, tricks, and how does a small business leverage AI to reduce their costs, increase productivity, and grow their business, interact with audience, all those things and a whole lot more. Miss Sandy, do you want to kick things off?
Well, I'm a small business and I'm a podcaster, and I use AI to I have a program called Capshow, which is probably at the time I've been using it for a few years, and I don't know if it was the first application for podcasting or not. I have no idea, but I love the service. And what it does is, I need to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. What it does is, once you have the fully edited episode, we upload it into Capshow. It gives us awesome titles. That was the really big thing. And I'm telling you, once I started using that, I had people reaching out, and like the few friends I have, because most of my 150,000 downloads a month are not my friends, but the few people that know me, they were like, your titles are so much better. And so I really got great feedback about that. But it also just makes life so much easier because it does the show notes and it transcribes it for you, and it creates all this content for me. So that's pretty much the extent of my use. Obviously, creating content is really great for ChatGPT. It's the only one that I use because I just, you get used to something and you do it. But I'm excited for this panel because I'm hoping to learn more tools that I can apply for my business just to help, besides the obvious content, emails, putting stuff in, they make it better, all of that stuff, because there's so much we don't know. And that's why this is great, this panel, because I'm hoping that a lot of small business owners out there will learn some new tricks. Like today, where we actually had a demonstration. I loved that. Where and I took so many notes, and by the time I get to this on my list, but it was using Hugging Face to add like a little AI application to your website, and I was like, that is so cool. And I was thinking of all these uses that I could potentially do, and of course, I need an AI assistant to help me. But why don't we go around first of all and introduce yourself? We'll start with Ava. And Ava's got her book up there, was just released. Congratulations again.
Yes, thank you, everyone. It's so nice to see everyone again. So we had a fantastic time 3 months ago, and here we are again sharing this space. So there's so many tools that happening in the space right now. Like in my line of work, I'm helping small and mid-sized companies to improve their processes. In the end, with the goal is to improve profit, but also making employees happy. So there's so many tools that we can talk about. First, often in my line of work, we would flesh out the goals. Like, what is even our expected goals? Do we really understand the problems need to be solved? And tools like we you probably talk about Perplexity AI before, but it really can help to understand new industry context and environmental factors that can really help, and other tools to help with business analysis. ChatGPT is getting quite sophisticated now. They release the new version recently, but there's so many tools I can talk about. But ChatGPT now, you can do plugins and they can write Python for you. So one thing, like, okay, I'm gonna have to show you this, but I don't know how I'm going to show the screen on this, but one small thing that, it's kind of interesting is that, you literally don't need to know coding, but you can ask, ChatGPT to write Python codes, and you can plug and play into different scenarios for you. The only thing that I didn't like is that when, I create my own ChatGPT, and they asked me, okay, so what is the name would you like? And I said, Ava, the code engineer. And you know what? The image came out is, a male, young male. So this is just to say that there's still room for, it's continuous a little bit with that ethical conversation. The AI just aggregate all the information they know in the past. So, obviously probably a lot of, engineers are male, and there we are, but the roles are changing. Our landscape are changing. So it could be, I don't know, a middle-aged woman who are a programmer now with the help of ChatGPT and writing code. So that's my piece.
Awesome. Thank you. And Deanna.
Hi. So, answer, you made me think of something right off the bat. So I have a wonderful client who is a menopause coach, helping women around the world with menopause. So she wanted some imagery. So I went in and I said, okay, menopausal woman. I got a 99-year-old woman. Typical menopausal woman. So yeah, there's if the code's not perfect yet, you have to play around with it a little bit. So my business actually just launched yesterday. So I'm nowhere near 100 million yet, but we are getting there because we already have people coming in funding. And what we do at Made in Multimedia is, there's this wave. 4.1 million Americans are going to retire this year. And most of them are in my age set. And I know, and they'll come and they'll sit down for a week and they'll play with the kids and the grandkids for a week and they'll go on vacation. And then they're like, okay, now what? They've been working their whole life. What am I going to do? So what we use AI tools for is to help them figure that out more quickly and less expensively. So there's a great article in The Economist that talks about some colleges that are converting pieces of campuses because of all of these boomers coming back to school, right? What if they didn't have to do that? They have 30, 40 years of knowledge that they can put to use with some good AI tools and become whatever they want to become, an author, a consultant, get on stage, start a nonprofit. Any of those things, you can work with AI and make things come to life so much faster.
Love that. Dr. Brent, and you need to unmute. Oh, there you go. Awesome.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Hopefully, I've got a new mic. Hopefully, it's sounding okay. Y'all hear? Awesome. Yeah, so I'm Brent Fessler. My work, I focus on a few different things right now. Integrators is I consult with companies on their culture and employee flourishing, leadership development, and related to that, I also have a couple of peer forums for startups, entrepreneurs. It's all in person, and so I'm using AI in my own business to produce product, training product, and I want to say that I have to be careful not to overextend my own knowledge. I'm using it as a augmentation, a reminder, a good starting point. I think for me still, AI products are still kind of that 80-90% there, never hit send, right out of the bat. So it's a great starting point. It's a great way to get past writer's block when I'm trying to write some curriculum narratives for that. Great way to remind myself of all the different top researchers in the different areas. But try to avoid, at least for that, when I need to be an expert, AI can't supplant me, but it can support, augment, help me speed up my research, refresh my memory on things. And so that's where I'm using it internally to produce content. For example, leadership development for brand new supervisors, managers, and it's really helping me speed up producing that curriculum, book summaries, and things to help with that. The other place where I'm really using it a lot that I'd like to talk about is on the startups. It's a great place to do it because they're not already ingrained with established systems and butts and seats that are already molded very rigidly. And so with the startups, some are using it in the development like as a fractional, C-suite. I don't have, one startup doesn't have a lot of marketing experience, so lean heavily on using AI to develop your marketing plan, to really refine those things and the strategies there. But some of them are significantly integrating it into their business model and using it as strategic advantages, as competitive advantages for them. To the point where many of them are hitting above their weight, and that's becoming part of their differentiator. Is we're a startup, but we're able to hit above our weight because we're using AI to cut huge parts of our process that traditional folks are having to do. One is in movie production, short video production, and so they're starting to use AI to help them storyboard and to get much more resolution. Hey, go ahead and produce the movie that you want to do in live action, produce it in AI so that you can do all of your editing there, and you have this realistic now movie that you can show to your team. It's like a super storyboard where they know exactly what kind of video shots, how the lighting, how the costumes and the sets. They've got just such a high resolution storyboard now that as they go to film, it's drastically reduced. And so they're coming out with this competitive advantage. So we're rolling it in. They're not considered an AI or a tech company, but these small businesses that are launching right now are able to incorporate directly into their business model some significant advantages. So those are, I'm using it myself, but especially excited. I would say right now there's about 60 to 80% of the small businesses, the startups, are significantly using AI, either to augment their executive team that they don't have, or directly into their business model, which is exciting.
Awesome. Mr. Beliles.
Well, when I'm not a full-time supermodel, I own. Well, glad they broke the ice there. My name's William. I own Genesis Solar Power, the ARC Corporation, and Eden HVAC and Home Efficiency, and another company that is under the radar right now. So I am a full-fledged contractor in multiple capacities, and we use AI to fill the voids and employee gaps at our company and to correct human error. So I look forward to diving into some of that with some of your questions, Tom and Sandy.
Awesome. Well, thank you, everybody. If we could keep the answers about maybe 2 minutes or less, we have a lot of ground to cover, and so it's gonna be a quick panel for the next 20 minutes. So, going from Deanna, you said you just started your business, and I know some of the businesses here from a personal level, some of you guys have businesses that are unbelievably rapidly expanding and growing like gangbusters. So what advice would you give a small business owner to help them full time? And what I mean by that, here's an example that if I was asked that question, I would answer this way. I would hire a virtual assistant to utilize that person, I guess, to utilize AI for me. So 1, it frees up my time. 2, it saves me cost. 3, it increases my productivity. So is there a software or is there a method or a process you would introduce into your company or someone's company to help them scale up instantly? Who wants to jump in and go first?
I'm happy to. I thought you said me.
Go for it. You're good. Yes.
I'm happy to, since this is so new to me. So I have 30 years corporate Fortune 500 experience. So to go from 30 years Fortune 500 experience to entrepreneur is a big swing, right? Is a very big swing. So it's been fascinating. And I purposely signed up for a female founders program at Georgia Tech to be able to retrain my brain a little bit. And every one of those super smart, half my age women in Georgia Tech already use AI. So it's been really fascinating and really fun. One of the first things, there are 2 tools that I really love and 2 tools that I really recommend, whether you use them or VA use them. One of them, of course, is either ChatGPT or Claude. They're both fantastic. I've designed 3-day leadership webinars in my voice in 20 minutes using ChatGPT. I've led hundreds of people, especially women, and it blew my mind the first time it laid it out. I could not believe how quick and easy and how much sense it made. The other one I really like is it's called Googlebot. You can literally feed any type of website, PDF, research into Gogglebot into a text file, and then you can go put it in ChatGPT and find the themes. What's going on that website? What are they all about? Who are they? Why are they? What do they offer? And it allows you to do competitor analysis. So those would be my 2.
How do you say that website? Or
I believe it's called Gogglebot, Goggle.bot. You would literally paste it, it turns it into a text file so that ChatGPT can read it. You can do a complete competitor analysis around it. I believe I have that spelled right.
That is a gold nugget. That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's a great gold nugget. It's fun and it's addicting.
Ava.
Yes. So in my line of work is about understanding first the customer pains and how do we help them. So some of that I can use ChatGPT to have that initial phase. But it's still really important to use that human voice, to use that coaching and really work with human to really have to understand authentically. And ChatGPT now can really use a lot of large set of data, especially for ChatGPT Enterprise. They have that line, and you can do unlimited requests from your teams, and it's safe in the safe environment. So in that sense, everyone can really share. It's almost like it's like a 360 program where everyone in the team can start sharing insights and creating that organizational intelligence. And then, for small businesses, you can start using Zendesk bot that's really helped with customers to scale yourself up. But I think the best thing is to really look at what the problem need to be solved. Is that are these problems the right problem to solve? And then using combinations of knowledge in deep process improvement in combinations with plugins and Python to really translate different type of even like legacy systems into a new system using AI and customize it using ChatGPT.
Awesome.
Interesting.
Yeah, William.
Yeah, so I really want to take a different approach at this for like the standard business owner, because I'm not tech focused. So I'm going to give you two processes that I think of off the top of my head. And the first one has nothing to do with text. Never underestimate the great power of solid hard work. My staff will tell you, I'll work you up under the table, bro. I'll work 5 a.m. and I'll work 10 p.m. So as a small business owner, also note the ability of that our generations before us have left in front of us is that solid hard work is never out. You can't beat it, right? It's a reality.
Right.
The second thing is I'm not going to give you a new piece of technology because I feel like that's there are some other awesome individuals on here that specialize in AI. What I would tell you is to do what I did. Using AI on technology that I'm already using, whether it's for my emails or whether it's in our designs and engineerings, we were able to take a look internally at the company, really take a view of what our tech supports were able to bring to us. And it saved me now. At the last AI event, Tom, we talked about almost $250,000. I am almost up to $1 million saved by leveraging AI in just in payroll, just in use of what we don't spend. So, but AI can be really overwhelming. Guys, take a look internally at yourselves probably, and at the tech that your company uses, and really take a see what's used in your everyday life before you venture out and explore the thousands of other apps out there.
Such great advice, and that's a great tie-in to what Dr. Brent, I know what you do, but love to hear your answer on that.
Yeah, so I look at habits as well. So challenge the habits and think back in tech, how often we're Googling now. It's become a verb. And it's like, you don't even count how many times you pull up a search engine and just search for things. It's like replaced our memory, but not so much so more so that we can do higher level things. And so, challenge your habits, even start saying, how many times have I used AI? Really since our last symposium a few months ago till now, I am using it an order of magnitude more. I mean, I'm just thinking significantly over the past 24 hours or 48 hours. I mean, there's many significant new applications for it. So look at your habits and challenge them. And in that though, especially use it for things that maybe you're not great or you hate. Use it as one of those things that like, oh, I really hate writing an email, or I hate doing another marketing plan, or I hate doing these things. Where's my intern? All the things that you would ask an intern to do. You got this forever intern assistant there, but don't let it replace your expertise. But also don't say, well, I'm really good at this part, so I don't want AI to come into this place. So, habits, do the things you hate. I think those are some really great starting points. And of course, come to symposiums like this. Surround yourself with people who are pursuing AI, because I don't know how many times it's like today. It's just one after another. Somebody discovers an AI tool. It's like, I had no idea it was out there, and it just sparks a new way to go and use it. So,
Well, thank you for that, Dr. Brett, because when I'm not podcasting, I'm a peak performance coach and have been for close to 30 years. And those habits are so key, because there's times where you just forget.
Right.
Like, it's right there. I have it. Like when I hit a new browser page, it's right there. Like, that's how much I use it. But we get so used to doing things and we forget that we have, I know for me, I forget that I have it. And I'm like trying to figure out an email, and there's times I'll spend 30 minutes on an email and I'm like, oh my gosh, I could have just gone to ChatGPT and it could have just done it for me. Right, because there's times when you have a challenging email to write and you don't, how do I say this? And you can put all of that into ChatGPT or the other ones. And they can, and it can help you write it. So thank you for that reminder. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just on a little sticky, put it right there in front of me. Can ChatGPT do this for you? ? So I'm constantly reminding myself, right, to ask that question.
And I would even say that when it comes to LLMs or large language models like ChatGPT, Claude 3.5, I think it is, just was released yesterday. And based on the reviews I've seen and the stats I've seen, that actually has surpassed in accuracy and capabilities more so than ChatGPT. But ChatGPT is out marketing. They were first to market, and they have the first market mover advantage right now. Will that change? I don't know. So, Sina, I didn't know if you had a question lined up, ready to go. If not, I have plenty, and I'll roll.
Go for it.
Okay. All right. So, when you're scaling your business, I know we've had a variety of different responses from Hard Work and different softwares. What is that one piece of advice that you would give you 6 months ago as it relates to AI and the use of AI? William?
Oh, man. The one piece of advice I'd give me from 6 months ago in regards to AI. Should have looked at it sooner, probably. I would probably say is trust your gut more. And really for me is the initial plan with AI, we kind of let it get out of control, right? We leaned into it really hard and we let it get smarter than us. So we had to like pull it back and we're like, wait, I don't know what you're doing. And you got too crazy. So the biggest piece of advice is AI will spin. And at least if you're a regular Joe like me, and especially as a company grows, like make sure that you're controlling it, you're containing it, and you're learning yourself. Don't ever let AI spin past you, and don't let it make you lazy.
That's good. Deanna?
That's a great answer. I've never been lazy, so I might like that for just a little while. Just saying. So I guess my one piece of advice, having spent so many years in corporate and now following this very creative dream to really lift people up, especially hardworking parents, hardworking moms and dads, follow whatever their dream is during their retirement. I guess my one piece of advice would be to know that anything is possible. Because now that we have these incredible tools and so many of them and so many guides, it doesn't have to be such a struggle. I like you, William, you still work at 5 a.m. and midnight. I'm not going to do that in my golden years. I'm going to do it a little bit differently. I'm going to build a business that I absolutely love, and I'm going to help my clients do the same. So my advice is go after that dream.
I resent that.
Don't resent it. Don't resent
it. Ava?
Yes. So one piece of advice I would give myself 6 months ago is not to be too worried about breaking things. I am trained. I have about 20 years in business, but I should just why not? Maybe I should have just picked up Python 6 months ago. And I did try, and I think it's now that the world with AI is going, who are we not to learn different type of skill set, even if we're not trained that at first. This is the time for us to learn that, and learning not so that we're doing it all day long, but to understand it so that we can make connections and we can help our teams to be more productive, and learning that also setting an example for our teams that there's not to be too scared of new technologies, with resilience, with the will to learn, we can get there. And that really lead to, the kind of IT literacy, so understanding different type of technologies like Google Cloud, API documentations, like all of this can really help us in our business. And the one more thing that I would like to share is that even in my last, let me backtrack, like that can't happen overnight, right? Like even in my teaching life, I'm teaching at one of the University of Texas here. And I've noticed when I bring in traditional way of teaching for people, textbook, a lot of, especially I teach a lot of diversity students, and a lot of them just, they're more visual, they're more audible. They just can't take on this traditional way of working. So I switch in the middle of my course, I switched to an AI platform that it's all about instructional AI. So they don't prompt the answers to you, but for the futures of workers, at future, we have to be ready. So I'm teaching them how to improve their ability to think critically, to think critically, and that's using instructional AI. So they have to learn how to speak better, to write better, and then that platform that will bring people together. And the people who actually came to me, one of the even a mature student came to me and thank you, Ava. Today was such a hard day to come to class. And I said, why is that? Because today is the day that my mama passed away, but I hear her how to be resilient to come back to finish my degree. And he was there and he aced the class because of the AI enablement, that platform that we were to bring in for him. So there's so many students learning that kind of skill set to be more critical to prepare for the future with AI.
That's awesome. What a beautiful story. Dr. Brent.
So I would tell myself 6 months ago, hey, this guy who's doing solar is going to save himself $1 million by using AI. So you need to get off your butt, and it's not a novelty or a toy, and you need to figure out how to do the same thing. That would have been nice to hear 6 months ago. Thanks, William.
What I'm here for.
Yeah. I mean seriously, like
just a mic drop right there. Okay.
Well, yeah, like the AI is still kind of in novelty stage for a lot of folks. Like, oh, it's cool. Hey, look what it can do. I can make it sound like, Larry the Cable Guy. Hey, look, it's kind of fun, but it's like, it's serious. It can make a real difference if you use it well. I think all of us, though, we're figuring out these ditches of how to use it because we've all seen it like abused. We've seen this like, email that's come across that was just not done well. It's like, man, that was AI, and it turns you off. And then you see somebody like William who's really integrated it well into his company and the business and making like a real. That's a big deal. I don't care, how big you are, but $1 million to I know we're on our way to 100 million, and even if William's at 100 million, maybe he's like, it's just $1 million. That was a week of an afternoon of effort, but for the rest of us it's not. So yeah.
So what that was hilarious.
What I would be one question.
I'm gonna hire Brent,
if I may. William, what systems were you using to save that kind of money? Like, is there an accounting system? Like how did that work for you?
You want to know the secret, huh? No.
Well, I think it's probably like, okay.
And I know, like, I won't drag it out, but in construction, there's a lot of like auxiliary bodies that are needed to take, like for solar, for example, people are like, oh, solar, like, oh, this is, it's just putting panels on the roof and energy, right? But no, we have engineers, we have design teams and stamper. Like I have a system that we have developed out with AI that does all our engineering and designs our programs, directly, and it does it in record time. So our proposal software that used to take us, 30 minutes to put together gets it in 5 minutes and costs me nothing. Where those people, I used to have 4, 5, 6 people, you pay them $60,000, $70,000 a year are no longer needed. AI does it. So just like the extra bodies that we don't have to have as a company. And I know some people are like, hey, they're taking my jobs. No, what it's allowed us to do at Genesis is take the extra money and put it back into the rest of the team.
There you go. So it's really just payroll specific because you don't need you're not paying extra hours to people.
Well, that, and you got to think the service itself, like beyond payroll specific, but the technology itself is so cheap once it's trained. It's the cost of it to do the task that it's needed drives down costs everywhere. And technology itself is cheaper. ChatGPT and AI in general, at least for us, has taken technology that we would have spent 20, 30 grand on, and I have it for free. Now, I don't pay the free version, but you get the point. You can have it for free on your phone. How crazy.
Right. What department would each of you implement AI first in? Would be marketing, operations, the executive as an assistant? What department would you utilize AI first? Deanna.
So interesting. I'm going to go off script. If you're a busy working mama or dada, I'd have AI be your personal assistant. They can plan a grocery list. They can tell you where to get everything the cheapest. They can plan recipes. Like, you don't have to do any of that stuff. So I would definitely go there first, get that stuff off your plate. And then after that, it's really about what your business is and where you want to go. You can't just pick a tool that would apply to every business. As a lifelong marketer, for me, I thought I knew everything about marketing with my MBA and all the things. And I remember asking it a question when I was designing some strategy, and I was blown away that it was smarter than me. It kind of pissed me off, actually. So marketing and strategy are a good place to start traditionally. But I really do think it can be a personal assistant for you as well.
Nice.
Ava.
Well, to tell the truth, it depends, right? I think it can bring in every department, and it depends how we implement it. But one thing I would say is that AI can do so much for customer service right now, like especially with the way it answered. 15 years ago, I worked with a company that already using machine learning, and we created this customized, tailored answer box that when vendors, like very specialized in a niche, in energy niche, they ask questions about, I need to figure out this quote really fast for my own customers. And then the AI just come right back with an estimation. Imagine, like, it saved hours of customer pains, and they can really get that quote and do the work with their people. So nowadays that customer touch point is important, but after COVID, we're doing a lot of virtual customers interaction. So how do we use AI so that we're not losing the touch, the human touch, but at the same time using AI technology to scale up, to save costs, to really drive that high volumes of inquiries is the customized high volume inquiries is important.
Awesome. Dr. Brent.
Yeah, I'm trying to prioritize. It's definitely a place to go with marketing, strategy, training. I haven't really heard that mentioned. That's another really great place to go, is to accelerate some training, and even to set the expectation that if you're on the job and you've got a gap in knowledge, don't wait for a trainer to come in and use AI to create a course. You can get your team beginning to get used to, I've got a gap in knowledge. I'm going to go to ChatGPT to get me started on that. Don't let it be a replacement for it. But I'm one of the coolest things, for me personally, and I don't know if this is where I recommend it, but our CRM that we use for our co-working space has been integrating AI. First, it was just kind of replacing the FAQ and just being a super FAQ and not having to go look through all the resources and stuff. But now we're actually able to reconfigure our system with AI. Here's what I want to do. I want to add a new rule to our system, and it comes and here's what I want. Here's what I think you asked me to do. You want me to implement it. And so that's like awesome. That's replacing IT as well. So it's like, what department don't you recommend it?
Awesome. Well, we have another panel that's getting ready to start here in a few minutes, but I wanted to go a rapid, I guess, a power round, 1 or 2 sentences at most, 10 seconds. What's the one piece of advice you leave the audience with? William.
You skipped me on the last one, by the way. Just wanted to point it up publicly in front of everybody. You guys, the biggest piece of thing is believe in yourself. and let yourself guide AI. Don't let it guide you, and use it as the tool it was meant for. And 100 million will be 500 million for me before too long, and 500 million will be a billion, and AI will help me get there.
Love it. Ava.
So, I know it can feel intimidating, but just go for it. We don't have to be perfect, and just keep going, be resilient, continue to learn, continue to share your knowledge. You never know where it's going to take you with your business.
Awesome. Deanna?
So I'm a huge Seth Godin fan, and I just listened to a lecture by him, and he said probably about 85% of the people on the planet have not tried AI yet. Get on there 20 minutes a day. Just get on there. You're going to be left behind if you don't. 20 minutes a day, start learning. Pick one and go.
To piggyback on that, I would say just watch watch this symposium 4 times a year, and that'll greatly help.
Perfect.
Dr. Brunt.
Don't forget who you are. Don't let AI really change your mission, your why. Let it actually improve your why. Let it allow you to focus more on your why, the deeper, the bigger things. So that's you just gotta not forget who you are in this. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, to the panel, thank you so much for your time, your generosity of knowledge, and giving of your experience. This has been absolutely amazing. The next panel up is the Myth Busters, the common misperceptions of misconceptions of artificial intelligence. And so we're going to bring some of those up and see.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to step back and we'll bring. Wasn't William doing this with you?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, he left the whole thing. Let's see if he comes back.
That's all right. We will we're going to get ready to go here.
All right. Well, I'll be back later, folks, for the closing words. Have a great panel.
All right, bear with me here. I'm texting William. And he's back. Awesome.
Jeff scares me.
I'm a scary guy.
If you guys have, you guys are streaming the symposium in the background, please turn the volume off on that video that you're streaming it, because we're getting an echo. Well, all right. I'm not sure whose that is. If the panel could check the your background and see if you are streaming this or playing this on the tab or on your phone. If you could please shut that video down, that'd be awesome. William, do you want to kick it off and see? There we go. Whatever that was, it fixed it. All right. So thank you all for joining us here. And this is the Mythbusters of AI. And we have quite a few myths to kind of talk about, but want to give everyone a chance to go through and introduce yourself. And keep this 30 seconds, 45 seconds. We have a lot of ground to cover. Joyce.
Hi, everyone. Well, great to be here. Hi, Tom. Hi, William. Love the previous panel. And about me, 30 seconds. I run my own business called Veranda Partners. I advise board directors and business leaders on their AI strategy and oversight governance, per se. And I also run a newsletter that provides non-technical business leaders some of the most important AI strategies and development.
Oh, awesome. Liz.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good morning if you're down under. I'm Liz Smoke. I'm the co-founder of Maiden Multimedia. We're a branding agency specifically for executives. I also coach in AI several times a week, and also a founder of Dora.ai, and that's an incubator, no-code incubator for women startups. Thanks so much for having me.
Oh, awesome. Jeff.
Well, yes, I am down under. So g'day, how are you all? I'm known as the king of dad jokes. I'm a travel influencer for Dream Trips, and now in the last 12 months, I've positioned myself as a social selling and AI mastery coach for network marketers and affiliate marketers.
So you got to go to the dad joke.
Oh, come on. Okay, so how much does a polar bear weigh? Don't worry, I've got no idea either, but I'm sure it's enough to break the ice. William, that's an icebreaker.
Good.
Okay. Sarah, if you're muted, if you're up.
Okay, yeah, that was a good joke. I always appreciate a bad joke, and maybe in competition for that, Jeff. My name is Sarah Chevalier, and I am currently a spunky brand mixologist for Lemonade Brands. It's my own company that I co-founded. Previously, like many of the beautiful people here at corporate, 25 years senior director, sales, marketing, and I walked away from it all just a few years ago. And it's only been 2 months that I'm really knee deep in AI, and it has just changed my life. So it's really quite a beautiful thing that I've been loving to learn from everybody. It's so amazing.
Awesome. Thank you. William, I know William is my co-host today for the Mythbusters panel. He didn't have a chance to introduce himself, so definitely want to give him an opportunity.
You see, he treats me like the sub-star, but I'm really the reason people are on here. So
That's exactly right. Yes,
I'm super excited for this, Tom. I'll be honest, because like I'm a gritty construction guy that just happened to make it big, right? So to see these like AI geniuses are super exciting, and this panel I'm pumped for. So my name's William. I own Genesis Solar Power, the ARC Corporation, Eden HVAC and Home Efficiency. I am a 30-year-old father. A 30-year-old man, father of 4, husband, and I'm, got high blood pressure. If everything you need to know here, I'm super pumped for this. Tom, thanks for having me.
Awesome. Do you want to kick the panel off or with questions, or want me to start?
I would love to, because again, what I really want to cover in this myth is I guess I want to point out a myth that a unique question with this, and I'd love to hear your guys' thought process on this, right? So a couple that I have right here is here's the myth, is that AI is going to replace all human creativity. It's going to replace take all art and all music, and is going to destroy the artistic development of all humans coming up. I've seen it. I've watched Tom use it respectfully. I've seen it in art and advertisement. And I'd love to hear your guys' opinion on that community that I'm sure is watching right now going, is my career going to be okay? Joyce, lead us off, please.
Oh, I'm the least creative person on this panel, but let me set people up for better answers later on. I would say people are now recognizing that issue from an enterprise perspective. They want to be responsible in their use of AI content. So we're now starting to see some of the agreements or license deals with from the AI companies with the big content creators. But when can we trace these content creations to the smaller creators? I'm still waiting to see there. So I'll leave the room for other panelists to answer this great question.
Perfect. Thank you. Liz, bring us home.
Sure. I just want to piggyback off of what Joyce said in regards to smaller. So I found that many individuals similar to Joyce who don't feel they're very creative, but absolutely have a plethora and decades of ideas, wishes, that wish they could produce with their hands. And now that is actually possible. And the health benefits of actually being able to see in real time and realize your gifts. But those small creators are quite worried. My hope is that small creators are using AI to implement better processes in their research for art, in their actual creation of music, painting, writing, so that they can compete in a marketplace. That's my absolute favorite thing, is really showing individuals, whether it's artists or entrepreneurs, now the field is now level. There is no tech person, and I'm not tech, I'm not creative. That no longer exists.
Thank you. Jeff, come on.
Well, I'm actually going to probably throw in a different viewpoint here. And I actually feel that, yeah, it is going to take jobs away and it's going to make people more efficient. I'm a high school dropped out at year 9, dyslexic, can't spell to save my life. And yet I've been able to master this AI space in a content marketer's space, create awesome logos. Like in the past, I would have paid, say, $800 to do that. I've been able to do that myself. So I've taken that job away from that graphic designer. As a social seller, I'm more come from a digital marketer and sales background. I'm able to use, ChatGPT to help me to create awesome content that, helps me to step up as a professional copywriter. I'm not a professional copywriter. My dyslexia and my spelling is atrocious. So yet I'm able to run, my ideas and learn how to become a prompt engineer, essentially, create awesome prompts to be able to help me speak like Steve Irwin or Russell Brunson from ClickFunnels. I'm able to use their tonality and bring their messages into mine and blend it, and create a new voice with what I have to offer. And essentially that's, one of the things that we teach is we teach you how to leverage these amazing tools and enhance yourself. And that's the key word there, is enhance. Take that creative energy and enhance, some of the bottlenecks that, a solar entrepreneur faces is they have to bootstrap everything. They don't have $10,000 for a graphic designer or, $10,000 for a PR person or, X, Y, Z. I can now leverage these amazing tools. And I would go far as saying that ChatGPT, especially this 4.0 version, is now probably worth at least $20,000 to $30,000 a year for me. So yeah, I am taking jobs away.
I think you're going to pay that to Sam, the creator of OpenAI.
Yeah, it's in my bank. Well, it's in my bank.
Can you enhance my airline, Jeff? I just want to know that real quick.
Yeah, we're working on that one.
Thank you, buddy. Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, this one's near and dear to me, and and Jeff, and I appreciate your choice, and Liz, because I would be the perfect example of a small creative. And there's kind of 2 prongs to this question, saying, will AI replace jobs? And then is it going to take away creativity? So those are 2 very kind of different conversations in my mind. I'm going to touch a little bit on the creative side because when we're young, we all Crayola crayon and we draw, and then we realize that maybe we're not so good. Our parents tell us, oh, that's nice, you should stay in the lines, and we learn all those rules. And most of us, you have this vision of the struggling artist, and so we've given up that part of ourselves. And I know for myself, I did. I dabbled in whatever. Since re-entering with AI, my creative side has exploded, and not just in AI. I'm painting again. I've always been a writer, so that's always there. My watercolored pencils, I delve so deep into learning photography because I want to be able to prompt properly. And so apertures and filters and, all these things. And I'm learning about artists, like so much. I'm not taking it away from someone. For me, it's something I didn't think I could touch into, and now I can, and that has totally allowed it. And I think of it sometimes, just to give a metaphor, if you think of anyone who's ever done pottery, I look at AI as being the clump of clay that we throw on, but we're the ones molding it. We're the ones playing with it. And in every given time, we can squish it down and restart and decide how fast and how slow we're going. And that's the creative. To me, AI is the tool, and we are the artists. And so it's allowing people who thought they couldn't be artistic. Like I'm in a group, Liz, we're kind of connected in that way. And I'm with a slew of artists. These are photographers and painters, and they're all embracing it and saying, I'm layering it on top of, in addition to, and that is so beautiful to me. And for me, I can't draw a face for my life. And yet now I get to imagine. That's why my tagline is imagine, create, express. The first part is imagination, and that's us. That's always going to be us. And so I will it replace certain jobs? Yes. But will it create so many more? Yes. So that's my short and long answer there.
Well said. That was all good answers, phenomenal answers. And Sarah, I'm right there with you. I can't draw to save my life. Someone asked me to draw a picture. I'm drawing a stick figure. And as we saw in the debate of the ethics debate with Jonathan Mast and Krista Moore just a few minutes ago, I was able to generate likeness or similarity to those two individuals and put them in a boxing ring, boxing each other with a large language model. But getting back to myths about AI, one myth is that AI can think like humans and it can solve any problems. Now, is that true or not? I'd like to go round robin and see what each of you think. Is that true? Jeff, do you want to kick us off?
So what was the question again? Can AI replace?
Can AI think like humans and can it solve any problem?
No, not at all. AI, straight answer. AI doesn't have our emotional intelligence yet. And I feel like that is the missing piece, that is really driving this conversation. So just quickly, I saw a tool. I'm not going to mention it because I don't want to badmouth the tool, but I've seen this tool floating around in my space in the social selling arena. And what it's doing is it's going in and essentially it is trying to replace the human engagement and commenting on people's posts. And you can see that these comments are so disconnected. For example, my friend put up, 10-year anniversary of my father passing away. Rest in peace, my dad. For Father's Day that has just gone. This comment has got on there and said, "Oh, did you have a great experience with your father for Father's Day?" Like it's just missing that emotional context and that EQ intelligence, the emotional intelligence to be able to facilitate that. So at this point in time, right now in history, no, I don't feel like it can cover that human touch space.
Wow. That's a great example. And Liz.
Yeah, I would say Jeff said a very integral word yet, right? I do believe it will get there. It's programmed by humans. It's, learning from data that was created by humans. But of course, part of our human thought process is the emotional intelligence piece. And it's yet to be seen how that will be duplicated in a machine.
Wow. True.
I love that answer.
It was a great answer. Yeah. And AI is learning. Someone from a previous panel said they think we're about still 6 months away from the inflection point that AI becomes more intelligent. Whether that is inclusive of emotional intelligence, don't know. But like you said, Liz, it's a matter of time, right? Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with Liz or Jeff. Again, I was on kind of both sides. It's definitely not there at this point. I know I was playing around with an idea the other day and it gave me some, source. And I went and looked up the source and it was like from 2018. I was like, that is so irrelevant to what I'm asking for. Like, why are you giving me marketing ideas from like 6? I'm like, okay, I know next time to be like, only please give me information. So it's scraping everything, right? So at this stage, it's still really up to us to inspect what we expect and to put in that extra, because AI is just, and anyone who does imaging knows that you've got to wonder some of the YouTube videos as women that it's scraped from. There's a lot of learning it needs to do still. And so it's, in my opinion, yes, it'll learn its own, but it's still learning from what we're generating and prompting. That's one of the reasons I joined AI is I'm like, I'm going to start prompting it. And I tell it sometimes like, yo, dude, that's cheese. Like I have no problem having hilarious conversations with it because I know that what I'm teaching it, it's remembering. And so at some stage, will it potentially be able to mirror or mimic? But I can't remember who said it before. Was it it's talking about being empathetic, like having empath. Like that's something that I don't think a machine can do. By looking at like, if you study psychology, the slightest move of someone's eyebrow, you're going to know if they're in a good mood, bad mood. Did you just say something that affected them? Will robots be able to get to that stage? Or AI robots? We're jumping ahead. We're already at robots, but that's coming. I think that will take a while. That will take a while, and it will really depend on what we're how we're teaching it and using it in our lives. So it's a yes and no kind of answer, but I think it's still far away, but it is very possible because you don't know what you don't know. So
That is interesting. A timeline I heard to that exact example you gave, seeing facial expressions. There is some low-level AI that's doing it now, but not fully effective. You get 3 months. I'm curious to see in our next AI symposium in 3 or 4 months if that has changed. It's moving fast. The technology is rapidly moving fast. Joyce.
Yeah, I would agree with everyone that we are not there yet. AI doesn't seem to have the sign showing us that it can reason. And that's very important. It just simply remembers all the things and summarizes and then really narrates really well, but doesn't mean it can reason beyond that. The other thing that has been hindering that progress is the data. So far, most of the AI models are trained by public domain data. And we all know how much rubbish there is in the internet data, right? So I used to work in investment area. I still advise investment related AI startups. So one of the key differentiator for a lot of these financial services company is their ownership of private commercial data that's not currently feeding into these AI models. So therefore, I would just say, in order to get there, we probably also need both the reasoning to jump ahead and then also the data quality used to train these AI models to be upgraded.
Wow, awesome. Yeah, data is something that if we have time, I can circle back around. But I want to give William another option to take the panel here.
Why do you always stutter when you address me? Am I intimidating? Is that a myth for you, Tom?
That is a myth. That is a great myth. Notice I didn't stutter just then.
So I'm going to ask, I'm going to kind of point out another myth that you guys have all kind of tapped on, but I really want to dive into it. Again, as an entrepreneur myself, that is not like an AI brain. Like you guys talk about Claude. I swear I graduated with that guy. So, for me, there are some myths. And I think for us is there's a myth that AI is already, it doesn't make any mistakes. It doesn't lie. It's better than humans. It makes superior decisions than humans. And that is scary for entrepreneurs that aren't in the AI space. And in reality, for AI to grow, it needs people like me to want to use it, right? So I guess my question is, can you guys address that myth? And really, I'd like to see you bust it, because individuals that are watching this right now don't want to use AI, or they think it's smarter and this and that. And talk about that it does have weaknesses. And I think it's important for us to address those and call those out. Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, most AI, it's an input-output tool. You put great stuff in, you're going to get great stuff out. If you put crap in, you're going to get crap out. And so it's really that human interaction element. And that's why I say it's AI plus our heart equals our superpower, because it still needs us as drivers of the car to drive the car, right? So when you understand its role and how you can be empowered and equipped with just another tool, then it's a very, very powerful tool. But just like a hammer for a carpenter versus a hammer for a master tradesman, you're going to get different results, because the master tradesman is a master, right? So we just got to leverage AI as another tool. Yeah, I do talk to my AI like a virtual assistant, and I treat it like a human, because it's, it interacts back and forth and all that sort of thing. But look, I've known AI to lie. And, basically I've had an AI message bot come up and it said, Jeff is doing this, this, and this. And it's basically trying to mimic my sort of day-to-day behavior. And it was a flat out lie. So, it's all about how we use the tools and the foundation. And this is where, when I first jumped into ChatGPT, I actually created a video 5 minutes after that and said, don't trust AI. It's going to basically make you look like an amateur, and it's a load of BS. I had to learn how to eat some humble pie myself, because I wasn't using the tool properly. I wasn't laying the foundations. I had to learn how to become a master of the AI tools. And once you've got that, and, just like any other tool, like I'm a cabinet maker by trade, and I was taught to do everything by hand, how to hit the nail with the hand before I got the nail gun. And then as I was finishing up my trade, they brought out these robotic, router machines that could essentially do what I was doing by hand, but now do 30 of them in an hour. Now, I didn't have the ability to be a computer technician to learn how to use that tool. So I lost my job. AI is just a similar thing in that space. We've just got to become masters of the tools.
Awesome. Love that. Thank you for calling that out. Sarah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, and Jeff, I love that you say that, because there's, our ability to learn and to grow and to understand. I've thrown in the chat a few times, inspect what you expect. I mean, I was talking to someone the other day and they said something and I was like, who said that to you? And he's like, oh, the neighbor. And I was like, and you just took it at face value? I'm like, does that actually make sense? Like, use your brain. And, so we went online and double checked, but multi-source, right? Like, that's where we get to have that ability, because it does make sense. It pulls, and for anyone who has studied it, the good courses tell you double check, because it will make up references. It'll make up, like, oh, here's a report, like, even in your prompt. And that's why prompt engineering is so important, because you can say, make sure you only give me, resources quoted from, like, and give it exactly which medical journals or whatever, and then go back and check. I mean, that is where we talked about even before. Is it going to replace humans? No, because we have a different brain process. And we've talked about it a few times here, is I think this is a beautiful opportunity for us to look at ourselves and be like, okay, where can I improve my own life? Like, how can I just stop sitting back, floating down the river, and be like, where am I going to sit in that driver's seat, like you said, Jeff, and say, like, I'm going to direct it. So it makes lots of mistakes. I don't trust it just for fact. I check everything that it says, especially if I'm like, common sense. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. So I'll go dive deeper and play with it. So will it at some point learn when we put garbage in, garbage out? Will it get at some point, as we filter through, like anything, it'll get better. And yet, if it's teaching itself, like, people are liking these jokes and stuff they're putting in, will it continue to create stuff like that? So we're always going to have, I think, a due diligence to inspecting what we expect to come out of it. And so I think people don't need to be afraid, because even prior to that, and I'll close it off, but way before AI came into the mainstream, there were these same opportunities all over the place of people just saying stuff. I mean, we saw it, I'm Canadian, but not that many years ago, we saw the fake news, right? Like, stuff just got out there without using AI, and it wasn't true. Like, we have our own right to say, like, okay, wait a second, what makes sense, and how can I go and validate that and be a part of that conversation?
Tom, what I've caught on these two answers, and thank you, Sarah, is that I'm pretty much smarter than ChatGPT. I just want to point that out to you. So thank you, Sarah, for really edifying that. Liz, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
William, you are smarter than ChatGPT. I promise you.
Heard it. You heard that.
You heard that, Tom. So really, there are in my mind, two real dangers when it comes to AI and specifically ChatGPT. It's going to cause one of two things in everybody, users and non-users. Either full reliance, hey, I can phone in my marketing. I can phone in raising my kid. I can phone in the discipline talk when there's doing something that I don't want him to do. Or I take, like what Sarah said, I'm taking it all in. Like, this guy is a magical marketer. This guy has this magic potion. This woman is a phenomenal speaker. Look how well she speaks, because critical thinking is now out the window. My favorite thing to do at this point, and some of you on this panel have heard me say this before, I have a young teenager, 14, and who, of course, is all over social media. And unfortunately, we see many adults doing the exact same thing I'm about to describe my teenager doing when she runs into the dining room and she tells me the Eiffel Tower is on fire and is now disappeared. So it's a great conversation on critical thinking. I have also seen adults posting where Target is now run by the devil, and there's AI images of red horned mannequins in Target. Clearly, they're AI, and they do exist. You can Google them. And people completely believe this. And it's dangerous because then it's shared for its shock value, because marketers know we want the clicks, we want the eyes, we share it for shock value. And yet we've got small businesses collapsing over this rumor mill that's now created. So the two things that everyone should focus on is you will fall in one of those two buckets, either full reliance on it, and there goes any voice and opinion you might have and uniqueness, or the loss or gaining of the critical thinking and really questioning every bit of what you're saying.
Thank you, Liz. And I appreciate that. Joyce.
Yeah, I would say building trust with AI is no different than building trust between humans. And you need that process to understand why it does things it does, have that risk guardrail set in place just in case, so that you feel like there's really boundaries. And then also you have human in the loop, eventually correct course when things are not doing the right, giving the right answer and all that. And then at the same time, have that belief that technology is advancing. So for example, the giving the wrong answers, making up stuff is now being mitigated, not completely, of course, but mitigated in part by techniques like RAG or knowledge graphs in business use cases. So I do think we evolve together with AI, and during that process, we build up that trust. And of course, trust can be taken away, so that, you know, we need to hold also the AI, especially the AI systems with some of the inherent biases, up to accountability. We need to make sure that they behave the way they are supposed to. Otherwise, we take the trust away from them.
Well said. Well, hopefully the folks who are watching this will have maybe gain an understanding, or we've dispelled some misconceptions around AI. So I want to thank the panel so much for your insight and just giving of your time and knowledge of your insight to artificial intelligence. So thank you. And next, up next, we have Jonathan Mast. We're gonna bring Jonathan Mast up, and I don't see my co-host. But that's all right. We will go ahead.
Don't worry, I'll stay.
If you want
Thank you guys. But see you later.
Thank you, Jeff. And William, absolutely would love to have you stay.
Okay, what is it? What's the panel? Because I should know.
No panel. This is a solo for with Jonathan Mast, the legend, man, the myth, the legend.
You're too kind, Tom.
And so, Jonathan, why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us what you do. And I think William in our private chat here already asked the first question, but we'll get to that in just a minute.
Not a problem. Well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. As you said, my name is Jonathan. I run an agency called Whitebeard Strategies, and we really focus on a couple things. By the way, no idea where the name came from. Don't know where that came developed. But I do AI coaching and consulting, where I help businesses and organizations figure out how to leverage AI to really do three things: save time, make more money, and deliver more value to their clients. But the key part is doing all that at the same time. And at the end of the day, I'm really into AI prompting. And I believe that if we learn how to communicate with AI, we learn how to talk to it, that it can be an amazing tool to amplify our skill and our experience. And it can really be that, not necessarily that magic wand, but it can definitely be that rocket fuel that propels us forward and allows us, especially as small businesses, to be nimble and to really kick the big guys in the butt.
Yes. So you mentioned prompt engineering, and I've seen you have a Facebook group out there, and I don't remember the name of it. I'm in it a lot. I just don't remember the name of it top of my head here. But you give instructions on AI prompts and for Claude, Midjourney, ChatGPT, all these different LLMs, and it has been absolutely phenomenal. So William posted in our private chat, I wonder if AI can give me a beard. I don't look great with the beard. William's saying,
you give Tom a beard. Yeah.
Listen, Jonathan, I shaved this morning. Okay, Tom shaved 4 years ago, and I still he's got.
That's fair. That's fair. But if you were to generate a prompt, write a prompt, how would you go about writing a prompt that would give somebody a beard if you were to upload a picture of them?
Well, first of all, knowing that it's AI, I wouldn't necessarily expect it to work perfectly. AI and specificity often don't come together well. But apart from that, I'd use pretty much 4 simple steps. I'd start by telling it, and in this case, I'd probably go to ChatGPT or Claude to give me the prompt that I'd then use in Midjourney, just because they'd probably give me more information. And I'd say, you know, you're an expert at creating prompts for graphic image tools. And I need to take a picture of Tom, who is clean shaven, and give him an epic beard so that he can be part of this 3-person panel that we're on. Please review the uploaded photo, because I'd have to upload your photo, and make sure to give Tom the most epic beard possible. And I would probably do reference, I try to think of, you know, ZZ Top or something like that, and model his beard after that.
Wow. And that is right now. Do you see the prompt engineering changing as AI gets smarter?
Absolutely. In fact, one of the really cool things now is, I'll admit, I probably only write about half my prompts. I let AI write the other half. I have a framework that I follow, but AI is getting so good now that if and I've trained a model that I use just to say, you know, I call it my perfect prompting framework. Use my perfect prompting framework and create me an optimized prompt to achieve this objective. And I share whatever that objective is. And AI now will write that prompt generally far faster than I can do it on my own, and often better than I can do it on my own. So I would say, you know, even right now, probably 50% of the prompts that I write, ChatGPT or Claude are writing them for me.
So,
Tom, you know how I like commandeered this panel? Jonathan, I actually have a really good question, and I'm sorry, Tom, I took this from you.
Go for it.
But I really want to. Can I dive into that with you? Like, as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, as somebody that tries to understand, you know, like we're constantly getting plagued, like LinkedIn, Facebook, with like little images that says, like, you know, here's how you set up your prompts. How would you recommend somebody set up a prompt? I don't think I can spell the word prompt. So
fair enough.
Like how would you, if somebody's starting to use Claude or ChatGPT, how would you advise somebody to where do you start? You use AI for yours, but you didn't always do that. What would you say?
No, it's a great question. My first advice is, every email, every direct message you get, every ad that you see to buy a list of prompts, don't do it. Plain and simple. Just don't do it. I've bought tons of them. Tom mentioned I've got a group. We've got 125,000 people in it. I buy lists all the time to see if I can find a good one. I have yet to find a good list of prompts that was worth the time and money that I put into it. So what I recommend real clearly, William, is just that they take and they learn a prompt framework. The one I recommend is 4 simple steps. You start by telling the AI how it's supposed to act. We've got to remember that AI, you know, it's this vast library of information that's far vaster than we can even imagine. I mean, you know, I'm old enough to remember when encyclopedias fit on a table. It doesn't happen anymore. Far more data than that. So we need to give it some context, tell it how it's supposed to act. So that might be act as a copywriter, act as an expert social media writer, act as an HR professional, act as an expert, you know, attorney. Who knows what we want. Then part 2 is we need to give it some background, because William, you and I just met literally now, probably 3 minutes ago. And if you and I were collaborating on a project and I walked up to you and just said, hey, William, do this for me, and I gave you no context, you'd rightfully look at me like I'm an idiot. Like, how am I supposed to know what to do? But we assume with AI that it can read our minds, and it can't. So step 2 is we have to give it some context. Step 3, this is what most people consider their prompt. That's our question, whatever it is we want it to do. And then step 4, and this is the part that I think most people miss. Tom's heard me say this already, but before we're done, we need to give ChatGPT permission to ask us clarifying questions. And the reason that's so important is that AI has been programmed to make assumptions, because the developers were smart. They want us to use their software, and they know that if it acts like a 3-year-old and goes, why, we're going to stop using the app. That's not what they want.
Correct.
So they wanted to make assumptions. The problem is when it makes assumptions, you know, and I know what happens when we make assumption. It makes a you know what out of you and me. And that same thing happens with AI. So the prompt framework is really simple. How is ChatGPT supposed to act? What's the relevant background information for my question? What is my question? And ask me any clarifying questions you need. And that last part's critical because a lot of times I know, at least for myself, I don't know what information I should give it in order to get the best possible response. But the AI does. And if I give it permission to ask me questions and I haven't given it enough background, it'll then ask me those questions. I can answer and I'll get a much, much better response out of it.
See, Tom,
Does that make sense?
It does. And I love that answer because for me, that's why I had a double take back into AI, right? When I first used it, I was like, give me a recipe on potato soup. And then it just it vomited something out of it. This ain't gasoline, and you know you're upset. But then when I learned how to teach it and ask it questions, thanks Tom for bringing me back to AI. I think that was great. I think that example is the embodiment of what like average Joes or whatever you want to say right now is struggles with prompts. And I don't even think, and Jonathan, you did a great job selling it, but I think you could even go bigger in the fact that if you don't know how to write a prompt in an AI software, you are literally wasting your time. Learn.
Oh, absolutely. And your example there is really good, William. You ask it to, give me a recipe for potato soup. You're likely to get a recipe for vomit as much as you are a recipe for potato soup.
Thank you.
But if on the other hand, I say you're an award-winning soup, chef.
Yes.
Take us home. I need a recipe for the most amazing potato soup. Please create this recipe and make sure to include garlic and ham because I want both of those in my potato soup.
Yes.
And then, oh, by the way, ask me any clarifying questions you need before giving me the best possible recipe. Now I'm going to get one kick butt potato soup recipe.
Yeah.
Award-winning potato soup recipe.
Exactly.
But Tom, before you ask your question, but that's so impactful with the response that you got. Tom, I mentioned this on another panel. Like as I said, I've saved close to $1 million a year. It's because individuals like you guys brought the regular guys back and adjusted simply how we asked it questions. I thank you for that, Jonathan. That was a very selfish question of mine, but thank you.
That was a good one. No, that's good.
Great question, William. So I saw you posted yesterday, or maybe it was today. I lose track of my time here. Claude versus ChatGPT. That was a really interesting post that you put out there, and I would like to hear your thoughts on clarifying, I guess, why Claude is better than ChatGPT.
Well, I don't want to say definitively it is, but just yesterday afternoon, Claude released a brand new model. For those that are listening that may not go, what the heck is Claude? Claude is one of the major competitors to ChatGPT. There's really 4 major large language models. And if you're not named, I apologize in advance. But there's ChatGPT that everybody's heard about. There's Google Gemini that we're not going to talk about because it only works kind of well. Then there's Claude by a company named Anthropic. You've never heard of them, but you've heard of everybody who's invested in them. And then there's Meta's product called Llama. Those are really the 4 main models. ChatGPT is the big one. It's one everybody knows about. Yesterday, Claude released a brand new model called 3.5 Sonnet. You don't need to remember the name. But I believe, based on the testing I've done in the last 24 hours, it may actually be better than ChatGPT 4.0, which is their most current model. It's fast, it's incredibly in-depth, and they've added some new features to it that I think are going to become commonplace in AI. And one of those is the fact, and I forget the name for it because it just came out yesterday, but one of those is the ability that when you ask it to write something, it actually opens a separate window and shows you what it's doing as it's happening so that you can stop and make changes in the middle of that prompt and update it and tell it to do different things. So there's some really cool features that are out. I'm not ready to say it's better because I still think it depends on where you start. And if you're brand new to AI, I'm still going to recommend you start with ChatGPT, not Claude, because it has some more features. But if you're serious about prompting and you want the best potato soup recipe, William, I'm going to bet that Claude's going to give it to you today as opposed to ChatGPT.
I could listen to Jonathan narrate a book. I like the way
Thank you.
He's got a great voice. He does.
I got a face for radio to go right along with it.
The so I've seen some of your artwork you've posted.
Yeah,
they look 3D. They are 3D. How do you
they're designed
create?
to.
So what software do you use, or what prompts do you use to generate that kind of image?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Tom, you're a part of my group. Like you said, we got about 125,000 members in there. It's probably the second most common question I get asked is how to do the image. The only one that probably get asked more is how do I use AI to make money and not do anything? So yeah, exactly. We can laugh at that because they forget to serve people and do the do work part. But anyway, I use Midjourney to create all those images. I think that Midjourney is the best of the tools out there right now, and I like 3D cartoon style images. It's just kind of become something that's my style. Now the prompt is incredibly difficult. I think it might be 10 words. So let me read it to you exactly because I actually have it saved because I use it all the time. And here it is. 3D cartoon animation of, and then there's a variable, a subject or character. So a potato soup chef in a location or setting, so in a kitchen, inspired by Disney and Pixar animation. So it's literally 3D cartoon animation of a chef in a kitchen inspired by Disney and Pixar animation.
Can you do that live?
If I can share my screen, sure.
Tom, how amazing! Like potato.
Can I do that, Tom, or not?
You want to talk about in real time?
Yes. So if you hit the present button at the bottom, and then
No
it'll
problem.
pop up. Yeah.
Let's see here. I'm going to start my Discord a minute, which is how Midjourney runs. It's a little bit of a weird app. So let me get that up here before I share my screen and do that. And people will see I've been actually doing some prompts on others. So let's nothing like being live and trying to see how we do it. Right, here we go. So present.
Tom, you don't often
And
get like a
share
one-on-one
screen.
training with Gandalf. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
William, I am so glad you stuck around. That's all I got to say. Just plain and simple.
Dude,
All
I
right.
because I want this photo and I want you to sign it and I'll pay you for it. That's what I'll. That's
All
what
right, here we go. So I've been playing around with it. So this is Midjourney. Midjourney runs in something called Discord. We don't have time to explain why, but it works. So I have to start with what's called an imagine command, not a band user. That's wrong. Imagine. There we go. So 3D cartoon animation of a chef in a kitchen inspired by Disney and Pixar animation.
This is real time, folks.
So it's going to now the way Midjourney works, it's going to create 4 images and then we can make them bigger. So it takes a little bit of time. You can see over here it's counting. It's at 10%, 15%. So this will take probably a minute and it's going to generate 4 images. We can then use any one of those. I like Midjourney, one, because of the style. The other reason I like it is simply because of the fact that it has a great licensing model. There's one downside. If you're watching, Midjourney is an absolute pay-to-play app. You can't use it for free. They don't even have a free option. So let's take a look here. And William, you get to pick the one you like. When it's done, we're just about there. There we go. So there's our 4 options it came up with. Which one's your favorite? Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right?
I'm blown away. It took him 10
William
seconds.
being speechless is a rare occurrence, as rare as an eclipse. So well done.
Well, tell you what, let's do this for everybody watching. We'll give a bonus here. I'm going to go ahead. Oops. I'm going to go ahead and expand each one of these. I'll save them and then we'll post them if we can, Tom, on your group or something like that so that everybody can get access. So I'm just going to save this real quick.
Tommy did this in less than 10 seconds.
Yeah. Isn't this
I
incredible?
have a full marketing team on salary.
So here I got to say, that's one of my favorites right there. I love that.
That is my
just-
favorite. Please.
That's just so cool.
It's
So,
3D. That's amazing.
super, super easy. Let me exit out of here. I don't know exactly where I got here a minute.
Hold on 1 second. I'm typing email. Dear marketing team.
There we go. Yeah, I called Jonathan on Monday, right?
Yes.
So again, that easy though. And now I've got those images. This one's not bad either. I can use these anywhere I want And if I like it, what's a really cool thing is, William, if I like it and I go, that was pretty cool, but I want 4 more, I just go ahead and click redo, and it's now going to create 4 more images that'll all be unique, because every image or AI image generator has a degree of randomness built in. So it's going to create some randomness. They're not all going to look alike. And we'll wait here just a minute, and we'll have another batch. And again, you'll see how easy that is. You can change not the resolution, but you can change the aspect ratio. So I'm doing a tall image here. I could do a wide one like your widescreen TV or your computer monitor. I could do square. I can do anything I want there to do that. And for the most part, hopefully, these aren't going to be too wacky. So let's just take a look here at what we've got. Again, not bad here. I'm not so sure about the scarf or towel around this guy's neck, but maybe he's hot and sweaty. I don't know. But again, 4 more images just that quick. Super simple.
Now, Jonathan, for like the average Joe, like that we're talking about here, when you say pay to play, like again, I just mentioned I have a full marketing team on staff with an official salary, right? What are we talking? So for everyone else that's thinking that gets $500 a photo, what are we really talking? What did you just spend?
I didn't spend anything. I pay $30 a month, and I essentially get unlimited usage. It's not unlimited, but I create thousands of images a month, and I've never capped out. So for $30 a month.
And Tom, really to take back my first question, here's where I'm taking it home. Barry Bonds home run here is at the beginning of this, he talked about using AI for prompts that we talked about our inexperience. And we watched him take a 10-second rapid type and make probably one of the most beautiful pieces of art on a joke that I made 5 minutes ago about potato soup. He turned it into reality. AI is way beyond what I thought.
But imagine you've got a restaurant and you want to put some artwork up. You do those, you send them off to get them printed on a piece of metal for $75 a piece. And for $300, you've now got pieces of art to put on your wall.
100%. And I'm sure that was something you just whipped together. I'm sure some of the prompts that you've put together on something like that have been immaculate. I'd love to see some of your art. I asked someone to share me the page, but I'd love to dive into that.
We'll make sure we get you a link to it. Not a problem. So, but yeah, so no, I mean, and that's why I'm passionate about prompting, because I believe, and as business people, it's important that we get it. But what's even more important is that we teach our teams how to use it. Because if our teams know how to do this, one, they're going to find opportunities that we don't see. Because if you're running the business, you're not going to see every opportunity that comes up. When you teach your team how to do it, one, you're going to make their job more enjoyable. They're going to have more fun. They're going to deliver more value. Ultimately, they're going to get more done for you without you having to pay any more in the process. And here's the best part. While we do all that, we can now deliver more value to our clients. Imagine if I'm a marketing agency, which I happen to be at this point, and, William, I'll send you those photos. So I'm going to send those to you. It didn't cost me anything other than a little bit of time. Am I now ingratiating myself and building rapport with you? Absolutely I am. And it was easy to do. And my team now, because they're going to have extra time, can do things like that for my clients and prospects and help me grow my business. And everybody wins across the board.
The cool part about this is, as you see my eyes wander, it's because I have individuals on my team that I'm literally directing to here. Forgive the free take, but Tom also doesn't charge for this event. And the feedback that I'm getting in real time right now is right here is $30 for that. That is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I figured you would pay somebody a commissioned rate at $200 a photo. How impressive. That came from my supervisor of marketing. Not a problem.
I'll make you a great deal, William. We'll do $100 a piece, $800. They're all yours, and I'll sign them.
please bill my mentor HQ right away. We'll get you the
invoice. That's great.
Oh,
I'm so glad I invited you. For all the audience who are watching either live or after this event is complete, Jonathan Mast, his group is AI //ChatGPT prompts for entrepreneurs. So if you were to type in AI ChatGPT prompts for entrepreneurs, that will it should pop up. You should be able to locate and find it. William, I just sent you an invite, so you should have that in your Facebook invite right now. So For a small business who is just getting off the ground, started yesterday. They're still developing their business identity. How would you go about recommending they do that?
Great question. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to ChatGPT or Claude, doesn't matter. And I'm going to say, I need you to act as a startup business consultant. And I'm going to then tell it, here's my business, here's my concept, here's who I plan to serve, here's how I plan to make their life better. I need to develop a brand that's going to represent me, but also resonate with my target audience. Interview me. Literally, I'm going to say, interview me and ask me the questions you need to help me develop that brand, including the things to recommend colors, to recommend logo styles, to recommend mission statements, to recommend values, and ultimately to help me identify my key target audiences so that we can in the future develop marketing campaigns to reach out to them. And that'll probably take 20 minutes and we'll be done. And we're going to have all of that completed in well under an hour.
That is an amazing piece of advice. So ChatGPT, it learns, you can train it. How do you set up a custom ChatGPT and you train it, or would you rather just ask the same, I guess, be it more non-trained?
So ChatGPT has a unique feature called a custom GPT where you can actually upload your data and you can train it. As you get used to it, I think it's a great feature, but I think most people think it's cooler than it is. In other words, it's kind of like, ooh, I've got to build a custom GPT. Don't feel you have to go there right away, because every user on ChatGPT also gets something called custom instructions. And it's 2 bits of information. One, you get to tell ChatGPT, what do you want ChatGPT to know about you? And that's important. So I put in things like my personality type, my name, my phone number, my email, things that I want it to be able to know and use so that as it's creating content, it can include that in that. The next thing is, how do you want ChatGPT to respond to you? So I give it advice, telling it to act like an expert in whatever area we're discussing, giving it, again, advice on the tone, the style, the way I want it to respond to me. Just by completing those 2, and by the way, if you're not sure what to put in those, just like I said for the business startup, tell ChatGPT to interview you and ask you the questions necessary so that it can give you the content to put in those 2 custom instruction boxes. And ChatGPT will literally interview you and ask you those questions and then write what you need to put in those custom instructions based upon the information you've provided. So Tom, it's going to put in different custom instructions for you than it does for me. And William, it's going to do something different for you than it will for me, because we're going to answer those questions differently. That's one of the big benefits, because now ChatGPT knows that. And so when I ask it to write an email to William talking about the new commission that I want for artwork for his business, it's going to automatically know what my name is, my phone number, my email, my website, all of that information. It's going to just include that automatically. I don't have to figure that out later.
Yeah. Well, Tom, hold on. Wait. I'm stealing you again. I did this. I did this in real time. My screen is doing me some lack of service. It looked like I was texting over here. I wouldn't disrespect you like that, Gandalf.
Oh, you're good.
Now, I wrote in here, I said, acting as a world-class prompt writer who is starting a new company today, create me a business plan to drive $100,000 in gross revenue using Midjourney for art projects. And then I took your advice. Ask any questions needed before starting to be sure you understand.
Yep.
This took me through the ringer, and I won't tell you all the questions it asked me. I have the most comprehensive, detailed battle strategy over the next 90 days, encouraging me to charge $200 per project, targeting my market. I don't know what NFT art is, but I'm sure it costs money. And holy crap. Tom, I changed my answer earlier on what I wish I knew 6 months ago.
Yeah. So let me, William, you took my breath away. I couldn't, you took my answer away. I couldn't, I forgot my answer, my question here. So, I forgot my question. Oh, the question is how you can train ChatGPT. Are you able to train other LLMs like Claude and other? Are you able to train those models?
Not in the same manner. So ChatGPT is the only one with custom instructions, and it's the only one that allows you on its platform to create a custom GPT where you upload, for example, let's say as an HR manager, so William, you want to make sure your entire team has your employee manual. You already have it to them as a 3-ring binder. They've all signed, they've read it, and you and I both know none of them have read it. And that's why they come and ask questions every time they want to know when they can take vacation. But you could literally upload your employee manual with all your HR policies, all your vacation policies, everything else to ChatGPT as a private custom GPT, give access to your staff, and next time they want to know what your bereavement policy is because their dog's aunt's cousin died, they can go in and they can look it up and find out that, I'm sorry, you don't get paid time off because your dog's, cat's, uncle's, whatever died. It doesn't work that way. But if it happened to be your parent or your sibling or your grandparent, and you haven't had too many of them pass away in the last 6 months, then yes, you'll get paid time off. And so you can have all of that in there. And that's really where the value of a custom GPT comes at, because once you train that in this example, William, you don't have to upload that time and time again. It's just there. The other models work best on what I call prompt commands or snippets. It's literally where we take a bit of information and I save them in my clipboard and I just use them repeatedly. One is my tone and style. I can paste that into ChatGPT. I can paste that into Claude, to Gemini, any model, and it then knows, because I've saved that, my personality type, the things that I value, and therefore it's going to create responses that sound more like me.
And I would also say that you can upload literature, books,
Oh, yeah.
and you can train your model to almost answer after it reviews the book.
Yeah, imagine being able to upload a 300-page PDF report that we all get excited about and then we never read because we don't have time. And being able to upload that and then start asking questions of the PDF report, and ChatGPT or Claude will respond back to us and tell us, on page 17, it referred to this. And oh, by the way, it'll scan that 300-page PDF in about 12 to 30 seconds, somewhere in that range. And it will literally know every word and where to find it.
It is absolutely amazing. The one drawback I've heard with ChatGPT is it's open, the security of it. Don't upload any
Correct.
personal information. Sensitive information, if you're looking at insurance claims, or if you're in the medical profession or finance profession, you can't upload sensitive data, client and customer data. That's from what I heard that's the case. But I've
It is
also
definitely
heard,
not HIPAA compliant. That's true.
So I've also heard that Microsoft Copilot is or can be in a more secure environment, so you are able to do that. Are you familiar with those two different models and the security?
Somewhat. I'm familiar with the claims, and I guess it depends. You know, Tom, you heard me in my discussion earlier with Christian, so you know I'm a bit, I don't want to say sarcastic, but, yeah. Anyway, I assume the NSA knows right now exactly where I'm sitting within about 2 feet. It knows exactly that both of you guys we're streaming on StreamYard and what we're talking about and everything else. So at the end of the day, am I really worried if ChatGPT knows my name and my address? No, I'm not. I'm not. It's part of life. I'm not worried that data is going to be released to somebody else. What they will likely use it for is training data. So in other words, they're likely going to train their model off that data in order to help improve it. I don't think we're going to see a time when they're actually regurgitating that content out to others, because then they're going to get sued, like you and I both know, to 3 sides from Sunday. So I don't think that's likely to happen. But if you want to be secure, there's a simple solution. There are a number of open source downloadable AI models that you can literally download to your computer and run. They're not quite as robust, but they're still pretty darn good. And if you need to analyze, like, for example, medical data or whatever, you can download that, run that on your server, make sure it's not connected to the internet. And now you can analyze all that data because it's never actually leaving your network. It's staying right there. And that large language model, as we call it, isn't sending anything back to the cloud.
So what are some of those softwares called, or how would you search and find that software to download?
I'd literally just go out to perplexity.com. Notice I didn't say google.com. I'd go to Perplexity, my favorite AI search engine, and I'd say I'm looking for downloadable open source large language models. and it would then give me a link. Most of those would probably go to a site called huggingface.com. It's a really weird sounding site, but they're huge into AI. They've got lots of open source software. And just if you're not familiar, open source software typically doesn't require that you pay for it, and you actually get control of the source code so you can do anything with it you want. And as long as, again, you get a model that can run locally on your computer. And if you're worried, just make sure that computer doesn't have an internet connection. It's only connected to your network, and it can't upload anything then to the cloud or to anybody else.
Yeah, I think that the huggingface.co is the website. It's a great website. There's a lot of junk, and there's a lot of you'll find that diamond in the rough that's just amazing.
Correct.
I do know that you have to sort through a lot of those different models, and you have to click on it, let it run, like, oh, nope, next. You spend a lot of that, but you do find some gems in that huggingface.co. It's a great piece of advice. Thank you for that. We are almost up for the day. I want to go and start to recap here in about 5-10 minutes here. But is there, what's the one piece of advice that you would leave the audience with that would make the biggest difference in their life?
Don't be afraid of AI, whether you're a business person or an employee or anybody. Embrace it. The only fear you need about AI is your competitor who decides to use it before you do. That's it. If you embrace AI and use it, you can get all the benefits out of it. It is nothing to be afraid of. It is a tremendous tool that will amplify your skill, your experience, and your knowledge, and help you deliver more value, make more money, and candidly create a better work environment for you and your team.
Appreciate that. Is William, I know that you were floored at the 3D animation, but any last questions for Mr. Mast?
I mean, yeah, plenty. But for starters, I don't really have a question, but more of a statement. And I love, Tom, that you continue to invite me to these, because I feel like sometimes I'm the black sheep, because some of you guys are so smart with your AI, and so really the only thing I would say to you, somebody like a Jonathan, is that entrepreneurs are in a constant state of yearning for knowledge, but fear of the unknown. And as you noticed at when I commandeered it and took Tom's question away from him and made him not look as good as me, I was pulling in simple information from Jonathan so that I could get to the source of what I needed simply. And what that allowed me to do was to embrace AI on a level that I could understand. So my only question and statement that I would put out there for not Jonathan, but for everybody is the golden rule that my father used to tell me is, if you don't know, ask. And Jonathan gave me information tonight in this 25 minutes that I'm going to implement across the country of offices in my business, that we're going to leverage AI to a whole different capacity just by simply asking ChatGPT a few more questions.
I love that.
Thanks, Tom, for inviting me. Thanks, Jonathan, for teaching me. I look forward to being a student more in the future. And thanks for letting me take over this meeting. It needed some pizzazz, so I'm glad I could be here.
It was great to meet you, and I'm glad you joined us.
Thank you.
William, thank you. Jonathan, it has been a pleasure. You've been on quite a few times today. Thank you so much for your time, your generosity of your thoughts and experience. It's been a pleasure, sir.
Well, thanks for having me. You guys have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Sounds good. Take care. Wow. It has been a day. I have so many notes. Were you watching, or did you step away with the Midjourney in his prompts?
I was listening. I disconnected my mic. I have a couch over there, so I've been on my pillows I've been sitting over there watching. I have the tennis tournament on, and I had this going, so I was listening to the conversation and watching tennis, and amazing. It
was absolutely incredible. So I'm going to throw out the Facebook again. It was AI ChatGPT for entrepreneurs, I believe it is, or prompts for entrepreneurs. It was absolutely incredible. Um, and I wanted to take a few minutes before we wrap up and just recap what were some of the highlights. There's some background noise coming from somewhere, I'm not sure where. But just what were some of your takeaways? There were, and I can lead things off, but I am there were so many from hearing JT earlier today talking about how AI was picked up on an abusive relationship and alerted somebody saying, "Hey, this woman is potentially in an abusive relationship," just from the tonalities of the conversation that it overheard, from just the how it generates how AI can generate the PowerPoints from Claude versus ChatGPT, the emotional intelligence, how that's coming along. I mean, just from the Mythbusters with Liz and some of the and just some of the phenomenal speakers there, the ethics debate between Kristen and Jonathan. There were so many just phenomenal moments. Even like the race to $100 million, that small business panel. I don't know where to start. So, Sandy,
yeah,
want to kick
I
things
hear
off?
you. I hear you. And, here's the thing. So many entrepreneurs, especially a lot of the people that I'm working with, we left our corporate careers. Right. We're doing our own thing now. And we're kind of creatures of habit, right? And I loved in the last panel we were talking about, it was like creating a new habit. And like, that was, I think, the biggest aha moment for me, is that there's so often that I spend so much time trying to create content, or like I said, writing a difficult email, whatever. And I'm literally putting a Post-it note, like right in front of me, that's saying, can ChatGPT help me with this ? And before I do anything, ask myself that question, because really at the end of the day, a lot of us, like, for a hot minute after our last symposium, I sat there and I'm like, okay, how can I get on this bandwagon? Because people are making a ton of money. What can I do and I'm like, nothing. I don't have the skills, like I don't have the skill set, whatever the case. So for me, and I think most entrepreneurs, we're just using it as a tool to help us. And it's about creating those new habits and making sure that we're utilizing it in the best way possible, because, so often we're creatures of habit. We just try to do it ourselves. And it's such an amazing tool to help us create that content, write those emails, create the course, right? I made a note. Oh my gosh, I've been sitting here thinking about a new course that I want to roll out, right? Karen's shaking her head, right? Because we both roll out courses. I'm thinking, and so do you, Tom, because you've got your whole platform. I was like, oh my gosh. And I did that. And within, 5 seconds, it's got this whole outline. And that's a place to start from. It's not that you need to use it verbatim. It's a place to start. It's a starting point to save me hours and hours of time of sitting there mapping things out. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is so great. So that's the thing that I think that the majority of the people out there, that's how we really need to utilize this. But just hearing all of the little tips on giving them prompts, and I didn't really realize there was a custom ChatGPT thing that we could figure out, because I've been paying ChatGPT $20 a month for at least probably 8 months now, right? And so there's so much about it that we don't know. So
awesome. Karen, what were some of your biggest takeaways?
So one of my biggest takeaways was similar to what you were saying, Sandy. I was amazed about the fact that AI is designed with assumptions, and so it won't ask me questions, and I have to give it permission to ask me questions, because I had heard people say that they used, ChatGPT to ask them questions, but I didn't I didn't know that I had to tell it to ask me the questions, and I didn't know I had to say, you have permission to ask me questions,
Right.
you know? And so there were some very subtle, but very important clues that people gave to how to use the tools, because I had been trying. People said, just play around with it and you'll figure it out. Well, that's not really true for me. I mean, I did learn some things, and I did, you know, but it was a lot slower. But if I had had Jonathan Mast giving me these, or you know, Dr. Brent, you know, Fessler giving me these tools, I would have been so much further ahead. And then if I wanted to use it for marketing and branding, you know, and having, you know, Liz Smoke or Sarah Chevalier, you know, or Deanna Leonard giving me tips for branding and marketing, wow, I would have been able to do so much more, so much faster. I mean, that course would have looked so beautiful with Midjourney, you know, and all those tools. So yeah, I feel like I have a huge list of things that I need to go research. I need to go figure out Perplexity now and Midjourney and so
And
many
what was
things.
the what was it? Doing a competitive analysis? Was that
Right.
GOGGLE maybe? Or
Yeah, it was.
go look
Yeah, it
at
was
it.
Gogglebot is what they said.
Gogglebot. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
Gogglebot. So yeah, that was a
incredible.
yeah, incredible. And I also appreciated when they talked about emotional intelligence, because that's one of my favorite topics, that you know, there's so much involved with neuroperception, you know, and recognizing those subtle cues to developing that empathy and to responding with empathy. And that's something that, as Liz Smoke said, we're not there yet. We may get there, but at the moment we're not there yet. And I still think it's going to take a lot. It's going to take somebody with a lot of emotional intelligence to train it to do any of those things anyway. But it may improve our skills as far as personally developing emotional intelligence ourselves. I mean, that would be, we should design that, you guys.
It's out there. It is being used. But
Well, I know it's in the preliminary stages. I was just thinking we should do it at the advanced stage.
Well, but here's the thing too, because we had this conversation earlier today, and I forget who it was that was talking about it. Let me look at the schedule. Maybe it'll. I can't remember who brought it up. We could be facing a bubble where everybody's like racing to create all of these things, and you may be investing a lot of money and it may go nowhere. And that's kind of like where my thing is like, you know, I've already got this business. I've invested a ton of money into it. Do I really want to put these resources into creating something where I'm going to be competing against 1,000 other similar apps?
Right.
Or let me just keep doing what I'm doing.
That's a good point. Yeah,
I don't know.
perfecting
Like
what you're
it's
doing.
it's not broken. Why fix it? Right. Like, let me just keep doing what I'm doing, because I'm not a tech person, and you know, you're jumping into an area. And I think that's where there's a lot of discernment needs to happen with people. You need to kind of figure out, do you want to stay in your lane, or does it make sense from a financial perspective? Because everything costs money, you know, and you may have a great idea, and to get it to market and to be competitive, you may be looking at $100,000. Like, is that really worth it for you? Or just learn as much as you can and make what you're doing even better.
Yeah, and like William Belisle said, you know, just outwork everybody. You know, there's no substitute for hard work and time.
But at my age, I don't want to work too. Like, this has been a long day. I had a long day. You know, we have a long day tomorrow. Like,
not every day. We don't want to work every day.
Right. No, you gotta.
So,
you gotta keep that balance.
Right.
I can assure you that once we conclude this recap of the day, I'm gonna go get my 7-year-old and maybe my 11-year-old if he's interested, and I'm gonna use ChatGPT to create a custom bedtime story just for them.
With the pictures.
Love that.
and we're gonna go create menus and use it as our personal assistant.
Well, I don't know if you heard that part of the segment, Karen, because I know you've been traveling and you've got a lot going on today. So thank you so much for being here. There was a gentleman on who he uses ChatGPT. Who was it?
Tobias Patch.
Tobias.
Yep.
And he has ChatGPT write a customized bedtime story for his children. And I was like, well, my son just graduated college, but when I have grandchildren, but I know you've got grandbabies. So like maybe you could do that, right? And
I
you
need
can even
to.
do images and make it customizable. I think that is so cool. Like you can
And
have
you don't-
fun with AI, right? It can
Yeah,
really
and-
enhance our lives in so many
And
ways.
it can be fun, and you don't have to sit there and type. It has your computer. If you have a microphone, it has a microphone. You can talk to it. It will dictate it, and then you hit return, and there you go.
And you know what else? You know what else really amazed me was the speed, because so many times creatives get stuck. They have the idea, and I think it was Dr. Brent Fessler that said this. That I can't remember who said it. Maybe it was Jonathan Mouth. Somebody said when they had an idea, they could just execute right then instead of, getting stuck in the weeds. And I thought that speed of execution for a child is so important, and a youth, well, for any of us. But they have so many ideas coming so fast that I think that will be really exciting for them to be able to use it in that way.
Well, it is. And then I always kind of go, because in times like this, I like to play a little bit of the devil's advocate just for conversation's sake. We're so used to instant gratification, and now AI is coming in, and it's enabling that. It's enabling that instant gratification, and that's not real life. So we still
True.
have to maintain that balance of life isn't instant gratification. As much as
That's-
AI is there, I still got to go down and cook my dinner because I don't have an AI robot yet to cook dinner for me, right?
That's in 3 months. They'll be a dime a dozen. And actually, I believe Elon Musk said that in the next 20 years or something like that, it'll be 2 robots for every 1 human, solving different solutions. That's incredible to think about.
I would pay for a chef before a cleaning company. It's just that a chef is more expensive than a cleaning company, and that's not in my budget right now.
But it
But
would
yeah,
make it
I'm
incredible.
like, cook for me. If we can figure out a way to give me an AI robot that's going to come in and cook for me and give me healthy food, like that would be worth it.
So I want to spend the last 2 or 3 minutes here. I want to review what we have coming up tomorrow. We have the LA Tribune Women's Journal. That is being co-hosted by the 2 of you. I have to say
So
thank you to
excited.
the LA Tribune, Mo Rock, Michael Silvers, yourself, Sandy, and Karen. I mean, just the resources and the help to put all this together. The support from the LA Tribune, the podcast network, the LA Tribune Women's Journal. Thank you to everybody. Really appreciate it. And then after that, we have Manoj coming on. The star power behind Manoj and the knowledge that he brings and the insight he has into the space of AI is absolutely incredible. And then we have the LA podcasting panel. So if you're a podcaster, you want a podcast, or you want to do blog or vlogs, you want to tune in for that. We have some absolutely phenomenal podcasters. We have Jeff Ross, I believe, is coming back for a half an hour tomorrow afternoon. I'll talk more about social media and social selling. We have Hector Garcia. Oh man, he created a doppelganger, if you would, a digital twin in a video that it looks realistic, and it speaks as many languages as he wants to. Click a button, it'll speak that language, and it is absolutely incredible. I think tomorrow he's speaking Spanish, French, Mandarin, and Tagalog from the Philippines.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible. And then we have insurance claims panel. We have a deep base of folks who are from the insurance claims. That should be a really fun debate when it comes to AI and property insurance claims. We have more about social media and selling and audience engagement. We have
That's going to be a great panel because
it will
every
be.
business has to learn selling skills, and
Every person, yes.
Yeah.
I think we have Aoife coming tomorrow evening as well.
Aoife is amazing, dear friend of mine. She's incredible.
We have a marketing panel for a small business. And then we have another whole different LA Tribune Women's Journal. and we have an ethics panel, and then we have Tobias.
Thank you for putting me on that panel, by the way, because I have so many questions that I want to ask the ethics panel. So thank you. I appreciate that.
We have
I'm
some
really looking forward to that.
super smart people, highly, just incredibly smart people about ethics, and they will do as deep as you want to go into ethics. They can talk ethics all day long. Tobias Patch is coming back and talking about marketing and AI and automation for your business. How do you automate your business to make you money, free up your time, so you can go, it's on autopilot. He's going to give some insight and some secrets on that. We have a packed schedule tomorrow. I have pages and pages and pages of notes, and then by the end of tomorrow, it'll take me a week to digest half of it, even a fraction of it.
It's so true.
So
But-
Tom, if people aren't able to make it tomorrow or miss some of these, how can they watch a replay?
So we are, all the raw footage is going to be given to the speakers, and they will disseminate that to their social media platforms. I know my marketing team is also going to be doing some branded, and we'll chop up. So the marketing panels, the solo speakers, we'll be pushing that out through the My Mentor HQ Facebook page, my personal pages. I'm sure that Jonathan Mass will get that out to his Facebook group. Sandy, I know you have this recorded on your YouTube channel. It's one of the places we're streaming it. Also, we have part of it with Instagram. Instagram cuts it off after 4 hours, so we only got the first 4 hours of your Instagram channel. But we're working on getting it out. I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe the LA Tribune might also assist in some ways to help promote and get the messaging out. It has been absolutely, just the support from all the speakers as a whole, as a group, has been absolutely incredible.
Yes, it has been. And Tom, I have to say one thing that I thought was interesting, that it didn't matter what level you were at with AI. If you were just starting, there were excellent tips for just starting. And yet, if you were much further down the road, there was additional, nuggets that we could all benefit from as well. So I thought it just covered the whole range, no matter where you're at with AI.
And Nick Newhouse in teaching us how to use AI to code AI and put the custom. I have to go back and rewatch that and really dig deep. I mean, I have applications I've already thought about. I want to bring that in. I haven't thought through all that, but we'll be using AI on our website before long because of Nick Newhouse and what he's brought. Last remark, I want to plug here. Krista Moore, Tobias Patch, Michael Kittinger, who is behind the scenes. They have developed an app. TechTalk Pros have developed an app. Text the letters AI, or the word AI, to 512-865-4060. If you want to know about
4065. Sorry,
4065. Yes, it's scrolling at the bottom of the screen. If you want to know about a speaker, we have speaker bios loaded in there, AI generated speaker bios. It'll inform you about the AI symposium. It will provide tips and tricks and level you up with the use of AI for 30 days out, once a day. We're holding a mastermind in conjunction with the LA Tribune, I believe next week. I think that's on the 6th. We'll be pushing that information out if we have your information by once you text in AI to that number. So I think that about wraps it up. We're out of time.
Excellent.
Amazing.
Excellent work.
So thank you both for your support. Really appreciate your time, your dedication to helping me pull this whole thing together and closing out the day. So we will be back 1 p.m. Eastern time, which is 10 o'clock Pacific time tomorrow, Saturday, for the last day of the AI Symposium.
Can't wait.
Awesome. Thank you, Tom. Great job. Great job today. Thank you.
Thank y'all. All right, take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.